manusandadami Bhagavad Gita Bhavatveshini. I welcome you all with my love and respects. The fifth chapter, Karma Sannyasa Yogam. Starts with Arjuna's question. Arjuna uvacha Sannyasam karmanam Krishna Punar yoganja samsasi Yasre yayeta yorekam Danme bruhi sunischitam. Arjuna said, "O Krishna, first of all you ask me to renounce work, and then again you recommend work with devotion. Now will you kindly tell me definitely which of the two is more beneficial?" I really feel Arjuna must be playing a game. A person who was a king can never be so dumb. Again and again, Krishna is explaining so clearly in every sloka, but Arjuna is coming back to the same point. Either both of them are playing a game so that the Gita can be delivered to the world, or there is no way Arjuna can be saved. There is no other book which is so clear, so direct. There is no other master who is so straight giving instructions. Again Arjuna asks, "O Krishna, first of all you ask me to renounce work, and then again you recommend work with devotion. Now will you kindly tell me definitely which of the two is more beneficial?" You will never be able to solve a problem if you start thinking which will be more beneficial. Please be very clear. You can never solve a problem if you start thinking which will be more beneficial. Before thinking which will be more beneficial, you should be clear of one point: with what scale you want to measure your benefits. That's a basic thing. What is the scale you are going to use to measure whether you are benefited or not, whether you are successful or not? Before thinking whether you are successful or not, before coming to the conclusion whether you are successful or not, you need to know with which scale you are going to measure your life. Before that, unless you know the scale with which you are going to measure your life, you can't jump to conclusion. Jumping to the conclusion should be done with clear intelligence. Small one-liner. What do you call falling out of an airplane without parachute? That is jumping to a conclusion. Jumping to a conclusion. If you do it without a proper scale, You are just jumping to a conclusion. You don't know where you are landing. Before understanding, before measuring your life, whether you are successful or not, you should be clear with what scale you are going to measure your life. In the end of the day, if you are going to measure your life with the scale of dollars, then you have to work only for dollars. In the end of the day, you know with which scale you are going to measure your life. So from morning till evening, you will work only for that goal. End of the day, you know, yes, this is the scale with which I am going to measure my life. You can come to a conclusion whether you are successful or failure. But by the time you reach the evening, the very scale changes. Then what to do? In our life, when we start our life, the scale is different. When we end our life, the scale with which we are measuring whether we are successful or failure, the very scale changes. I can tell one thing, fortunately the scale changes. Only for a matured person scale changes. If you learn the lessons from existence, if you learn the lesson from life, the scale with which you will measure your life, whether you are successful or not, should change. If it does not change, please be very clear, you are going to take one more life from zero. Where you left, you are going to start your life from the same point. Unless you learn the lesson, you are not going to end the game. You are going to play the same game again and again and again. If the scale changes, the scale with which you measure whether you are successful or not, if it changes, it shows you are getting mature. If it stays with the same scale, dollar, if it stays in the same scale, money, please be very clear, not only you will not be able to measure your life clearly, second thing, you will be sure failure. Third thing, you will again start your whole game from day one. From day one, how you came to the planet Earth, with the same maturity, you will start your next life also. In all three ways, you will be a failure. A man whose scale has not become mature is a very important thing. If only dollar is your scale, if only outer world comfort is your scale, be very clear, again and again you will feel you could have done little more. You could have done little more. I could have done little more. I think I missed. Let me tell you a small story. One barber, king's barber, that guy used to live a very happy life. Every day morning he will go and shave king's face. King will give 10 coins. He will come back to the house. He will live his life happily with the 10 gold coins. Next day he will again go, shave the barber's face, shave the king's face, come back, have his 10 coins salary, live his life. His life was really beautiful, blissful. Nothing to bother about. There is nothing about which he is worried. He was happy. One day, when he was coming back from king's palace, suddenly he heard a voice. He heard a voice. Booming voice. Dear son, Do you want pot filled with gold coins? This man said, pot filled with gold coins. But what am I going to do? I have no use for that. My expense is $10 and that is enough. My expense is just 10 gold coin. That is enough. I don't need anything more. The booming voice says, all right, I'll give you 24 hours to think. You can go to your house, you can discuss with your wife, come back tomorrow and tell me. This poor guy, he could have at least kept quiet. He went and opened his mouth to his wife. Now you know. You fool, don't you have sense? You should have brought that jar. And you never did this for me, you never did that for me. Throughout my life, I am wearing the same sari. You have never given me any jewelry. You never got this for me. You never took me here. You never took me there. What did I enjoy after marrying you? I always tell, marriage is 3-ring circus. One is engagement ring. Next is wedding ring. Third is suffering. Engagement ring, wedding ring and suffering. She starts shouting at him. This guy says, all right, don't worry. The booming voice has given me time. Till tomorrow morning, I have time to decide. Next day morning, I will talk to him and get the pot. He goes there. Next day morning, he asks that voice, please give me that jar. Immediately, Yaksha is appearing there. Yaksha means a man who has got wealth but who never enjoyed. Who has got wealth but who never enjoyed. In India, there will be a lot of this agricultural fields. They will keep 2-3 dogs. The dogs neither they will eat nor they will allow other animals to come and eat. Same way, if you have wealth, neither you enjoy nor you share with others. You are called Yaksha. Yaksha is a person who has got wealth, neither he enjoys nor he shares with the world. I always tell people, either you do dana or you become Mahadani. If you do dana, little bit you will share and you will also enjoy. Others also enjoy. If you don't do small danas, you will become Mahadani. Means you will leave everything and go away. Once for all. Yaksha is a person who has got enough wealth, but he never enjoys and never shares with others. Somehow he appears and he says, have this jar. This jar has got 990 gold coins. Just 10 gold coins less. Just 10 gold coins less. The guy brought the gold jar back to the house. He is very happy that he can spend it for at least 990 days. He can be happy. If he spends $10, at least 99 days he can spend. The moment wife got the jar, she said, what is this? The jar is not over. The jar is not overflowing. There is something missing. He said, I don't know. This is the way I got the jar. The Yaksha told me, it is a little less. She started worrying. If it is full, overflowing, how nice it will be. It would have been so nice. Anyhow, next day, the barber comes back. She takes all the gold coins and puts it in the jar. She wants the jar to overflow. Again, the jar is little low. It is not full, because Yaksha's jar never gets filled. Yaksha's jar means your mind. Your mind is Yaksha's jar. Yaksha's jar is made of our kapala, our head. However you may have, whatever you may get, in 10 days you will feel it is not sufficient. In 10 days your mind will take everything for granted. Ramana Maharshi says beautifully, before achieving, even a mustard seed will look like a mountain. Without that, as if your life will not move. That's a basic, important thing for your life. Once you achieve it, even a mountain will look like a mustard seed. The mind is such, before achieving, even a mustard seed will look like a mountain. Once you achieve, even a mountain will look like a mustard seed. She feels there is something missing. Next day again, she takes the money from barber and puts it into the jar. Again it is little low. It's almost, but it is not full. Continuously 1 week she is not giving food for barber. She is not giving anything to him. She takes away all the money and she wants only one thing, that jar should overflow. By 1 week, this fellow has become tired, dull. His face has become very dull. King started inquiring, what happened? You used to look so fresh. What happened to you? For last 1 week, you are tired. And you started thinking about something. You have started worrying. What happened to you? Did you accept Yaksha's jar? King asked him, did you accept any gold part from anybody? Suddenly, Barber is just shocked. He says, "Oh king, how do you know?" King says, "Whomsoever is suffering in this country, whomsoever is unhappy in this country, all of them have accepted Yaksha's jar." Please be very clear. Go back to your house and see, do you have a Yaksha's jar or not? If you are worrying, if you are suffering, there is every chance in your house you are having Yaksha's jar. If you have Yaksha's jar, of course, when I say Yaksha's jar, it may not be there in your house, it will be there in your head. Yaksha's jar is made out of kapala, means the head, which always makes you feel you are not enough, you are not complete, you are not full. The head which makes you think continuously you are not enough, you are not complete, is what is Yaksha's jar. When you go back to your house, check once. Do you have Yaksha's jar in your house? Be very clear. Sometimes Yakshas hand over the jar in the form of bank balance. Don't think you may have just a bar. You may have just a jar. Don't think it will be just only in the form of a jar. It may be in your mind. Man who is continuously feeling that he is not fulfilled, or man who is measuring his whole life with the scale of wealth will never feel fulfilled. Because he has got Yaksha's jar in his house. He will have only more and more suffering. Yaksha's jar will never be fulfilled. Yaksha's jar will never be filled. First we need to understand with what scale you are going to measure your life, whether your life is beneficial or not. That itself has to be defined. Only then you can choose the path. The end of the day, at the end of your life, how you are going to measure your life, that whether it was successful or not. Now itself let you be very clear. What is the scale? Here Arjuna asks, Sanyasam karmanam Krishna punar yoganja samsasi yasreya yedayo regam danme bruhi sunischitam. Now will you kindly tell me definitely which of the two, karma or sannyasa, which of the two is more beneficial? We are all again and again asking this question to ourselves. Man is dilemma. Please be very clear. Your mind is nothing but dilemma. Your mind will be alive as long as you are caught between the extremes. The moment you come to any single conclusion, you will be liberated. The moment you reach any conclusion, you will be liberated. You will be ignorant as long as you are moving from this extreme to that extreme. Don't say ignorance is bliss. If ignorance is bliss, why so many people are suffering in the planet Earth? Why do you think so many are suffering? Ignorance is not bliss. Innocence is bliss. That is different. Innocence means you will not carry a scale with which continuously you will be measuring your life. Ignorance means you will have a scale, but you are not able to fulfill your life according to your scale. If you neither have scale nor have a goal, then no problem. But here, you have intelligence, you have intellect, you have enough of intellect to have a scale, but you are not able to fulfill it. That is what I call ignorance. First thing we need to understand is man as such is a disease. The first and last disease is dilemma. Dilemma is the disease with which he starts his life and ends his life. I can't even say ends. He will be in a dilemma whether to end or not. It is just taken away from him. It is just taken away from him. Why do you think worry kills more people than work? Because more people worry than work. Worry is nothing but dilemma. Here, Arjuna is having a dilemma. Which is more beneficial for me? If you look into the whole life as a utility, some way of benefit, please be very clear, you are creating, you are building your own hell. Life has no separate benefit. Life itself is benefit. You cannot measure your life whether it is success or failure with a scale. If you have a scale, please be very clear. If you don't achieve, you will feel life is a failure. If you achieve, you will face the depression of success. That's all. Both the way, you are going to be in trouble. Life itself is a benefit. If you ask which of the two is more beneficial, that also more beneficial. Business mind, a pure business mind, with life you cannot do business. Whole life cannot be business. Be very clear. At some point, you need to relax from business. You need to relax from the business mentality. I always tell people, at least half an hour per day, at least 30 minutes per day, do something which will not get dollars for you. Some painting, some writing, some poetry. When you start painting itself, don't start thinking of a big gallery. I'll make all these paintings and put gallery in New York and make money. When you start writing few poems, don't start thinking of Nobel Prize. I'll publish this and it will become like Gitanjali, then I will have Nobel Prize. No. Without thinking about any result, benefit, just do something. Go to a place like this, some temple, clean it, wipe it. Don't think, I will become leader of volunteer batch. The moment you take the broomstick in your hand, start mopping, start cleaning the room, start cleaning the temple, you start planning how to have a volunteer batch and how to become leader of that batch. All you need to do is only one thing, a simple technique. The whole thing is now reduced to a one-line message. Let all your mental thoughts, let all your physical deeds be directed towards the gratitude to the divine. Don't work out of fear or greed, because whatever you achieve out of your greed, you are not going to feel fulfilled. It's like a pouring ghee into the fire. Can you quench the fire by pouring ghee into it? Never. So you will never be able to feel the fulfillment. So all your actions done out of greed will only make your senses weak and tired. Same way, all your laziness done out of fear will only make your mind restless. Because you may not do anything physically, but your mind will be worrying. If you have become karma yogi out of greed, your senses will be only weakened, because how much you will run? All the running will make only your senses weak. If you become sannyasi out of fear, again, you may not do anything physically, but whole day you will be sitting and worrying. A small story, one-liner. When a man don't have money, the problem is money. When he has got money, the problem is sex. When he has got sex, the problem is comforts. When he has got comforts, when everything goes well, he starts worrying about the death. He has started bothering about the death. He has started thinking about death. Something or other will be going on in your mind. Don't think people who have become sannyasis, who are sitting in the Himalayas, they are in the bliss. They are in ecstasy. No. Unless they change the attitude, they cannot experience joy. Unless the attitude changes, they cannot experience bliss. Bliss is directly related to your attitude. Being, doing and having. Your whole life will be directed to doing and having if you are caught in fear and greed. If you center yourself into the being, doing and having, both will happen through you with a tremendous ecstasy. Never work out of greed because that is waste. Never work out of fear. Again it is waste. Never become silent out of fear because there is nothing to lose. Never become silent out of fear because why should you be afraid? Whether you are afraid or not, everything is going to be taken away. Why not be blissful? Same way, never work out of greed because whatever you achieve is going to be taken away. Then why should you waste your life in working? Both the corners. Understand? There is a beautiful story. One man goes to Ramakrishna and asks for money as a blessing. Ramakrishna will never bless for money. He will never bless for money. He goes to Ramakrishna and asks, Master, please bless me. I should have wealth. Finally, Ramakrishna says, all right, let you have wealth. You will be surprised. He was working. He was not working. Actually, he used to collect paper from road. The roadside, he will collect the papers. And he will go to house and collect the old paper. And make money out of it. He used to make his living out of it. The day Ramakrishna blessed, something happened. Within 10 years, he became the owner of a very big magazine called Ananda Bazar Patrika. If you are from Calcutta, you know. The founder of Ananda Bazar Patrika is disciple of Ramakrishna. Ramakrishna blessed him, you will have wealth. Till today the magazine is running. And you will be surprised. You don't have kids. You don't have kids. In the end of the life he says, oh God, now I realize I asked for wealth from Master. Now I understand. Throughout my life I did only one thing. I worked like a donkey, that's all, nothing else. I created the whole thing and I am now leaving it and going away. I just worked for somebody who is going to enjoy this wealth. So if you work out of greed, please be very clear, one day you will repent. One day you will repent. Why do you think parents are so possessive of children? Because they have vengeance inside. I worked, created so much wealth, I am leaving it for you. Why don't you fellow obey for my words? Listen to my words. All the possessiveness comes because you suffered and created the wealth. That is why you have so much of possessiveness. You try to control them so much. If the wealth is created without suffering, when you give also, it will be like a graceful. You will give gracefully as a gift. You will not bind him in so many ways. You will not torture him. You will not expect him to do so many things. You will not play with your wealth. You will clearly write will in an open way. Why do you think people write always their will secretly? Why do you think people write their will secretly? So that they will be dangling the carrot. It is nothing but dangling the carrot. The guy should be continuously behind them. The person who has created wealth out of suffering, when he gives the wealth, he will share, he will give the suffering also. People come and ask me, Swamiji, I hear that parents' karma will come to the son. Children, is it true? Surely the sins and merits of the parents will not come to you, but the mental setup will come to you. Because they will try to force that on you. They will try to force that mental setup on you. They will expect that you should live as they want. They will try. We always try to fulfill our ambitions through our kids. If you want to become doctor, if you have not achieved, if you have not become doctor, You try to fulfill your ambition through your kids. You try to fulfill your ambitions through the next generation. Never do that. If you do that, you will be destroying their life. You will be sharing not only your wealth, your suffering also. The man who created the wealth out of suffering will give suffering to the person to whom he gives the wealth. And next thing, if he is not able to torture the son or the daughter who is receiving the wealth, he will start suffering. If he knows this fellow is not going to listen to me, he is not going to live as I want, he will start suffering. I am leaving all these things, believing him. I don't know what will happen. I don't know what he will do. When he dies, he will have worst death. He will be like a yaksha. He will come back and sit on the property. Be very clear. He will not let even his son to enjoy the property. He will come back and sit on that property. I have seen many litigation cases. The parents, when they give their wealth to kids, somehow or other, even after 30, 40 years, the kids will not be able to enjoy that wealth. Be very clear, it means the property is with Yaksha. The guy has come back and he is sitting as Yaksha in the property. Neither he will enjoy nor he will allow others to enjoy. If the property will be in Indian litigation, Indian court. In Indian courts, you know, when judgments come. The last judgment day. Only on that day all the judgments are given. And when the last judgment day, neither you know, nor I know. I don't know whether God knows or not. There is a small story. American president goes to God and asks God, when our country will become number one? God says, 50 years. Then he thinks, array, 50 years, I don't know whether I will be alive or not. He starts weeping. Next, Russian president goes and asks God, God, when will our country become first? He says, 100 years. Oh, neither I will be alive nor my son will be alive. He starts weeping. Indian chief, he goes and asks God, God, when will India become chief? God starts weeping. I don't know whether I will be alive or not. Till that time, I don't know whether I will be alive or not. So be very clear, whenever the judgment comes, it takes its own sweet time. For a file to move from one table to another table, if file grows the leg and moves by itself, only then it is possible. Otherwise, it takes its own sweet time. What to do? Truth has to be told, nothing else can be done. We have to share the truth. It means the Yaksha is sitting. Again and again, we share what we create. That's what I always tell people. If the wealth is created out of pain body, you will transfer the pain body also to the next generation along with the wealth. If it is created out of just relaxed mood, out of voluntary decision, or I can say without any strong motivation. One important thing we should understand, working without motivation is completely unheard in the West. All the people who are working in the field of mind, psychologists, psychiatrists, the people who do research in the field of mind, all the scientists always emphasize, without motivation you cannot work. That is why so many motivational gurus in the West. West is haunted by motivational gurus. So many motivational gurus. Please be very clear. These scientists, these psychologists, these doctors have come to the conclusion after doing analysis on patients, not on an enlightened man. They never had a specimen of a Buddha. They never encounter an enlightened man. That is the reason they say work without motivation is impossible. I tell you, work without motivation is the only work. Work without motivation will never make you tired. Will never make you tired. Every moment you will be ecstatic. You will be working out of bliss. If you can understand this one concept, this one technique, further he explains, Krishna explains, and first time Krishna gives a meditation technique in this chapter. Today we will practice the technique to achieve the bliss consciousness. Till the 5th chapter, he is giving only intellectual advice, Shastra. Now he thinks whether Arjuna is matured or without technique, it is now impossible to relate with him. He has come to some conclusion. Either Arjuna is matured or if I don't give technique, I cannot escape from him. Masters give meditation techniques in two different persons. One is when he sees a person is matured enough. Another one is better let us give some technique, otherwise he will eat our head. He will continue to question. He will not keep quiet. So here, I don't know why Krishna has decided. Whether he thought the Arjuna has become matured or he thinks let him at least sit few minutes with closed eyes. He is giving a technique. Now we will practice. We will enter into the technique in the next session. Before the technique, he gives a beautiful explanation about the technique and he gives the technique. Bhagavatam Narayana Swajam Vyasena Kraditam Purana Muninam Madhye Mahabharatam. The next sloka, Krishna starts, Yat Sankhya Prapyate Snanam Tatyogairavigamyate Egam Sankyancha Yogancha Yapashyati Sapashyati Yat Sankhya Prapyate Stanam Tatyogairavigamyate Egam Sankyancha Yogancha Pashyati Sapashyati. Yat Sankhya Prapyate Stanam Tatyogairavigamyate Egam Sankyancha Yogancha Yapashyati Sapashyati. One who knows that the position reached by the means of Sankhya Yoga and Karma Yoga both are one and the same. The position reached by Sankhya Yoga can also achieved by Karma Yoga. He sees both of them in the same level and he sees things as they are. Beautiful sloka. Beautiful sloka. Whether you are a Karma Yogi or Sannyasi, whether you are a Karmi or Sannyasi, and one more important thing, all of you are not always Karmis, all of you are not always Sannyasis. No sannyasi is 24-hour sannyasi. When he surrenders himself to the greed, he is Karmi. No Karmi is 24-hour Karmi. When he surrenders to fear, he is sannyasi. So be very clear, whenever you take a optimistic decision, you are Karmi. Whenever you take a pessimistic decision, you are sannyasi. It is you who play both the roles. Who is optimist and who is pessimist? Optimist is a man who created airplane. Pessimist is a man who created seat belt. In life, you play both the roles. Optimist is a man who created airplane. Pessimist is a man who created seat belt. You always play both the roles. In life, sometimes you are optimist and sometimes you are pessimist. Here, both can lead to the same goal if the attitude is pure, if the attitude is perfect. One important thing we need to understand, anything created out of greed will create more greed. Anything created out of fear will create more fear. That's all. Please be very clear. Whenever you move your body, whenever your body is moved by a particular emotion, that emotion gets settled inside your system. That will become part of your system. And that emotion will be created again and again in your system. Krishnamurti, J. Krishnamurti says beautifully, one of the great enlightened masters, who is not recognized by India. Vivekananda says beautifully, enlightened masters and enlightenment is the greatest gift given to the planet Earth by India. But the problem is we have given it as a gift. We have not used it. We have given it away as a gift. We forgot how to use it. From Vivekananda, it started. All the masters are given away to the world. Indians have forgot to use. J. Krishnamurti says beautifully, if you can remain centered, silent, without moving your body, when a particular emotion rises in you, without cooperating it, within 11 time, or I can say within 11 emotional upsets, you will be liberated from that emotion. Understand? It's an important thing. If you are caught by anger, if you are caught in lust, if you are caught in fear, just 11 times, whenever that emotion raises, whenever that emotion comes up in your being, don't allow your body to cooperate. Don't allow your body to flow with that emotion. Don't allow your body to move with that emotion. Within 11 times, I assure you will be liberated from that emotion. You may think, what is this Swami? Just 11 times. So easy. It is easy. All great things are easy. Only we complicate it. We complicate it. We don't believe if something is easy. Small story. One guy goes to the doctor and asks, Doctor, how much you will charge to pull this tooth out? Doctor says, $90. This guy asks, $90 just for a few minutes job. Doctor says, I can do it slowly also if you like. I can do it slowly also if you like. We don't like simple things. We wanted to complicate things. Actually, 11 times is too much. I think with all that factor of safety idea is saying 11 times. You might have given this discourse here. You must have been afraid of the lawsuits. So, that is why he gives with the factor of safety 11 times. If somebody practices for 11 times and if they don't get the result, they may sue. So that is why he says 11 times. But I tell you honestly, 11 times is too much. 11 times is not necessary. When that emotion rises in you, don't cooperate. Let your body not go behind that emotion. Let you not be taken away by that emotion, whether it is anger or irritation or depression or lust or fear, anything. Just decide, I am not going to be taken away by this emotion. 11 times is too much. I tell you, within 3-4 times, you will be liberated from that emotion. Because you will learn the technique. You will have the key now in your hand. How not to be taken away by the emotion. How to be centered, rooted in yourself, in your being. Whether it is anger or fear or greed. It gets more and more power and strength if your body is also cooperating with it. With whatever emotion your body moves, that emotion gets recorded inside your system. Please be very clear. And that emotion will happen to you again and again, many more times, much more intensely. Many more times, much more intensely. Beautiful movie. Any of you have seen that movie? That What the Bleep Do We Know? If you find time, you should see that movie. I am not promoting. I don't have any contract with them. Don't think I have some contract. I really enjoyed that movie. Of course, I don't have that much of patience to sit in front of movie and all. Some of our devotees invited me to come for a show in America, in New York. There's a show, that Indian show is going on, the Bombay Dreams. They invited me. I said, 15 minutes I can sit. More than that, if you can finish the show in 15 minutes, I'll come. They said, before 3 hours we can't finish any show, Swami. Then I said, it is not for me. 15 minutes is the maximum time I can watch any show. More than that, sometimes I'm surprised how these people sit in front of the TV hours together. Couch potatoes. Hours together, how they sit. And I'm just surprised. Just go on, something is showing there, and they are sitting and watching. And they don't even keep quiet. Continuously something. And the whole table will be full before the program starts. And the program is over, the table also will be over. And this will be full. And it's dangerous, you don't know what you are eating. That's another one problem. And an important thing we should know, Ramanuja says beautifully, Agara Sutti, when it comes to Agara Sutti, the purity of food, he says, when you eat something, you digest not only the food which you eat, you digest the thoughts which you think at the time of eating. So please be very clear, your eating should be done like a puja. The problem is now the puja is also corrupted. So eating should be done with a deep sincerity. Never eat watching television or reading newspaper. That will make you more dull. When I say more dull, understand, already we have enough of tamas. Already we have enough of tamasic energy. Tamas energy will be added more. The dullness will be added more. Never eat with the negative thoughts. At the time of eating, you should never be supplied negative thoughts. And women also, please be very clear, when you cook or when you serve, don't make complaints. Of course, here no problem. In India, only at the time of serving they will start. This is not there, that is not there in the house, you are not giving monthly salary properly, this has not come to the house properly, that is not here. They will start the whole Purana. Never start the house Purana when you serve or when you cook, because those thoughts also will enter into the mind. Thoughts also will be digested. Understand, your emotions, it goes and settles inside your system. I can never watch anything more than 15 minutes. Somehow this one movie, I sat throughout and watched. Really I enjoyed. I wanted to explain a concept from that movie. And it is Satya. It is not only just presented by them, it's a truth from Vedanta. But they visually explained. Nice thing. Let me make a small diagram and tell you. They say, whenever some emotions happen to your system, like a rain, the emotion is poured, like a rain it happens inside your system, inside your being. There are particular cells which catches those emotions. For example, if you think it is anger, there are particular cells, just they catch that anger, emotion. Not only they just catch and stay, they will start reproducing. This one will start at least some 4 or 5. He will convert 4 or 5 persons, 4 or 5 cells. One thing, important thing you should know, the basic quality of life is reproduction and expansion. Basic quality of life, reproduction and expansion. This is a survival instinct. That is why the reproduction organ and the survival organ, the survival instinct is Swadhisthana. Reproduction is Muladhara. Both are closely associated. The fear is Swadhisthana and the reproduction is Muladhara. Both the organs are both the chakras are very near. Both the centers are very near. This starts reproducing. Some 5, 6. And here also it starts reproducing. Next time, when the anger shower happens, the anger rain happens, all these guys also catch the same emotion. They become this original size. They come to the same original size. Now these guys also start reproducing. Now these guys start reproducing. When third time the shower happens, all these guys catch the emotion and start storing. That is why every time when you are showered with the same emotion, it becomes more and more strong. You are addicted to that emotion. You will not be able to control that emotion. First time, if the anger is showered on you, if you are affected for 10 minutes, next time it will be surely become 20 minutes. Third time it will become naturally half an hour. That is why the emotion becomes more and more strong in your being, again and again. When you cooperate for these negative emotions, you create same type of mood, same type of that lifestyle in you. One more thing. Not only this emotion gets recorded into you, the big problem is you will express the same thing on others. What you have only you will vomit on others. If you are working to strengthen your greed, out of your greed, you will be caught by the emotion greed, and you will radiate that emotion greed, you will vomit that emotion greed on others. You will torture others also with that same emotion. Next, if you are working out of fear, again you will be caught by that emotion fear, and you will express that emotion fear, and you will torture others with the same emotion fear. Be very clear. The warriors are caught in fear. That is why they torture others. They give fear to others. Warriors are the most coward people. A real warrior is a man who has conquered his being. One is being. Only he can be the real warrior. If you are out of fear, if you are doing anything, you will reproduce the same fear in others. You will create the same fear in others. Now, take few minutes, sit and analyze. Throughout my life, all these years, I was driven by greed and fear. What I have achieved? What have I got? Where am I standing? What is really happening? Consciously think. Consciously allow this idea to work on you. Decide, from today, I will not do anything out of greed or out of fear. Immediately the fear will rise in you. What will happen to my bills? Who will pay? What will happen to my house? Who will pay the mortgage? What will happen to my car? Who will maintain? What will happen to my kids? Who will feed them? What will happen to my social prestige and name and fame? Who will maintain it? Please be very clear. You have enough energy, you have enough strength to maintain yourself without fear and greed. The important thing you need to trust is you don't need energy from fear or greed to run your life. That's the first thing we need to understand. You have enough potential energy to live your life and to achieve what you want. Mahavira, one more great enlightened master who is not used by India. He says, when you come down to this planet Earth, when you take the body, you bring enough of energy to live all your desires or to achieve whatever you want to achieve. You already brought enough fuel. You don't need fuel from fear or greed. You always think, if I stop fueling myself from fear or greed, I may stop working. No. There is reserve in all your vehicles. Enough fuel is available. But psychologists can never believe the unmotivated action is possible. Because they have never seen a Buddha. Again and again, these people who are working on the field of psychology, they come to a conclusion, only with motivation man can work. I tell you, no. No. What motivation birds have got to sing? But these Freudians are so perverted. Even for that they have started giving meaning. They say that the bird is calling for the spouse. Even the bird singing, they have started interpreting. The most perverted fellows. They can't see anything as it is. That is why here Krishna says, Ya pashyati sa pashyati. The man who is out of fear and greed only can see things as it is. If you are caught in fear or greed, you will see the things only as you want, never as it is. For example, if there is a beautiful tall building, man who is caught in the greed, the moment he sees, he will have one thought, if I have like this one building, how nice it will be. The man who is caught in the fear, he will think, I should not think of all these things, otherwise I'll be stressed, I should escape from all these places, I should go and stay in forest. The man who is caught in the fear, he thinks in one way. The man who is caught in the greed, he thinks in the other way. But only a man who is liberated from these two emotions will see it as it is. Yap pashyati, sap pashyati. What is, he will see that. Now, decide strongly. Throughout my life, I lived either pushed by fear or pulled by greed. Mahavir says beautifully, you don't need energy from greed or fear. And I tell you, for a person who is trained by the society, who is conditioned by society, for the person it will be very difficult to believe this truth, that you don't need energy from fear or greed to live. I know you are all sitting here out of politeness. He is speaking, let us listen what can be done. Just because you are sitting, it is not that you are able to believe it or you are able to trust my words. I know thousands of questions arising in your mind, but I tell you, your whole past, maybe 30 or 40 or 50 or 60, what is your age? That many years. You lived only fueled by fear and greed. Just give next 10 days for Mahavira. Decide, next 10 days I will trust the words of Mahavira. Mahavir says, you don't need fuel from fear or greed because you have brought enough energy. When divine sends you, when you take birth, God sends you with whatever you need. In India, the daughter is given, when the daughter is given the marriage, they will send the whole set from broomstick to everything will be sent. From cart, bureau, everything will be sent with a daughter. And dowry also, that nonsense. I don't know when India will understand and come out of that word dowry, come out of that idea dowry. If any of you have taken dowry and if you really want the spiritual life, first thing tomorrow itself give it back. Go back to the house, collect all the things, whatever you have taken from your in-laws' house, give it back. If your in-laws are not alive, give it to your wife. and tell her do what you want. Don't keep, that is the, I think, curse given to you. I tell you honestly, if you keep dowry in your house, Lakshmi will never stay in your house. The house in which dowry is kept, Lakshmi will not stay. Because it is cursed money. It is not the Sri with a blessing. It's a Sri with curse. Never keep dowry money in your house. If you really want Lakshmi in your life, see two things. Lakshmi has got two use in your life. One is just outer comfort. Another one is inner bliss. Lakshmi has two meaning in your life. One is outer comfort, another one is inner bliss. The man in whose house the dowry is kept, I can assure he will never have the inner Lakshmi. He will never have the inner Lakshmi. He may think he is having the outer Lakshmi. He may think, what is the difference between poor man and the rich man? Poor man sits on the ground and worries, the rich man sits in the sofa and worries, that's all. Nothing else. The size of the sofa is little big. Nothing else. How a daughter is sent with everything to the in-laws house, same way, divine sends you with everything. That is what we call in Vedanta Prarabdha karma. When you come down, you bring enough of energy for your senses and body to run and acquire whatever it wants, enjoy whatever it wants, and live the life blissfully. You brought everything. Only problem is, you don't trust you have brought everything. You don't trust you have brought everything. And one more thing, after coming down, you accumulate more and more desires from others. If you come down with 10 desires, you have brought enough energy to fulfill the 10. But after coming down here, you collect some more desires from your parents, brothers, sister, and then you try to work out all those desires. Please be very clear, work out only your desires. Let you not waste your life working out others' desires. You are wasting your life if you start working out others' desires. When we go to the chapter about desires, we'll go deeply into the desires, how it is created and how we are running behind it. Now this much of understanding is enough. Decide clearly. Let me not be fueled by fear or greed. And I tell you, just give 10 days for this one idea. Decide, next 10 days, I'll work only out of my joy and bliss. I'll do everything out of my pleasant mood, out of my joy. I can assure. And anyhow, of course, I'm going to be here even after 10 days. If it does not work out, come and catch me. It will transform your life. This single idea can liberate you straight away from all bondages. You have enough energy. You have brought enough of Shakti with you. You have enough of Kriya Shakti with you, which can run your life without being fueled by fear or greed. One more thing. First few days you will feel a little unsettled. When you work, when you say, whenever any desire comes up, you say no. Whenever any fear comes up, when you say no. First few days you will feel a little unsettled because a new inner space is created. You will feel a little empty, vacuum. Don't bother. In few days, you will beautifully settle with that emptiness. You will settle with that empty space. That emptiness only Buddha calls Sunya or Nirvana. working from Sunya consciousness, working from bliss consciousness, not being driven, pulled or pushed by fear or greed. Just 10 days decide, I will work only out of joy. I will not let fear or greed come inside my mind. Of course, in 10 days, you may fail few times. Don't worry about it. Starting is much better than fear of failure. See, when you have the fear of failure, you will never start. Start, even if you fail, it is okay. You will know the trick of the trade. At least you know the technique, where you are failure. And if you don't start at all, you will not even know where you are failure. Start, I tell you, honestly, it will transform your whole life. It will give you such a new strength, tremendous courage. Immediately you will be liberated. First few days, you may feel a little unsettled. What am I doing? I am feeling some emptiness inside because continuously you are tortured. When your mother-in-law dies, you will feel for a few days. Or the people with whom you are living, for a few days you will always feel that you are missing something. If you don't have anybody to nag you, you will feel that you are missing something. This desire and fear continuously nags you. For next 10 days, you may feel little that you are missing somebody who was continuously nagging you. Don't worry. You will settle into the consciousness. Your whole being will become new. Will be a new personality. This is an important thing. Two things. Trust you have enough energy to run without fear and greed. Only small kids need candy. Kids will work only when you show the candy. They will keep quiet if you threaten them that I will beat you. Of course, in this country nothing can be done. They will say 911. Nothing can be done. Only with kids, when you are a small child, you need fear or greed to make you work. Now you are a grown-up man. Still, why do you need fear or greed? Still, if you need fear or greed, you are mentally retarded. Please be very clear. We have grown physically, but not mentally. First few days, you will feel a little unsettled. One more thing. In 10 days, you will not lose your wealth. Is there anybody? 10 days, if I practice these ideas, I may lose all my wealth, Swamiji. Then the wealth is not worth having. Let you lose it. If it will last in 10 days, you think it is worth having? It's not worth having. If it can be lost so easily, then it is not worth having. The earlier it is lost, better for your being. Let you remove the tremendous stress and load from your inner space. Decide for 10 days, I'll do all my action out of deep bliss, out of settled mood. And I tell you an important thing which continuously exists in you, that constant irritation will disappear. Knowingly and unknowingly, you carry the constant irritation in you. That is why all of us are just waiting to burst, explode. Any small thing, you just shout, vomit. You are waiting for reasons to shout. Any small thing, you are irritated. You shout, don't you know? Don't you have sense? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? Constantly we carry that irritation mood in us. From morning till night, constantly, even for a small thing, we always shout, explode. Look into yourself. How many of you can honestly understand and agree that you carry the constant irritation in you? Raise your hand. Others are not honest. Be very clear. Don't think you are not carrying. Constantly we are carrying that irritation. The irritation is being carried in your inner space constantly. It is because of fear and greed. Let you be liberated from today from that irritation which you are carrying constantly. Something or other, some reason or other you need to explore, that's all. You are waiting to jump on others because you are not settled within yourself. There is uneasiness between you and your being. That uneasiness always expresses continuously on others. That uneasiness, what I call dis-ease. That dis-easeness between you and your being is what I call disease. You carry that constant uneasiness, constant irritation because you are putting wrong fuel in your engine. If the wrong fuel is added into your engine, you know the sound, what type of sound you will have and what type of smoke you will have. If the fuel is not pure, the engine will create a different kind of sound. Small story. Husband and wife both were driving car. They stopped at a signal. Suddenly next to them they saw a Benz car standing. Husband said, yesterday night in dream I was driving like this beautiful Benz car. Wife said, yes, I heard the engine sound. Sound sleep. Sleep for them and sound for others. Be very clear. If the fuel is not pure, you will have different sound and different smoke. If you are carrying the constant irritation in you, the fuel is not pure. You are not working out of your consciousness. You are not working out of your bliss. Just 10 days, decide. Don't put the fuel of fear and greed in your vehicle. You will see suddenly the new energy coming up from your being. The enthusiasm, costless, auspicious energy. The costless, auspicious energy is what we call Shiva. Shiva means in Sanskrit, costless auspiciousness. Reasonless energy. If you live with that reasonless energy, means unmotivated energy, and I tell you, you can do that. First thing, trusting you have that energy. Next thing, start living it. Only these two things you needed to reach the divine consciousness. When you start working with that costless, auspicious energy, you become Shiva. Otherwise, you are Shava. Here, Krishna gives a beautiful technique to reach that ultimate Shiva consciousness, to reach the beautiful space of bliss. Saknodi haivayavasodum praksarira vimokshanat kama krododbhavam vegam sayuktas sasughinaraha. Saknodi haivayasodum praksarira vimokshanat kama krododbhavam vegam sayuktas sasughinaraha. Before giving this present body, if one is able to tolerate the urges of material senses and check the force of desire and anger, he is well situated and he is happy in this world. Exactly what I said he is repeating. If you can at least once settle inside, if you at least once settle inside your being, when you are attacked by this emotion of desire and anger, without moving your body, without cooperating, without taken away by that emotion, you are well situated, means you achieved what has to be achieved. You are blissful in this world. People ask me again and again, Swamiji, what is the purpose of body and mind? The purpose of body and mind is only one thing: to achieve, to learn how to experience joy without body and mind. If you can learn that one thing of having happiness, bliss without body and mind, you achieved the use of body and mind. Over. After that, you can throw away the body and mind. You can live without body and mind. Man who is able to live without body and mind is Jivan Mukta. Even if the body and mind is there with him, he will not be touched by it. He has no use for it. If you don't have any use, any need, will you go to LA? No. Unless you have some reason, you will not go there. Same way, unless you have some reason, you will not assume this body. If you started, if you had a single glimpse of bliss without this body and mind, which is beyond this body and mind, you will never be disturbed by this body and mind. Even if it is there, it will be following you, you will not be following it. As on now, you are not driving the car because you don't know when to stop, how to stop. For example, if you don't know how to put brake and you are driving the car, it means you are not driving the car. Car is driving you. Without reading the manual, owner's manual, if you sit in the car, you will do that mistake only. Without reading the owner's manual, you will straight away enter into the car and start driving. You will do this type of mistakes. Only when you know how to stop, when you want to stop, you are driving the car. Otherwise, car is driving you. Please be clear. Read the owner's manual before you get into the vehicle. Gita is the owner's manual for your body and mind. Read the owner's manual before you get into the body and mind. The force of desire and anger, he is well situated and is happy in this world. He knows where he is. He knows his place. If you don't know your place, it is very difficult. In this world, many of us don't know our place. That is why we feel we are uprooted. We don't feel we belong to this life. We don't feel we are at home. Because you don't know your place. Small story. In a dark theatre, interval time, one guy went out, came back with popcorn and Coca-Cola. He came near a woman and asked, "Did I hit you or did I step on your foot few minutes ago?" She said, "Yes, as a matter of fact, you did." Then he says, "Thank you, then this is my seat." Then, this is my seat. You don't know your seat. You don't know your place. You have to identify your place only through these sources. You ask her, "Did I step on your foot? Did I hit you?" She says, "Yes, as a matter of fact, you did." Then he says, "Thank you." Then, "This is my chair. This is my seat." You don't know where you are situated. Only a person who has gone beyond greed and fear can relax into his being. will know what is his place on this planet Earth. If you don't fuel your being with fear and greed, suddenly you will see a new clarity. You will start working out of intelligence. You will start working out of divine consciousness. You will start working out of eternal bliss. Just decide, whatever I do out of greed, it only adds more and more greed. I am running. Enough. Same way, if you are escaping from something out of fear, all right, how much I can escape? How long I can run? This fear will come and attack me in some other form. If I am afraid of this and run, I will be afraid of something else. Something else will come. It is just the fear, not the object about which you are afraid. The object is not going to chase you, but the fear will chase you. You may go away somewhere, but you are carrying the tent, the canopy of fear and greed with you. Wherever you go and do the picnic, you open your own small tent. Same way, wherever you go, you carry your own small tent of fear and greed. You may escape anywhere, but when you go and sit there, you will open up your canopy, your fear and greed. There are so many great escapes, especially in this country. How many places? World's most happiest place, they claim, the Disney World. Actually, I went all over, the Disney World and the zoo, all possible places. Wherever, whatever places are popular, they took me there. After seeing, I really felt sad inside me. These people need so much of entertainment, means how much of depression they are carrying inside. So much of entertainment is necessary means how much of depression they are carrying inside. If you need so much of entertainment, please be very clear, something seriously wrong with your system. Something is seriously wrong in the whole system. Man doesn't need, by his nature, he doesn't need so much of entertainment. If he needs so many things to make him happy, there is something seriously wrong in the whole system. We need to look into the system and repair it. Again and again, Krishna declares, let you work out of joy. And I tell you, if you work out of bliss, you will create bliss for yourself, and you will create bliss for others, and you will never know what is tiredness. You will never even know the word tiredness. I tell you honestly, still I can't understand the word tiredness. How can you have tiredness? Tiredness is nothing but the inner contradiction between your Ichcha Shakti and Kriya Shakti. Between your will and your action. There is an inner contradiction. Inside there is some deep problem. You have a problem between your anger and fear. You have a problem between your greed and fear. Your greed and fear is attacking each other and you are tired, that's all. If you are feeling tired, please be very clear. Inside you, a big war is going on. The Mahabharata Yuddha is going on. Inside you, the war between the fear and greed is happening. Man whose consciousness is clear can never experience tiredness. The very idea of tiredness is totally wrong. How can there be tiredness? Just what you want, you do, that's all. In my young age, when I was in the college, I used to sit and meditate Morning I'll sit for 4 hours and evening I'll sit for 4 hours. I'll just casually sit and meditate. This roommates, they will ask me, how are you able to sit for so many hours? And I used to tell them, what is there? Your body, your mind. If you want, can't you sit? If you can't even sit with your body and mind, what are you going to achieve? Honestly, I am not even able to understand how a man cannot sit with himself. Your body, your mind, that's all. My body is my mind. Just sit, over. Why? Why we are not able to sit? Because continuously we have poured wrong fuel. Wrong fuel. That is why you are not able to sit with yourself. It's after all your body, your mind. Bring it completely under your control. If you can't bring this under your control, never ever expect you can bring anything under your control. Continuously, we are behind power. We want to control that, control this, control that, control this. The power hunger is so much in us. We are running behind always something to get the control over that. Understand, first let you bring your body and mind under your control. Let that be controlled by you. Then automatically you can bring anything under your control. If this is not under your control, whatever is under your control will not be under your control. So please be very clear. First thing which we need to do is bring your body and mind under your control. As and now it is under the control of fear or greed. One thought from greed is enough. Your body just runs. One thought from fear is enough. Your body just runs. Let it not happen. Let it be completely under you. Let it be completely under your consciousness. Let you fill your body and mind. Let your eternal bliss, eternal consciousness fill your body and mind. Here, beautiful sutra, beautiful technique from Krishna to enter into the consciousness. Labande Brahma Nirvanam Rushayakshina Kalmasha Chinnat Vaidayatmana Sarva Bhuta Hiterada. Those holy men whose sins have been destroyed, who are working for the welfare of other beings, means working out of bliss. Only when you work out of bliss, you will do good things for others. If you are working out of fear or anger, fear or greed, even if you do good things, it will end up only in trouble. It will not end up in as a service. Those who are self-restrained and have cleared all their doubts and dualities attains the eternal happiness of God, Nithyananda, of divine. Here, let us enter into the technique. First time, Krishna gives a beautiful technique to move your energy from fear and greed to divine consciousness, eternal consciousness. Your fear is rooted in Swadhisthana chakra, means the chakra which is situated just below the navel, 2 inches below the navel. Your greed is rooted in the Muladhara chakra, the chakra which is in the root of your spine, which is at the root of your spinal cord. Here Krishna gives you the technique how to elevate yourself from the 2 chakras to the eternal consciousness, the chakra of Anya, where the eternal consciousness resides, where your very being resides. Sparshan kritva bhagirbhamyam chakshuschaivaandare bhruvo pranavano samo kritva nasapyandaracharino yadendriya mano buddhir munir mokshaparayanaha vigadescha vayakrodo yassada muktayeva sa sparshan kritva bhagirbhahyam sachakshuschaiva dare bhruvo pranavano samo kritva nasapyandaracharino yadendriya mano buddhir munir mokshaparayanaha vigadescha vayakroda yassada muktayeva sa. Krishna gives a technique. You are all caught in the Mooladhara and Swadhisthana, fear and greed. That is why continuously you can watch. You will have a sort of a tensed feeling. You will be continuously holding your Mooladhara and Swadhisthana. Even now, just look into your being. Look, see, relax. You can feel near the Mooladhara area, you will be tightly holding yourself. You always hold yourself. You are always in tension, tensed in Mooladhara and Swadhisthana. Krishna explains how to relax that area, how to stop the fuel coming from greed and fear and get the fuel, get the Amrita Tara from eternal consciousness. Shutting out all external sense objects, keeping the eyes and vision concentrated between the two eyebrows, suspending the inward and outward breaths within the nostrils, and thus controlling the mind, senses and intelligence. The transcendentalist aiming at liberation becomes free from desire and fear. The byproduct of desire and fear, anger, all three. One who is always in this state is certainly liberated. Sada mukta evasa. First he gives the technique to enter into that state. Then he says, if you can stay in the same state, you are liberated. Now, at least let us try to have the glimpse of this state which Krishna explains, which Krishna speaks in this sloka. I will try to guide you step by step through this meditation. Please try to enter into that state. It may take next 10 minutes. Please sit straight and close your eyes. Let your head, neck and backbone be in a straight line. Intensely pray to the ultimate energy to give the experience of this meditation to us. First thing, visualize all your senses are completely shut. Visualize your eyes are completely closed. Your eyes are shut. Don't allow any visualization to happen inside your being. Not only closing the eyelids, close the eyes. Visualize your eyeballs have become completely dark. You are seeing only darkness in front of you. Visualize your ears are shut. Visualize your sense of touch is shut. Visualize your smelling capacity is shut. Visualize your taste is shut. Feel deeply. All the five senses are shut. Inhale and exhale as slowly as possible. Inhale and exhale as slowly as possible. Let your consciousness reside between the two eyebrows. Let your consciousness reside between the two eyebrows in a very relaxed way. Let you be aware of the space between your two eyebrows. Don't concentrate. Don't tense yourself. Very relaxed, deeply relaxed awareness. Let your Mooladhara be relaxed. Root of the spine. Let your root of the spine be relaxed. Let your Swadhisthana be relaxed. let your whole consciousness come up to the Ajna chakra, which is between the eyebrows. Let you concentrate in the space between the eyebrows. Let you relax in Ajna chakra between the eyebrows. Visualize cool, soothing light in the Ajna chakra, in the space between the eyebrows. Relax in the same Ajna chakra between your two eyebrows. Forget about the world. Forget all other parts of your body. Forget everything about your mind. Let you forget the body, mind and the world. Remember only Ajna chakra, the space between the two eyebrows. In the same space, your Ajna chakra. Go deeply into your Ajna chakra, in the space between the two eyebrows. Visualize beautiful, cooling, soothing light in that Ajna Chakra. Let you experience beautiful, blissful light in Ajna Chakra. Don't tense yourself. Let your awareness be on the Ajna Chakra in a very relaxed way. Let your consciousness rest in the space between the two eyebrows. Let you rest in the space between two eyebrows in a relaxed way. Let you relax. Let you relax in that same space of eternal consciousness. Let you be beyond the body, mind. Let your intelligence be awakened. Let you work through the eternal consciousness. Let you have the pleasant awareness of Ajna Chakra. let you be established in the eternal consciousness. Let you all be in, become one with and radiate eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Slowly, very slowly, you can open your eyes. Let you start staying in the same mood, at least for next 10 days. Understand, don't concentrate by force, but the pleasant awareness. When you keep that pleasant awareness around the Anya Chakra, your whole energy will be directed towards the eternal consciousness. You will receive energy from eternal consciousness, from immortality, Amritatva. You will not be driven by fear or greed from below. You will be driven from eternal consciousness from above. From below, if you are driven, you are man. From how to connect yourself with the divine energy, how to be driven by the divine consciousness. Let you function through the eternal consciousness. Let you be in and on, become with and radiate eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Vasudeva Sudam Devam Gam Sachanuramardhanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadgurum. Pradibodhitam Bhagavatam Narayanena Swajam Vyasena Kraditam Purana Muninam Madhye Mahabharatam Advaitam Mrudavarshini Bhagavati Ashtadashadhyayini Ambatva Manusandadami Bhagavad Gita Bhavatveshini.
ब्रह्मानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि। पार्थाय प्रतिबोधितां भगवता नारायणेन स्वयं व्यासेन ग्रथितां पुराणमुनिनां मध्ये महाभारतम् अद्वैतामृतवर्षिणीं भगवतीम् अष्टादशाध्यायिनीम् अम्बत्वा मनुसन्ददामि भगवद्गीते भवद्वेषिणी। वसुदेवसुतं देवं कंसचाणूरमर्दनं देवकी परमानन्दं कृष्णं वन्दे जगद्गुरुम्। I welcome you all with my love and respects. We'll start with a small story. An Hollywood director was shooting his big budget movie. In a desert area. Suddenly one day, an old Indian appears. He goes to the director and says, "Tomorrow rain." It happens, really, next day rain pours. After 1 week, again, same Indian appears and says, "Tomorrow storm." Exactly it happened. Next day there was a big storm and he had to cancel the shooting. After seeing 3-4 times, the director was really impressed and he tells his assistant, "Get that old Indian, we will pay him and keep him with us." After 3 weeks, suddenly the Indian has disappeared. He has not come back for more than a month. Director somehow searches and gets him back and asks him, "Please tell me about tomorrow. Tomorrow I have an important scene. I have to shoot an important scene. Very costly set. I rely only on you. Tell me about tomorrow." Old man just shrugged his shoulder and said, "Don't know because radio is broken." My radio is broken. Look in before coming to any conclusion. That is the message of today. Look in. Look in is the subject. The 6th chapter of Bhagavad Gita starts with the first Krishna sloka. this chapter, Arjuna is not putting any question. Krishna is directly answering. He is continuing. He is continuing his answers. His answer from last chapter, translated very wrongly as celibacy. No. Celibacy is not the right word for brahmacharya. In Sanskrit, the word means so beautiful, such a wonderful concept. In English, you don't have equivalent word because the very idea never existed. The very idea of brahmacharya never existed. Brahmacharya means brahmacharya. Brahma means existence, reality, divine. Charya means living like. Brahmacharya means man who lives like a god, who lives with existence, who lives with reality. Please be very clear. Brahmacharya word does not mean who is unmarried. In course of time, when it is translated as celibacy, we started using that word to a person who is unmarried. No. Brahmacharya means who lives with existence. Most of us live with fantasies. Look in, you will understand how much of fantasies are there inside. Our whole life is a fantasy. Our whole life is running behind fantasies. We don't live with the reality. You neither live with the real husband, nor you relate with the real wife. If you look into our life deeply, we may live in the same house, but count how many times we look into each other's eyes. How many times eye contact happens? You don't need two hands to count. You don't need two hands to count. The reason is, always the screen of fantasy is there between you and your spouse, between you and the life. Continuously, you don't want to look into the life as it is. You are not ready to accept the life as it is. Continuously, we are working on developing the life. We are not ready to look into the life as it is. Just today, I got a book, beautiful book. Men are from Mars and women are from Venus. I was just seeing the book. There are so many nice things he has expressed in that book. Men are from Mars, women are from Venus. To tell you honestly, there are so many things which he expressed is a reality. In our life, if you see what is happening, in our life, if you just look around, exactly what is going on, I can say we should find out some other term. The Venus and Mars are too close. They are from same galaxy. We should find out something else. Our life is just filled with fantasies. Continuously we are chiseling the other person. Continuously the other person is chiseling us. You have imagination. According to your imagination, you chisel the real person. All sound which is heard in your house is the chiseling sound. It's nothing but the chiseling sound. Continuously we go on chiseling. You can chisel a stone and make a beautiful sculpture and keep it in your house. You can chisel wood and make a beautiful furniture and have it in your house. But you can't chisel a living being. When you start chiseling a living being, you create more and more trouble for yourself and for the other person. A person who is matured enough to live with reality, achieve the state of brahmacharya. Brahmacharya means living with a real person, just dropping the fantasies. Living with a real person, living with a reality is what I call brahmacharya. Here again and again Krishna says, just renouncing the sacred fire, not performing his duty, does not mean you are a ascetic, you are a sannyasi. Please be very clear. When he says renouncing fire, in those days, fire is the base for everything. Whether cooking or doing spiritual practices, for everything you need fire. I can replace the word fire to cell phone. In modern day, we can add in this way. Don't think just by dropping cell phone you can become a great sannyasi or a great karma yogi. Today, in the modern day, cell phone and laptop has become a basic need. How the cell phone and laptop is a basic need. In those days, the Agni was the basic need for life. Please be very clear. How you are able to relate, communicate with people through cell phone. Our ancient rishis, they know the technique of relating with higher energies through fire. We should understand an important thing. Just how we are using cell phone and communicating, same way our masters, they know how to use the fire and communicate with higher energies. The whole science is nothing but using light particles. The whole science can be reduced of using light particles, whether it is electricity or atomic energy, everything. Everything is nothing but handling light particles with a different formulas, with a different method, with a different technology. Whether it is your fan, iron box, or this microphone, video camera, laptop, an atom bomb, everything can be reduced to that one single thing. Technique of handling the light particle, light energy. The science worked on light energy and created all these objects. Our Eastern rishis, mystics, worked on sound particle and created all these products. We had really Pushpaka Vimana. We did really have the atom bomb, Brahmastra. Everything was true. Only one thing, in course of time, we lost the technology, that's all. The technology of handling the sound waves, we lost it. Just because the technology is lost, the whole thing is questioned. People have started thinking, all these things are just mythology. All these things are just Puranas. No. We lost the key. Because of that, we are not able to open the lock. Just because you are not able to open the lock, don't think there is no treasure. The whole Vedas is nothing but learning the technique or tuning yourself to work with light, with the sound particles. Just like how scientists work with light particles, the rishis have worked with sound particles. They were able to relate with higher energies. They were able to communicate through fire, just with the vibrations. The Sanjaya seeing through telepathy and Pushpa Vimana concept or Brahmastra, all these things are true. Not only true, they are fact. Only thing, they were using the light particle. They were not using the sound particle. When the cultural invasion happened, the techniques are lost. I myself have seen a sannyasi who will create fire just by few words. He will utter few words and he will create the fire. Just out of nothing. With few words, you will be able to create fire. And still now, if you go to Kumbh Mela, you can see hundreds of people burying their head inside the earth. More than 24 hours. And there are so many people who can play with this sound energy. I myself have seen in Kumbh Mela 10 years ago in Haridwar Kumbh Mela, I myself saw a sannyasi floating. He was floating. Complete, the public was seeing. And he was just floating. And I have seen sannyasis who sit on the nail board, who sit on that nail board. I even have a video recording of that. In the ashram we have a DVD, how they sit and how they are floating. Just with sound energy, they are able to do whatever science is able to do with the light particle, light energy. So here, when Krishna says, the person who renounced the fire is not just by renouncing a fire, he cannot become sannyasi. Same way, here I can say, just by renouncing your cell phone and life, you cannot become sannyasi. The attitude needs to be changed. You need to change the attitude. Krishna now starts, he continues. In the first sloka, he gave the gist of the last chapter, like a follow-up. He gives the whole gist and then he starts. Uttaredatmanatmanam atmanam avasadayet atmaiva hyatmano bandhur atmaiva riburatmanaha. Uttaredatmanatmanam atmanam avasadayet atmaiva hyatmano bandhu atmaiva riburatmanaha. In my discourses, if I have quoted any Gita sloka, more than twice means this is the only sloka. At least 100 times I have quoted this sloka in my discourses. I can say this is a gist of the whole Gita. This single sloka is the gist of the whole Gita. Yesterday, we understood the concept, how to move from doing and having to being. We are all stuck in having. And then little intelligent man moves to doing. Then you are supposed to move to being. We learned the technique of how to move, how to liberate yourself from fear and greed, how to move into the divine consciousness, how to move into bliss. Here Krishna says, Uttared atmanatmanam atmanam avasadayet. The translation goes, one must deliver himself with the help of his own being and not degrade himself. The being is the friend of the soul and his enemy as well. You are your own friend and you are your own enemy. If you know the technique of how to lift yourself by yourself, you will become friend of yourself. If you let yourself down, you will become enemy of yourself. Yesterday we all learned the technique. How many of you yesterday requested you to follow the technique just for 10 days? Naturally, when you follow, again and again you will fall. You will fall. If you have not fallen, please be very clear, you have not done rightly. You have not practiced properly. When you practice anything, naturally you will fall again and again. Suddenly you will forget. Oh, I started working out of fear. I started working out of greed. You will come back. Again and again you will come back. When you start working, naturally you will see there will be few problems. There will be few problems. A small story. There was a big spiritual organization. One monk was sent to a remote tribal area for doing the service. Suddenly, headquarters receives lot of complaint letters about that monk. The president says, after reading the complaint letters, we have posted right person, don't worry. The secretary asks, what is this master? We are getting all complaints about him. We are getting wrong information about him. How do you say that we have posted the right person? He says, if you are getting wrong information, if you are getting complaints, means he has already started working. At least something is going on. Always, when you start anything new, you will have three phases. First, resistance. Next, just avoiding. They will neither care nor resist. Indifference. Third, acceptance. This is the way anything will start. Same way, when you start doing anything inside your system, the same way you will start growing. First, resistance. Again and again you will fall. You will forget. Your system will resist. It will try to create all complications, all complaints, all possible arguments. Sometime, if you can't follow the teachings of Krishna, you will start blaming Krishna. I have seen many people, when they are not able to follow teachings of Krishna, straight away they will start criticizing Krishna. What Krishna? He was always flirting. He was always running behind women. He was Radha Lola. He is a Stree Lola. What type of man he is? Easily you can avoid, escape from Krishna by criticizing Krishna. When we can't practice these teachings, you have to justify yourself. And naturally, inside your being, your conscience will hurt you. So you have to justify. Some way you have to make your conscience believe you are doing right thing. So you have to find out some argument. So instead, when you are not able to follow, start criticizing Krishna. Best way to escape. Best way to avoid the teachings of Krishna. When we resist, when our being resists, if you allow the resistance to grow, you are the worst enemy for yourself. That is what Krishna says here. Uttared atmanatmanam atmanam avasadaye. Let you lift yourself by yourself. If you don't, you will be your worst enemy. It is up to you to help yourself as a best friend or to hurt yourself as a worst enemy. Please be very clear. Nobody can hurt you unless you allow. Nobody can help you unless you allow. Nobody can hurt you unless you allow. Nobody can help you unless you permit. Uttared atmanatmanam. Let you lift yourself by yourself. Again and again these masters, they come and stand in the same point. Krishna says, let you lift yourself. If you have fallen, if you have failed practicing these words which you learnt yesterday, the teachings or the meditation technique, if you have forgotten, don't worry. Again and again lift yourself. Don't feel depressed. Don't have guilt. Don't think you will not be able to do. Again and again lift yourself. Even Buddha, the last teaching of the Buddha is Atma Deepo Bhava. The moment he was about to die, Buddha is about to leave the body. All his disciples are asking, Master, give us your message in one word. What's your ultimate message? Buddha says, Atma Deepo Bhava. Let you be light, guide unto yourself. Let you be guided by yourself. Atma Deepo Bhava. Let your being guide you. The same thing, Krishna says, Uttared Atmanatmanam. Let you lift yourself by yourself. Nobody can do anything unless you lift yourself. Just the other day, the internet I was reading, Super Deluxe Kundalini Yoga. There was an advertisement, $240 they charge, and you don't need to do anything. They themselves, they have a bypass circuit. Your Kundalini will be raised to Sahasrara automatically. All you need to do is allow them to do that bypass surgery, bypass connection. Then your Kundalini will stay in the Sahasrara forever. I was just shocked. I was surprised. How can somebody else awaken your Kundalini? Of course, enlightened masters can awaken. But staying in that same state can be done only by you. They can give you the glimpse, satori. But staying in that consciousness and achieving samadhi can be done only by you. Uttared Atmanatmanam. Only you can help yourself. Somebody goes to Buddha and asks, Master, you know enlightenment is the ultimate thing. Why don't you give that to all of us? Why don't you make us all enlightened? Buddha says, oh, you want enlightenment? Do you think that I should give enlightenment to everybody? Please go around and take a survey. How many really wants enlightenment? By evening, this guy comes back after taking an extensive survey in that whole city, and he says, Master, only 2 persons wants enlightenment. Buddha says, please bring them, let me give. He says, no, they are not ready to come from the house all the way here. If you can send by courier, they are ready to receive. If you can send from here, they are ready to receive and keep it in their house. They are not ready to come here all the way. Nobody wants. Even if you want it as a one more item in your showcase. We are not ready to risk anything for enlightenment. We want one more item in the showcase. We can say, whenever people come to our house, we tell, this is from Delhi, this is from New York, this statue is from Japan. Just like that you can say, oh, this enlightenment that Nithyananda Swami he gave. He was giving Gita discourse. I went and attended, he gave. How it looks? Just as a one more showpiece, we are ready to accept, but not ready to commit, or not ready to risk anything, not ready to take the responsibility. Buddha says, the existence is so great, it allows you, it gives you the freedom to be in bondage. God is so great, He gives you even the freedom to be in bondage. It is your freedom, whether to be in bondage or to be liberated.
even liberation should not be forced. If it is forced, even liberation is not liberation. If it is forced, how can it be liberation? It cannot be. So you have complete 100% choice to be liberated or to be in bondage. It is completely up to you whether to be liberated or to be in bondage. God is so great, He allows you, He gives you the freedom even to be in bondage. Here Krishna says, Uttared Atmanatmanam Atmanam Avasadayet. Let you liberate yourself by yourself. Unless you liberate yourself, nobody else can liberate yourself. If you help yourself, you are the greatest friend for your being. If you don't, you are the worst enemy for your being. Next, Krishna explains the same concept. Bandhuratmatmanastasya enatmaivatmana jitaha anatmanastu satrutve vardedatmaiva satruvataha. For him who has conquered the mind is the best of friends. But for the one who has failed to do so, his mind will remain the greatest enemy. This is an important sloka. This has to be understood with the next two slokas. Let us enter into the next two and then we will understand. Jitatmana prasantasya paramatma samahitaha Sidoshna sukha dukkeshu tadamanaapamanayo. Jnana vinyana truptatma kodasto vijidendriyaha yukta yucchate yogi samaloštashma kanchanaha. Let me give the translation, then we will enter into the understanding. For one who has conquered the mind, the super soul, Paramatma, is already reached. For he has attained tranquility. To such a man, happiness and distress, heat and cold, honor and dishonor are all the same. The next sloka says, a person whose mind is contented because of knowledge of spiritual science, who has subdued his senses, and to whom cloud, stone and gold are same, and who is satisfied with what he is earning, is said to be established in self-realization and is called a yogi. Throughout this chapter, Krishna speaks about senses, how our senses are functioning and what we are supposed to do. Let me give you a small diagram, how our mind functions and how our senses are working. Then we will be able to understand the Gita in a much better way.
Please understand how our mind works, how we process information, how we perceive things, how our senses perceive information, and how you take decisions, how you move in your life. First, for example, you are seeing something through the eyes. Let us take this scene. Now you are seeing something. Here I am explaining only based on eye. You can replace it with ears. You can replace it with the taste. You can replace it with smell. You can replace it with touch. With any pleasure, you can replace it. Here I am giving an example of eye. And this scene. Let us take the example of this scene. You are seeing me. First, your eyes will catch the picture or the scene. This will be taken to chakshu. Chakshu means the energy which is inside the eyes. This is called indriya. Please understand, eyes are not seeing. Through eyes, the energy is seen. Through eyes, something else is seeing. How to understand this? Sometime, your eyes will be wide open. If you are intensely listening some music, even if somebody walks in front of you, you will not know. Your ears are open. If you are intensely reading something, even if some sound happens, you will not hear the sound. It means you are not hearing just through eyes or just by ears. Something else is seeing through eyes. Which sees through eyes is called chakshu. The whole file goes to chakshu. The picture or the scene which you are seeing will go to chakshu. In chakshu, the important process happens. The whole file is converted into digital file. I am speaking in the computer language. Understand? The whole thing is converted into digital file. It's almost like a DSP, digital signal processor. The whole thing is converted into digital file. Inside the computer, if you have to process any information, it has to become digital file. Whether it is a picture or whether it is a sound, it has to be converted into digital file. Same way, inside, if the process has to happen, means the whole thing has to be converted into biosignal file, digital file. The file processing happens in chakshu. Whatever scene you are seeing now, that picture will be converted into digital file in chakshu. That file will now go to chitta, memory. It will go to memory. In memory, the process will start happening. What is this I am seeing? What is this in front of me? First thing in memory, you will start analyzing and negating things. This is not this. This is not this. This is not this. That na iti, that will start happening in chitta. First your mind will say, this is not a tree. This is not an animal. This is not a vehicle. This is not a rock. All these things, that na iti, that this is not, that process will happen in chitta. Once that this is not happens, the file goes to mind. The mind starts saying, this is it, this is it. In mind, you start saying, the mind starts the identification process. This is it. Your mind starts saying, I am seeing a man standing with a kavi cloth. He is a Swami. He is teaching Gita. This is it. That identification will start happening in mind. Then the file goes to buddhi, your intelligence. The intelligence does the process. What is there between me and this scene?
What is the connection between me and the scene? What way I am related to him? What way now I am related to this scene? Your buddhi will start analyzing with all your earlier experiences. Last 4 or 5 days I attended. It was really nice. I think it's really nice. Or if you think, no, I wasted my time yesterday itself. This is not worth. Some decision your buddhi will take. Your buddhi will say, some way it will respond, whether it is right or wrong, whether you liked it or not. Some way your buddhi will give the response, and now the whole file will go to ego. According to the buddhi's signature, the buddhi will write in the file, yes or no. Buddhi will write in the file, yes or no. This is what according to my past experience, or this is what my analysis. This is what is my decision. Whatever buddhi feels will be signed. The whole file will go to ego. Ego will deliver the command. Ego will say, if buddhi says yes, if buddhi says, I enjoyed yesterday, it was such a wonderful experience. And ego says, sit here, continue to listen. Listen intensely. Ego will give command. If buddhi says, no, yesterday itself I wasted my time. It was boring and this is not for me. If ego says, if buddhi says, this is not for me, immediately the ego gives the command, come, let's move. There is so much of work to be done in the house. The moment ego gives the command, automatically your whole being starts executing it. This is the way you receive information, you process it and you respond. The information comes, the processing happens and the response is given. This is the way our senses work. Now, Krishna says an important point, an important thing. Let me now explain. Eshu tada manapamanayo. For one who has conquered the mind, the super soul, Paramatma, is already reached. The eternal bliss is already achieved. For he has attained tranquility. To such a man, happiness is distress. Happiness and distress, heat and cold, honor and dishonor, all are same. Throughout this chapter, Krishna emphasizes on this one idea, senses. How can happiness and unhappiness, how can honor and dishonor, how can heat and cold be same for us, same for a man? How is it possible? First thing, when these senses do this process, you decide yes or no only based on your past experience. Only based on your past experience. The experiences with which you have grown are the words with which you have conditioned your chitta and manas. How your mind and memory has been conditioned. Only based on that your buddhi decides. Please be very clear. Something is so tasty for you, for your neighbor, that will be poison. Why to go for neighbor? Your wife. You may like something, but the other person may not like that. A small story. There are 3 ways to do anything. First, hire somebody, you can do it. Or do it by yourself. If you can't, just tell your wife not to do that. There are 3 ways you can do the work. When you don't want something to be done, just tell her to do. When you want something not to be done, you know the technique. Whenever
your mind is caught in dualities, the dvandva. Again and again and again, you fall back to your dilemma, to your suffering, to your nature, to your instinct level. Here, Krishna says the person who has achieved the bliss is not affected by heat or cold. How to reach that state? Throughout this chapter, he is speaking only about senses. How to conquer the senses, how to go beyond the senses. First thing we need to understand, when I say the word conquering the senses, I don't mean controlling the senses or destroying the senses. If you try controlling the senses or destroying the senses, you will only struggle more and more and suffer more and more. Ramana Maharshi says beautifully, instead of killing the person, if you try to destroy the chair, destroying the chair will not work. Killing the person only will work. Here, your senses are just chair. Your ego is the person who is sitting there. If you try to control your senses, that is not going to work. If you try to control your body, that is not going to work. Krishna says beautifully, for one who has conquered the mind, for him, when he says the word mind, he means the whole ego, the whole setup, where the decision making is happening. Mind, buddhi and ego. This is the spot where the decision making is happening. When you just try to conquer the senses, again and again and again you will be a failure. You will be a worst failure. And one more thing, if you have failed 2-3 times, you will lose the confidence. If you fail fighting with your senses, automatically you will lose the confidence. You will start thinking, it is never possible. I can never achieve it. You need intelligence to progress in this path. Small story. One guy wanted to go for a vacation to Juhu Beach. He went, he traveled. After 1 week he came back. The friend asked, did you go to Juhu Beach? He said, no, I was not able to find. Did you not see any board on the highway? No, there was a board which said Juhu Beach left. I thought the beach is left and I came back. You need intelligence to travel, to progress in the path. If you try to work from the wrong side, if you try to work from the side of senses, you will never be able to succeed. It's like if you try to create more pressure on the cooker, you will not be able to succeed. First you need to remove the fire. You need to remove the fire. You need to stop the energy supply. Here, the ego or the buddhi, the place from where you take the decision, that from there continuously the decisions are supplied to your senses. All you need to do is to work on the level of mind, not in the level of senses. If you try to work in the level of senses, you will create only more and more perverted desires. For example, man who tries to control is eating. The man who tries to fast, you will see in the dream you will be feasting. If you just fast for 4 days, that's enough. The 5th day in the dream you will be feasting, because your body has got its own balance. Your body has its own intelligence. if you avoid something, it has to supply and it has to rejuvenate itself. If you are hungry, you can't sleep. If you have to continue to be in that state of sleep, your body should believe. You should be made to believe you are not hungry. So your unconscious energy creates the dream as if you are feasting. You are eating. Whatever you deprive, your unconscious will satisfy itself in the dream state. Because in the dream state there is no police, there is no state, there is nobody to control you. You just project your world and enjoy it. You just do whatever you want. An important thing, if you are suppressing anything, be very clear, in the dream automatically it will express. Dream is nothing but your suppressions. Dream is nothing but the expression of your suppressed desire and fear. Your fear or desire, when you suppress it, it expresses in dream. One important thing, it expresses in a very perverted way. In a very perverted way. With senses, you will never become tired. If you enjoy through dream, if you were frightened through dream, your whole being will suffer. You can see, if you had a nightmare, even after waking up, for hours, you will be in that same mood. You will be in that same mood. Your whole being will be shaken. Now, they are coming up with a new concept called fear stroke. Just like paralysis stroke, fear stroke. We do get fear strokes in dreams. We do get fear strokes in dreams. If you are suffering in the dream level, be very clear, there is something seriously wrong in the mind and buddhi level. You are trying to control the senses instead of controlling the mind. Instead of removing the fire, you are trying to create pressure. All we need to do is to work on the mind, to remove the fire, to stop the supply of fuel, to stop the supply of energy. Krishna says, for the one who has conquered the mind, for the one whose mind has started doing the right processing, if your mind and chitta is filled with past memories, you cannot take right decision. Please be very clear. Don't think mind takes the decision only in a very logical way. Sometimes your buddhi takes decisions in a very funny way. For example, I was explaining how you take the decision whether to sit here or not. Sometimes your buddhi doesn't even think that much. If you had any problem with any other Swami or with any other person who was wearing this cloth, suddenly that memory will be awakened and your buddhi is not even ready to sit and listen. Your buddhi is not even ready to give a chance. Your buddhi is not even ready to think. Immediately it gives the order. Your ego gives the order. That's what I call prejudice. Changing the servants, you cannot change the leader. But by changing the leader, you can change servants. Mind is the leader who is leading. Mind is a master who is taking decisions. Here all you need to do is work on the mind, not on senses. Krishna says, for the one who has conquered the mind, the Paramatman is achieved. You don't need to achieve the bliss. It is there always with you. If it has to be achieved, there is every possibility it can be lost again. What is the guarantee? It will be there forever. Be very clear. Anything if you have to achieve, it is not worth achieving. anything, if it is your nature, then realize it. If it is to be achieved, there is every possibility. After 10 days it may be lost. Suddenly it may disappear. So here, Krishna says, all you need to do is conquer your mind. You don't need to achieve. I always tell people, Ananda Spurana is continuously happening. The bliss flowering is continuously happening. Spurana means life. The life energy. Your very life energy is bliss. Unless you have the bliss energy in you, you cannot inhale or exhale. The inhaling and exhaling itself happens because of bliss energy in you. The eternal consciousness in you. All you need to do is, you are stopping that bliss fountain again and again. All you need to do is just stop the stopping process, that's all. You don't need to create. Stop the stopping process. Here Krishna says, if you just conquer the mind, that is enough. The Paramatman is already achieved. Jitatmana prasantasya Paramatma samahitaha. It is already achieved. And you are with it. There is nothing to be achieved. When you conquer the mind, the happiness and distress, both are one and the same. You are not touched by it. A small story. How the happiness and sorrow is nowhere related to outer world. It's related to our inner world. Very beautiful story. One old man went to nearby city for some work. When he came back to his village, from distance, suddenly he saw his house is on fire. And he started shouting, screaming, he started rolling on the ground and started weeping. His son came to him and said, "Father, don't worry. Don't you remember just yesterday we sold that house? Just yesterday we sold that house." Immediately he sat up, wiped the tears, and in a single moment the suffering has disappeared. No misery, no sorrow. He says, "Oh, now I understand. Remember, yes, don't worry. Yes, I am relaxed." In 10 minutes, the next son comes and he says, "Father, yes, we sold, but we have not yet got the money." We have not yet got the money. Again this fellow started rolling on the ground, started weeping. "Oh, what happened to my house? I don't know what will happen. I don't know who will care for me. I don't know how to save myself." He started weeping. In next 10 minutes, wife came and she said, "Don't worry, just today morning I got the money and deposited in the bank. We are safe." Again he got up and wiped his tears. He's all right. See the story, same situation, same person. When he thinks it is his, he is suffering. When he thinks it is not his, he is liberated. Same situation, same person. What gives you suffering? Just one single thing, thinking that it is yours. Thinking that it is yours. Same way, there are people who can't enjoy unless it is theirs. One day I was going for a walk in the beach road. I was going for a walk. One person was walking with me. He's known to us. Suddenly he started telling, "Swamiji, I think we should have a cottage here. And it will be really nice. We can come out and sit in the evening and enjoy the breeze." I told, "Are we not enjoying now? Why do you need cottage here? Just look. Just see this whole thing. Enjoy." But the mind never enjoys unless you are sure that it is yours. Unless you possess that, you don't enjoy. Be very clear, the man who possesses and enjoys will never enjoy. By the time you possess the cottage, by the time you own the cottage, you will start worrying. I think I should have this furniture. I should have that type of arrangement. I should do this. I should do that. Or already you have started thinking about the other cottage in some other place. Somebody goes to Ramana Maharshi and says, Master, what a beautiful place it is about Arunachala. Ramana Maharshi is a great devotee of Arunachala. To him he says, Master, such a beautiful hill, such a beautiful place, how nice to be here. Ramana Maharshi says, just be here for 3 days, everything will become all right. In 3 days you will take the things for granted. It will be beautiful only for 3 days, not more than that. The person who enjoys only by possessing will never enjoy. The person who enjoys will never bother about possessing. You are there always. Things are there always. It is just your mind. The mind, sometimes, unless you are sure it is yours, it will not allow you to enjoy. Sometimes, when you know it is yours, it creates suffering. Suffering or enjoyment is created only by that one place, only one link, that mind. If that link is disconnected, the whole process will happen beautifully. The only difference between you and an enlightened man is that one link missing. Don't think enlightened man means he will have two big arms. Nothing. There is no difference between you and an enlightened man. The only one difference, one link, that mind link is missing, which continuously decides what is there for me, what way I am connected, what way I am affected. And I, that link is missing. If you can cross that link, if you can cut that link, if you can cross the I, you will become Christ. If you can cross the I, you will become Christ. Nothing else. All you need to do is just remove that one link. Don't try from senses. You will destroy it. We always complain about senses. Again and again, we say senses are spoiling us. No, you are spoiling them. Be very clear. Don't put the responsibility on senses. You are spoiling them. You destroy them. You abuse them. We abuse our senses. Look into our life. Night till 2 o'clock sitting and watching the baseball, television. Your eyes will be begging, please give me a little rest. Please give me little rest. When some advertisement comes, and automatically your eyes will close. It wants to sleep. But because you want to enjoy, you abuse your eyes. Same way the gongura chutney. So hot. Tongue will be burning. Eyes will be pouring. The whole system will be burning. But not even with a fingertip, with a hand. And now just the word is enough. I can... how many mouths are feeling the taste? We abuse our senses. We disrespect our senses. Please be clear. Senses are not destroying us. Senses are not disturbing us. It is we who are disturbing the senses. It is we who are abusing the senses. It is this link, what is there for me, this link, the I, that is where the whole trouble starts. That is where you abuse your senses. All you need to do is not to control the senses, but to control the mind. Make it understand what is really happening inside your system. One more very simple thing, to tell you honestly, heart and taste, both are one and the same. Today, just try to do this simple experiment, very small experiment. Stretch your tongue and concentrate on the tongue. When you go back to your house, try to do it. Just concentrate on the tongue. Visualize as if you are walking on your tongue. Your tongue is a highway and you are walking on that road. Just concentrate on it. Then take a chili and sugar candy. Take a chili and sugar candy. Touch it from two corners. Put chili in one corner, sugar candy in another corner. And deeply witness what is happening. Suddenly you will realize the process which happens when you touch chili and the process which happens when you touch sugar candy, both will be one and the same. Please try to do this experiment. You will understand. If you go a little deep, if you go a little deeper inside your system, the hot and sweet both are one and the same. Only when you stamp that, this is hot, this is not good for me, this is sweet, I like this. Only when you put a rubber stamp, only when you label it, the trouble starts. As a process, as a nature, both are one and the same. Try today. If you experiment, you will understand. Both processes are one and the same. You label that based on your belief, your earlier beliefs. Based on that, you label them. You decide. You downhole your experiences based on your recorded memory. Suddenly you decide, this is not good for me. Then you start thinking it is not good for you. And you really start feeling it is not good for you. One more thing we need to understand. Your thoughts are creating your senses. Your mind creates your senses. Don't think you are living with what you have. You create what you want to have. You are not living with what you have. You are creating what you want to have. Your thoughts are so powerful. Your mind is so powerful. It can change the whole body. It can just change the whole body. For example, one thought just now, try to think a person who creates disturbance in you or your enemy. Person who took money from you, not giving back. A person who gave you money and asking it back. Just remember that person. Immediately you can see the change happening inside your system. The whole chemistry is changing. Blood is boiling. BP is rising. Heartbeat is rising. Pulse rate is increasing. Just one thought, your whole system is changing. A single thought can change the whole chemistry. Or one thought which creates lust. One board or one hoarding is enough. Immediately your whole body chemistry changes. Your whole body is now ready. Please be very clear. Single thought can change the chemistry of your body. Your body is again and again created by your thoughts. It is your thoughts which creates the body. That is why in India there is a great science called Samudrika Lakshana. Seeing the body, seeing your face, seeing your way of standing, sitting and walking, they will tell the quality of you. They will tell everything about your mind. Because the rishis know the secret. The mind creates the body. It is your mind which creates the body. Body is the outer expression of mind. Body is nothing but outer expression of mind. Mind is nothing but inner experience of body. So if your mind changes, your whole body can be changed. Your whole system can be changed. Your whole senses will be changed. A man whose mind is controlled, whose mind is clearly reprogrammed according to the spiritual ideas. If you reprogram your mind, as on now, it is programmed for misery, towards dukkha. It is looking outward. If you can reprogram them to look in, towards bliss, your whole senses can be changed. Your whole senses can be changed. Please be very clear. All we need to do is just reprogram your mind to look in. That is the gist of the whole thing. And he says one more important thing, heat and cold. Heat and cold. Try this also. Beautiful experiment. I don't know whether you'll be able to believe or not. I have seen people living in Himalayas in snow with just 2 pieces of dress. Let me tell very clearly. I lived in Himalayas. I used to sleep on the snow with the same dress. I have lived. Very difficult to believe. But all you need to do is stop resisting, that's all. It is very difficult to believe, but you can do. Just don't create idea. The moment you feel the cool breeze, don't create an idea, cold, I may catch cold, I may have wheezing, I may have sinus, I may have asthma. Don't create big terms. And the West, the big problem is you learnt all nonsensical words. We know all the words, all negative words. More words you know about diseases, more the possibility of creating the disease in you. Because whenever you repeat something, you create that quality in you. Please be very clear. A simple experiment now you can do. You just sit with closed eyes and repeat 10 times. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. You will have peace inside you. Only thing, your wife's name should not be Santi. If you just repeat that word, Shanti, for 10 minutes and 10 times, you will start experiencing that quality in you. That quality will start happening in you. If you repeat the names of diseases, please be very clear, you will start creating the same diseases in you. There's a recent research, beautiful research. I went to the API convention, the American Association of Physicians of Indian Origin. There they gave me a big their research works, beautiful book. I read few researches. One research says, the medical college, they did this research, medical colleges. If a particular disease, if the lessons are going on about that particular disease, for example, knee pain, more than 40% of the students get that pain. I don't know how you will understand this. More than 40%. Because continuously you are thinking about that symptom. And one more big problem. Whenever you hear any disease, any symptom, first thing you will do is you will compare with yourself. Do I have that? You will compare with yourself. You will see, do you have that symptom? Continuously, because they are meditating on that symptoms, 40% of the students express the same symptoms in their life. If the lesson goes to the next disease, they express that symptoms. Whatever you think, you express. If you are continuously thinking the wrong things, your senses will be created in the same way. Only one thing you need to do, just work on the mind. Just liberate the mind. Just purify the mind. Your whole system will be purified. Your whole senses will be reconstructed. Krishna gives a beautiful technique also to work on the mind. To work on the mind. Krishna says one more thing. Honor and dishonor will also be the same. This is very difficult. Cold and heat can be the same. You can even accept that. But honor and dishonor, very difficult. And it is simply impossible. One word is enough to make us mad. One word, single word thrown on us is enough to make us mad. Because somebody asked me actually, Swamiji, why do we bother so much about others' opinion? You bother about others' opinion so much because you don't know about yourself. You know about yourself only through others' words, others' opinions. You understand about yourself only from others. If everybody says you are beautiful, you get that record, you get that certificate. If everybody says you are intelligent, you get that certificate. If everybody says you are great, you get that certificate. If everybody says you are very smart, you get that certificate. Collecting all these certificates, with those certificates you build your personality. In our Life Bliss program, the first session is about this. The first session, why we get depressed. Why again and again we fall into a low energy. Because the energy source for you is other certificates. You don't have self-respect. You respect yourself only based on others' opinions. If others' opinions about you is good, you think you are great. If others' opinions about you is not good, immediately you fall. Have you seen the kids playing? They will build castles with playing cards. Same way, you build castles with other certificates. Your personality is nothing but a castle built with others' certificates. If one card is removed in that castle, what will happen to that castle? It just tumbles down. Same way, if a single person takes away his certificate, what happens to your personality? Just collapse. Again and again you fall into the depression. Please be very clear. Whenever you fall into the depression, either somebody would have taken their certificate or you are afraid that somebody may take away their certificate. That's all. Scan it. You will realize either somebody would have taken away their certificate or you are afraid that they may take away their certificate. we have no self-respect. Jesus says, love thy neighbor as you love thyself. That is why so much of war. Because you don't love yourself. That is why so much of hatred. Jesus says, love thy neighbor as you love thyself. You don't love yourself. We don't have self-respect. We know about ourselves only based on others' opinions. We build our personality only by others' opinions. That is why we care so much for others' opinions. The first session of Life Bliss is this session. First thing I tell people is, if you want to live, learn how to live, how to stand on your own foot, how to be with yourself. As of now, our source of energy is others' opinions. If somebody comes and tells you, you are really great, you will try your best to say, no, I am not, but inside what happens? See very clearly, inside what happens? Inside the mind is telling, tell little more. But outside you feel very shy. But inside mind says, no, little more. Okay. Continuously, we are fueled by others' opinion and we work to get others' opinion. Meditate on this one statement. This is a sutra. This is a great sutra which can liberate you. Don't worry about others' opinions. Don't worry what others are thinking about you, because they are worrying about what you are thinking about them. They are worrying, thinking what you are thinking about them. Don't worry about others' opinions, because they are worrying about your opinions about them. Meditate on this one statement. It will completely liberate you from this problem of honor and dishonor. You will be liberated from the honor and dishonor. Look into your life. Whomsoever is standing in your consciousness, about whoever's opinion you are worrying, all of them are bothered about your opinions. Be very clear. If you are bothered about somebody's opinion, directly or indirectly, he is also bothered about your opinion. It is just give and take game. It is just give and take game. Don't bother about anybody's opinion, because they are bothering about your opinions. Bhagavatam Narayana Swajam Vyasena Kraditam Purana Muninam Madhye Mahabharatam Advaitam Mrudavarshini Bhagavatim Ashtadashadhyayini Ambatva Manusandadami Bhagavad Gita Bhavatveshini. The next sloka, Krishna says, a person whose mind is contented because of the spiritual knowledge, who has subdued his senses, and to whom stone and gold are same, and who is satisfied with what he is having, is said to be established in self-realization and is called enlightened being. First we should understand why Krishna is speaking all these qualities of the Master. Why he is explaining all these qualities? These qualities are techniques. If you practice them, you will reach the same state. The other day I was telling, enlightened man's words are mantras, and his life is tantra, technique, and his form is yantra, to be meditated upon. His actions, if it is replicated in your life, it will create the same quality of consciousness in your being. For example, if you listen to the music which comes from heart, the traditional music, Indian music, Carnatic Sangeeta, Carnatic music and all those things, you will have that same experience. If you listen to the music which comes from Muladhara, which comes from sex, you will have that same mood. If you meditate on some expression, you will have that same experience. Experience leads to expression. Expression leads to experience. That's a beautiful story. This again a research report. Now it has become very popular, art therapy. If you have heard about it, I don't know whether you have heard about it or not. Art therapy. All these mad people are asked to paint. They are given canvas cloth and the paint. And you know how they will paint. Because there are a lot of mad people who are painting. And they just roll on that cloth and do whatever they want. But some surprising thing, if they are every day asked to paint, within 6 months they come out of the madness. Because the catharsis happens. They throw everything out. When catharsis happens, naturally they get healed. And the next step is beautiful thing. There was a doctor who was doing research on this art therapy. He says, people who became mad because of money, they all paint and draw in the same way. People who became mad because of women, they all paint and draw in a very same way. People who became mad because of name and fame, they all paint in the same way. There are so many reasons why you can become mad. One more small story. One guy went to the mental hospital just to see what is happening. The doctor took him to show around. The first room, he saw one person. All over his room he has written the name Lata, 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 Lata in blood. And he is sitting and chanting the word Lata, 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 Lata. The person asked what happened to him. Doctor said he wanted to marry Lata. He was not able to marry. He has become mad. That is why he is continuously repeating her name, and he is here. He goes around, he shows different kind of people. One person is just swimming on the floor, another one is hanging in the ceiling, another one is walking just with his hands. He sees all kinds of people. In the end, he comes back in another one room. Again, one more person is sitting and chanting Lata, 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 Lata. In his room, all over the word Lata, Lata, Lata is written. This guy asks, what happened to him? He also wants to marry the same Lata. Doctor says, no, he married. He married the same Lata. There are so many reasons why you can become mad. People who become mad because of money, they all paint in the same way. People who become mad because of women, they all paint in the same way. Because what is there, that comes out. They catharsis, they throw away things, what is there inside their unconsciousness. Third thing, which you should understand, important thing, the doctor who was doing research on all these things, he became mad. Three things we need to understand. First, experience only comes out as expression. Second thing, the quality of experience and the quality of expression, both are very closely related, associated. Third thing, very important thing, if you concentrate on the expression, you will reach experience. Here, again and again, Krishna is speaking how an enlightened man lives, the quality of an enlightened person, so that you will meditate on these ideas, so that you will start imbibing these ideas in your life, so that you will reach the consciousness of an enlightenment. So that you will reach the consciousness of an enlightened man. When you contemplate on these ideas, naturally you will start expressing it. It will sink in your being. Again and again he says, Vijitendriya. This whole chapter is just about the senses. If you can understand this one drawing and understand where the problem is, how to heal the problem, Krishna gives a beautiful technique. He gives a beautiful method how to go beyond and how to solve the problem. Now all we need to know is understand the problem. Where you are caught and where our problems are. Our whole trouble is in the mind, buddhi and ego. Let me. Beyond ego, here is our being, Atman. Just the presence of the Atman or the light of the Atman only radiates and makes your ego work. It reads no Atman. Just by the presence of the Atman, the ego works. The whole trouble is here, where you identify yourself, where you start thinking, what is there for me? How I am related? How I am going to gain from this? Or how I am going to lose? Here is where the whole trouble starts. If somehow this is erased, this is removed from this system, the Atman directly starts radiating its energy, its tejas through your senses. That is why the enlightened people will have sharp senses. Their senses are not contaminated.
whether their vision or their hearing will be sharp and deep, because it is not corrupted by buddhi and ego. They have not lost their sensitivity. Please be very clear, only a man whose being is clear, he will have pure senses. His senses will be sharp and alive. A man who continuously uses his senses, who uses his senses too much, he abuses it. He will not have the energy or tejas in his senses. Man who has used and abused his senses, first thing which will happen to him is he will lose the smell. The smell will be lost. If you have lost smell, please be very clear. Immediately you need emergency treatment. You need to get admitted in ICU of spirituality. You immediately need meditation. Meditation is basic need for you. Again, Krishna comes out in the next sloka. Suhrun mitra yudasinam adayastat veshtya bandhushu sadhushva vichapaveshu samabuddhir visishyate. Suhrun mitra udasina madhyas tatvesh yubabandhushu sadhushva vichapaveshu samabuddhir visishyate. Person is considered still further advanced when he regards honest well-wishers, affectionate benefactors, the neutral, the pious and the sinners with an equal mind. This happens really when you become enlightened. When you become enlightened, there is nothing to be achieved. There is nothing to be gained. Automatically, your being starts respecting everybody. Please be very clear. Here they use the word equal, but the exact translation should be unique. You will not treat everybody equal. You will respect everybody as unique beings. Treating equal is different. Treating them as unique is different. You understand everybody's uniqueness and respect. Treating everybody equal is different. Sometimes when we say the word treat everybody equally, we start disrespecting everybody. We think that is the way I do. Let me disrespect everybody. Instead of raising others, we come down. Somebody asked Ramakrishna. Ramakrishna is such a humble soul. Anybody comes to see him, he will first do the namaskar. He will only first do the namaskar. Before they start, he will do the namaskar. They ask, why do you do namaskar? One egoistic guy, one egoistic pandit, this education and ego, and especially spiritual education. Man who has read all the scriptures and not become enlightened, he will be the being, or I can say, he is the person who is already in hell. He is already in hell because he will have so much of ego. He knows the tricks of the trade. He knows the tricks of the trade, but he doesn't have investment or capital to do the business. He knows the tricks of the trade, but he doesn't have capital to do the business or courage to do the business. He will be a difficult person. One pandit came to meet him. Like this one pandit who is well read, but who is not enlightened. He comes to see him. He bows down. Ramakrishna as usual
He pays his respect. The Pandit says, after all he is younger than me, he can do namaskar. He can bow down to me. His ego. And Ramakrishna says, by doing namaskar, I try to bring him to my level. But accepting it in an egoistic way, he tries to bring me to his level. The Pandit is trying to bring Ramakrishna to his level. Ramakrishna is trying to bring him to his level. So be very clear. When we treat equally, we may bring people to our level. Let us not do that. Treat everybody uniquely. Understand, every being is unique. There is no equality. Here we need to understand, every being is unique. When you understand every being is unique, you will start respecting every being. You will understand every being has its own unique place. We are all not same. We are all unique. God is an artist. That is why He carved each one of us. He painted each one of us. He is not engineer. If he is an engineer, you would have just ordered 10,000 piece Mr. India, 1 million Miss Universe, 1 million Miss Universe you would have produced. All of us will be looking same. He is not an engineer to do mass production. He is an artist. He paints every one of us. He carves every one of us. That is why we are all so unique. All of us are so unique because God is a painter. When you understand each one of us are unique, everybody is unique, you will start respecting every being. One more important thing you need to understand. Even your enemy is needed for your life. You would have learned thousands of things from your enemy. Without enemy, you wouldn't have achieved what you achieved. Even enemy contributes to your life. Please be very clear. When you are in depression, if you remember the enemy, you will come out. And you will start the fight again. Even your enemy contributes to your life. You don't know what all the ways people to contribute to your life. There was a great sannyasi, very famous sannyasi, and highly respected all over the world. Suddenly one day, his close disciple somehow finds an important secret about him. In his room, he has got his ex-wife's photograph. Ex-wife's photograph. This guy somehow sees that and he asks, Master, I thought you were such a great person. I never expected this from you. Why? Why still you are having her photograph in your room? He says, whenever I wanted to leave the sannyas, I just see her photograph. Whenever I wanted to drop sannyas life, I just see her photograph. Immediately, I get my vairagya. So you don't know who are all serving what all purposes. So be very clear, even your enemy may be playing a role in your being, in your personality, in your growth. You can't say somebody is needed in your life and somebody is not necessary. So just like your friends, your enemy also will be maybe playing a role. When you understand each and every being is unique, you will see everybody with the same mind or in the same way. One more word here, Krishna says, the pious and the sinners. Please be very clear, there is no such thing as sin except calling human beings as sinner. There is no other sin on the planet Earth. There is no such thing as sin. Let me tell you a small story. One monk, sannyasi, he was sitting in a forest and meditating. He had a small ashram, hut. One night, one man came to the hut and begged, Swami, can you give me little food and can you allow me to stay here till tomorrow morning? He said, why not? Please come. He gave food and shelter. Next day morning, the man is about to leave. Swami asked, who are you? This guy said, I am a thief. Just yesterday night I robbed the palace. I tried to escape from the police. I came here and you gave me food and shelter. I thank you. He went away. Immediately this monk started weeping. Oh God, how big sin I committed. I gave food and shelter for a thief. He started weeping. Please, oh God, save me from this sin. In few minutes he heard booming voice from the heaven. That voice is also weeping, crying. Monk asks, oh God, why are you weeping? God says, you gave food and shelter for him. One day you are weeping. You committed a sin. I give food and shelter for him 365 days. Where will I go and wash? Where will I go and wash my sins? Be very clear. God accepts everybody as we are. The idea of sin and merit is created by the people who created the society. People who created the society. Immediately next question will rise. Then can we do whatever we want, Swamiji? Man who understands will never disturb others. Man who understands the spiritual science will never disturb others. Again and again I tell people, your sin or merit should not be based on fear or greed. If it is just based on heaven or hell, I don't think we have become matured people, matured beings. Our sin or merit should be out of our understanding, not out of heaven or hell. Be very clear. Don't live a disciplined life thinking of heaven or hell. Let the discipline happen to you as an understanding. As an understanding. If you are afraid of cop and following the speed rules, whenever you don't see any light, what do you do? A small temptation. Why not raise little bit? And especially in LA when traffic is not there, we always try at least a few miles. There is a grace mile. These people who drive me, these guys, I always shout at them, hey, what is this? The board says 65, you are going in 80. No, there is 10 mile grace miles. Grace mile. Always you try, see actually, putting 1 foot away, that has got a taste. Trying to escape from the rule has got its own taste. Especially when something is forbidden, it becomes really tasty. The forbidden fruit is always tasty. I don't think Adam would have eaten that fruit unless the God is forbidden that fruit. He ate just because God has said don't eat. He was living in that garden for how many years we don't know. He has not taken a single fruit. He has not tasted a single fruit. He was living happily. It is actually God who tempted, not the snake. The story is wrong. The story says God said don't eat and snake tempted. But God tempted by making the rule don't eat. Whenever you listen a rule, automatically you try to go beyond, you try to escape. let your morality be not based on fear and greed. That is why in Patanjali there is a beautiful word, yama. Yama means discipline. If you understand your life is going to end in death, if you understand that death is the result of your life, if your consciousness imbibes, starts thinking, meditating about death, automatically you will be disciplined. If you start meditating on death, you will completely restructure your whole thinking system on life. Your whole life will be restructured. If you start thinking about yama, yama will happen in your life. For both discipline and death, for both we use the same word in Sanskrit. Yama and yama. Both same spelling, same word. If you imbibe, if you understand the death is going to happen to you, automatically you will imbibe discipline in your life. Discipline happens to you when you realize the death, when you realize the life is going to end. Let your discipline happen, let your morality happen only out of understanding of death, not out of fear or greed. Now given by our devotees, last few days I have not answered. After seeing these few questions, we will enter into a technique given by Sri Krishna to go beyond the mind, to awaken our senses, to look in. Dear Swamiji, how can one go about getting closer to the present moment? How can we reduce the number of thoughts per second? This is from the second day. Second day I was explaining about the TPS, thoughts per second. Who put this question? Is the person is here? Here it says, day 2 you are God. The moment you ask, how can I start living in the present moment? You already started living in the future. The very question you have escaped, you have missed the present moment. See, when you ask, how can I start living in the present moment? You wanted a technique, you wanted assurance that you must be able to live in the present moment throughout your life. You don't need anything to live in the present moment. Just live in this moment, that's all. Nothing else needs to be done. But you are not ready to stop. You don't feel the fulfill by living in this moment. You want assurance that I will live in the present moment throughout my life. Teach me something so that I will not forget to live in the present moment always. That is what you are asking when you ask this question. The moment you want assurance about the future, you missed the present. Be very clear, future can never be assured. Whenever you remember, come back to present. That's enough. Nothing else is necessary. Whenever you remember, come back to present moment. And if you live in this moment, if you are at present, naturally next moment also you will be in the present. Because next moment takes birth from this moment. This moment is mother, next moment is son. If you are in the present moment, in this moment, next moment also you will be automatically in the present moment. If you are postponing, escaping from this moment, from next moment also you will escape. So be very clear. A simple technique to be in the present moment is just be in the present moment. At at 0 TPS, at 0 thoughts per second, does the past, present and future all exist within that moment? Nitya Kripanidhi. Yes, person Nitya Kripanidhi has put this question. When your thoughts per second is 0, when you don't have thoughts, past and the future both disappears. When the past and future has disappeared, what is, you can't even call that as a present. Present is present as long as you have past and future. When that too has disappeared, what is. Tathada. Buddha says, Tathada. What is. You can't even call that as a present. Nitya. And Shankara says as Brahman. How do you know the difference between being an intellectual idiot versus the development of the intellectual ability that you speak about in regards to the Shastra? Again, Nitya Kripanidhi. Beautiful question. If you are torturing yourself and torturing others with the knowledge which you are having, you are an intellectual idiot. If you are living happily and giving happiness to others with the knowledge which you are having, you are having intelligence. That's all. Man who has got intelligence will increase his peace and joy in his being and will increase peace and joy for others. Intelligence always creates more bliss. Intelligence is bliss. Understand? Is 4 things. Intelligence, compassion, energy and bliss. All 4 are one and the same. When your Atman expresses through head, it is intelligence. When your Atman expresses through heart, it is compassion. When your Atman expresses through being, it is energy. When your Atman is there, without expressing, it is bliss. All 4 are one and the same. If you are intelligent, you will be blissful and you will radiate bliss. There is one more question. It is written, but I am not able to read. If you heard that joke, who knows how to write French, not read? Remember that joke and laugh by yourself. If the person who wrote this question, if you are here and come out and ask the question, I will be happy to answer. It's written in black pen. There are many questions which I have answered in today's lecture, so I am not answering them. Respected Swamiji, committed one asks, how or which key is greatest importance to be rid of habit attachment? This is a nice question. Beautiful question, especially the one word, committed one asks, so that I can give the honest answer. Always questions can be answered in two ways. Socially polite, that's one way. Another one is honest answer. Here I can give an honest answer because the question says committed on us. Means she is going to go and follow. If the person is not ready to follow, I can give just consolation. Don't worry. Just pray to God or do something. It is very easy to give a socially polite answer. But here, I would give the real answer. The one and only key to get rid of attachment is meditation. Looking in. All your intellectual analysis, all your intellectual stuff, be very clear. It can give you courage, but it cannot give you solution. It can give you little courage to walk, but it cannot give you solution. The one and only way to get rid of attachment is meditation. Meditation is the one and only key. What is the difference between dharma and purpose? Purpose drives you crazy. With purpose, you stop enjoying the life. You start thinking only about the goal. With dharma, you live the very life. You start enjoying the path. Dharma means enjoying the path. Purpose means enjoying the goal. If you are enjoying the path, you are in dharma. If you are enjoying the goal, you are towards the purpose. Respected Swamiji, of the koshas, Ananda is greatest. How to maintain Ananda in daily life? Beautiful story. One Sufi master, his name is Abdullah. He's a great enlightened master. He always used to be in ecstasy. Always he is in joy, bliss. One of his disciples asked him, Master, how are you so blissful? Always in ecstasy. I have never seen you suffering. I have never seen you with a long face. How? He says, early morning when I get up, I just ask myself, Abdullah, what do you want today? Today you want to be blissful or you want suffering? I ask myself. Naturally, what mind will choose? It chooses I want to be blissful. Then immediately I tell the mind, then be blissful, that's all. We may think, how can it be so simple, Swamiji? Be very clear. You know your 24-hour routine. Try, just tomorrow morning, once you try. You know next 24 hours what is going to happen. Very rare accidents happen. Accidents are very rare. In average, normal routine, you know what next 24 hours is going to happen. Accidents are lottery winning. These two are rare. They are not happening every day. So, till tomorrow morning, what is your next routine? What is your routine you know? Decide whether to face that routine with the bliss or with the suffering. Whether to face that routine with joy or with the usual face. With our regular face. Decide by yourself. When extraordinary things like accident or lottery winning happens, that is different. In an ordinary way, your regular life, you know the routine. You have the choice. And whether you go with a long face or a smiling face, the routine is going to be same. The routine is going to be same. That's why I always tell people, pain is inevitable, suffering is choice. Pain may be inevitable, but suffering is choice. You have one thing in choice. You can choose your attitude. You can choose your inner space. Your inner space can be chosen by you. That is up to you. That's only your decision. He says, when my mind says, I'll be happy, I just tell the mind, then be blissful, that's all. It is purely your choice. Purely your choice. Hell or heaven is your conscious choice. It is nobody else's choice. We will ask another one question. Always, if my mind says I want to suffer, what to do? Then let you suffer, that's all. What is the wrong? If your mind wants to enjoy suffering, even a suffering becomes enjoyment for you. That is why you want to enjoy suffering. In a way, suffering becomes enjoyment for you. So be very clear. Ask your mind, when you get up early morning from the bed, ask yourself, what do you want? If your mind says bliss, just tell your mind, be blissful, over. Single conscious decision can change the quality of your life. Every day morning, don't decide for 3 days. You will forget. Don't decide for 1 week. You will forget. Every day decide. Then people will think, let me decide for my whole life today itself, Swamiji. No. You will forget. You will be back to the same. You will have the same face again tomorrow when you come back. No. Don't decide for your whole life. Just decide for 1 day. Decide only for 1 day. Only then you will be able to maintain. Otherwise, we will have our same old face. Our natural face. A small story about this natural face. Father, president of a monastery, is teaching the young novices to preach, how to speak in the public. He is taking class, how to preach. He is training them. When you speak, your whole body should express. Your whole face should show, express the idea which you are expressing. When you speak about heaven, your eyes should show that surprise or that amazing mood. Or your whole body should show the bliss. You should express it clearly, the joy of heaven. Your face should shine. When you speak about hell, just be as you are. People will understand. At least in our life, let us not maintain the face of the hell. Vivekananda says, if you are depressed, don't come out of the room. Enough of suffering is there in the world. Don't go around and spread little more suffering. Respected Swamiji, what is the difference between Bhagavad Gita and Mahagita, referred as Ashtavakra Gita? Ashtavakra Gita is also one of the beautiful book. More than 58 Gitas are available. Rama Gita, Shiva Gita, Anu Gita, Vyada Gita, Ashtavakra Gita. There are so many Gitas available, but nothing compared to this Bhagavad Gita. This is everything put together and something more. The Ashtavakra Gita is only for the people who want the spiritual experience. Here Bhagavad Gita is for every being. See one thing, if I start speaking from where I am, it will never benefit you. I should start speaking from where you are. Not from where I am, but from where you are. Ashtavakra Gita, Ashtavakra starts speaking from where he is. But Krishna
In Bhagavad Gita, Krishna starts speaking where you are. So Krishna can give you experience because he starts where you are standing. He starts from where you are standing. Dear Swamiji, yesterday you said that I am God. I am not sure about this. I did not find a single quality of God in me. Please explain. Whether you believe it or not, accept it or not, realize it or not, want it or not, you are God. Please be very clear. Whether you accept it or not, believe it or not, want it or not, experience it or not, you are God. You may be thinking, what is this, Swamiji? I don't find a single quality of divine in me. How can I be God? See, some fishes go along with the stream, along with the current. Some fishes go against the current. There are some beings who just float with the existence, divine. There are some beings who always go against the divine, who oppose the divine. But one thing you should understand, whether you flow along with the current or go against the current, you are in the water. Fish is in the water. Same way, whether you flow with the current, become enlightened, or you go against the current, think you are not enlightened, you are enlightened. The choice is not whether you are God or not. The choice is only, you have only one choice. Either you can realize it and live blissfully, or you can suffer without realizing it. But whether you realize it or not, you are God. In that there is no choice. You being God, in that there is no choice. You have only one choice. If you want, you can realize and express it joyfully, or you can suffer. But you have no other choice. Whether you float with the current or go against the current, you are in the water. Fish is in the water. So, if you are not divine, you cannot even inhale and exhale. It is just that energy which is working inside your system, inside your being. So be very clear. One more thing. Again and again and again, society creates guilt in you that you are not enough unto yourself. Please be very clear. Society sets a standard and it never lets you feel the divinity in you. First thing which you need to understand, you are beyond body and mind. All your guilt is related to body and mind. So don't have a standard which is given to you by society to measure whether you are God or not. That standard can never be fulfilled. The social standard can never be fulfilled. And one more thing, the moment you allow the guilt in you, you are ready to be exploited. Anybody wants to exploit you, first puts the guilt in you. The person who wants to exploit you in the physical level, he makes you believe that you are not strong enough. The person who wants to exploit you in the level of beauty, they first make you feel you are not beautiful enough. Only then all the cosmetic products will be sold. Why do you think continuously these cosmetic companies conduct the beauty contests? So that they will make you feel guilty that you are not beautiful. Be very clear, you are enough unto yourself. Never run behind anybody's measurement. You are beautiful by yourself. Why should you bother about somebody's measurement? Each one of you are unique flowers. If God is an engineer, He would have created 10 billion Miss Universe and 10 billion Mr. Universe.
but he is not engineer. You need little bit of foolishness to be an engineer. God is not an engineer. He is a painter. He is an artist. He paints every one of you. That is why every one of your dimensions are different. Every one of you are unique. The moment you start having the guilt, I am not beautiful, you start buying all cosmetic products and you try all color paintings. You try all possible makeup. Same way, in the spiritual field also, the so-called religious people put guilt in you. They just start putting guilt in you. You are not that, you are not this. First thing, they start giving you the ideas which is impractical. Vivekananda says beautifully, never teach a man to be truthful. It is very difficult. Teach him how to be. Never give dead moral things. Never give dead teachings. Give them the technology. Give them the science. The so-called religious people who don't know the science by themselves, who don't know the technology to transform the energy by themselves, who has not transformed their energy, like a parrot, they repeat the advice or morality, impossible goals from scriptures to you and create guilt in you. That is why again and again I used to tell people, never listen to a person who is not enlightened. Never listen to a person who has not experienced by himself. He will give you all impractical ideas. The other day as I was telling, Dale Carnegie writes a big book, How to Stop Worrying and Start Living. He committed suicide. Impractical. His teachings are impractical. He himself has not experienced. So be very clear. Never listen anything. Never take anything from an unenlightened man. When a person is not enlightened, he creates only more complications. Even your so-called moral ideas, never a person should be taught be more good. You should be taught how to be good. The technology should be given. The science should be given. When you don't give the technology, only the advice, you create more trouble for others. The person who receives only advice, not the technology, he starts creating deep guilt in himself and he becomes schizophrenia. Please be very clear. In 3 level, guilt is created in you. One is physical level. You are not strong enough. Only when you start believing you are not strong enough, you will become slave. You will be controlled. You will come under control. You are not beautiful enough. Then, now you are gullible for all the fashion shows, all the cosmetic products. They can sell all their products. They can dump all their products on your head. The third, you are not spiritual enough. You are not pure enough. You are not a spiritual being. These 3 guilt is created in you by the people who are doing this 3 business. By the people who are doing this 3 business. Enlightened master will always liberate you from all the guilts. Enlightened man is a person who liberates you from all these 3 guilts. Never carry guilt. All the guilt is created in you by the people who are cunning enough to hide their personal life. That's all. A small story. 3 women, they die, reach Yama's abode. Yamadharma is sitting there for judgment. First, he calls the first lady. She comes and he asks, did you live a pure life? She says, yes, Prabhu. Yes, Lord. I lived a pure life. I was 100% truthful to my husband. Then Yama just sees the record. All right, you lived a beautiful life, have a golden key. He gives a golden key and says, first class AC suit in the heaven, go and enjoy. She goes. Next lady, she comes. Yama asks, did you live a pure life? Almost I lived. Physically, I never did anything wrong. But mentally, once or twice when I see some movies, mentally I did one or two mistakes. But physically, I lived a pure life. Yama sees the report, all right. At least you are honest, you agreed. You told the truth. I have the silver key, second class, go and enjoy. He sends that person to heaven. Third lady, she comes. Yes, did you live a pure life? She puts her head down and says, Lord, forgive me. I was an actress and I did everything. Whatever you can imagine and whatever you can't imagine, I have done everything. Then Yamadharma just looks this side and that side. He says, have my room key, I will be there. Understand all your morality, the guilt created in you by the people who have covered their life, who give their room keys. So look into the life clearly. Don't create guilt in you and suffer. Don't feel you are not God. The guilt created in you by the so-called religious people only makes you feel you are not God. Whether you believe it or not, whether you accept it or not, you are God. You have only one choice. You can realize it and enjoy. Live the life blissfully. Or you can suffer without realizing it. That's all. There is nothing else can be done about it. One thing is sure, you are God. Now it is time to look in. Now it is time to tune ourselves to the highest teaching given by Parabrahma Krishna, Sri Krishna, in this Dhyana Yoga. Let me repeat this sloka, let me recite the sloka, then we will enter into the meditation technique given by Sri Krishna to go beyond the mind, to make your senses alive. Suchau dese pratishthabya stiram asanamatmanaha nadyusritam nadinisam sailajinagusottaram tatraigakram manakritva yada chittendriya kriya upavishyasane yanyat yogamatma visuddaye samam gaya sirogrivam dharayannachalam stiraha samprekshyanasighakram swamdisaschanavalogayan prasantatma vigadapi brahmachari pratistitaha manas samyamyamaschitto yukta asidamatparaha. Beautiful 4 slokas which describes the technique. Let me give you the translation. To practice yoga, one should go to a secluded place and should lay the kusa grass on the ground and then cover it with a deer skin and a soft cloth. The seat should be neither too high nor too low and should be situated in a sacred place. The yogi should then sit on it very firmly and practice yoga to purify the heart by controlling his mind, senses and activities and fixing the mind on one point. Few things. You should go to the secluded place. Why? Whatever you say in the house, phone will ring, cell phone will ring, somebody will knock, some advertising agencies will call to move away from these disturbances. That is why secluded place. This kusha and deerskin, all those things are like insulation, so that the energy created by you will not be taken away by the earth. But now you don't have to bother about that, because you are already sitting in a chair, little above the ground. That is enough. And the seat should neither be too high nor too low. It should be comfortable. That's all. Next, one should hold one's body, neck and head straight and stare steadily at the tip of the nose. Thus, with an unagitated, subdued mind, devoid of fear, completely free from completely living with existence, one should meditate upon me within the heart and make me the ultimate goal of life. Yesterday, what meditation technique we did? The same, little updated. Here Krishna is updating. Yesterday what we did is an initial level technique. Now he gives little updated technique. Here he says 3 instructions. 1, head, neck and backbone should be in a straight line. Next, you should fix your eyes on the tip of the nose. Means if you look at the tip of the nose, naturally your awareness will settle down on the third eye. Your concentration will settle on the Agnya chakra. The same as we did yesterday. Third instruction, important thing, should meditate on me as the supreme goal. When he says me, means your Atman. If you like, you can meditate on the form of Krishna with a flute and peacock feather and all those things. But I always prescribe Bhagavatam Narayanena Swayam Vyasena Kraditam Purana Muninam Madhye Mahabharatam.
Bhagavatam Narayanena Swayam Vyasena Graditam Purana Muninam Madhye Mahabharatam Advaitam Rutavarshinim Bhagavatim Ashtadashadhyayinim Ambatva Manusandadami Bhagavad Gita Bhavatveshinim. Vasudeva Sudam
कंसचानूरमर्दनं देवकी परमानन्दं कृष्णं वन्दे जगद्गुरुम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. The 7th chapter of the Gita is Jnana Vijnana Yoga. First, we should see what is the need for this chapter. Again and again and again, Krishna is speaking the same truth. Nothing else is spoken. The same truth. But why so many chapters? People ask me, Swamiji, how many days it will take for us to learn meditation? I tell them to learn meditation, 2 minutes is enough. To learn what is not meditation, you need 10 days. In the life, you are doing so many things which is not meditation. To unlearn really takes time. Logically, when we express the truth, mind always goes to the other end of the logic and sits there. Now, not only from this end, from that end also you need to understand what is truth. There's a beautiful philosophy in India, Nyaya Shastra, logic. They explain 2 kinds of logic which is used. First kind of logic is a regular logic, a regular Nyaya. For example, all men have one head. Socrates is a man. Now the third statement you know, Socrates has one head. This is a simple logic. This is one kind. There is another one kind, second variety. The higher level logic. Here there are 2 doors. This is the first statement. Second statement is, one door is open. Usually, a normal man immediately will jump to the conclusion, the second door is closed. But you can't. In this logic, you cannot jump to the third statement with these 2 statements. Second door also may be open. We don't know. There are 2 kinds of logic. In a simple logic, you can go to the third statement. You can go to the conclusion directly from the first 2 statements. When you hear all men have one head, Socrates is a man. Third conclusion, you can just jump. Socrates has one head. No problem. But in the second kind of logic, here there are 2 doors. One door is open. You can't go to the third statement. You can't jump to the conclusion. The next door, the other door is closed. No. It may be open, who knows? The third statement also should be understood or should be heard. You cannot come to a conclusion. Usually, we make all our mistakes in our life whenever we need to take second kind of logic. We come to conclusions with the first kind of logic. The moment somebody makes a statement, you don't have compassion. Immediately you say, you mean I am cruel or what? You mean I am violent? You don't have to make the next conclusion, or you don't have to go to the conclusion. She just made a statement, you are not compassionate.
But you don't have to think immediately. You mean I am cruel? You mean I am violent? When you jump to the conclusion, you create more trouble for yourself and for others. Many times, again and again, we make this mistake. When you handle your mind without awareness, again and again you make this mistake. Please understand, the words which you repeat inside your system, that is going to create your whole life. The words which you repeat inside your system only is your whole life. Totality of the words used by you in your mind is your life. Your life is nothing but the words or the thoughts which you had in your mind. Now, if your mind jumps like this to conclusions which is not logical, which is not straight, naturally you create trouble for yourself and you create problems for others. When you are not aware, you always jump to this type of conclusions. Ordinary masters, they express their philosophy or their experience only with the first logic, using the first logic. That is why so much of misunderstanding. There is a possibility of missing their message. But Krishna is a Jagat Guru. He is not an ordinary master. He is the master for the whole universe. And he knows all kinds of human beings. He knows all the problems of logic. He is delivering his message in such a way you cannot make any statement. You don't have to assume any statements. All the three statements he himself declares, he himself clears. He says, here there are two doors. First door is open, the second door is closed. He himself makes all the three statements so that there is no need for you to assume. If you are allowed to assume, if you are allowed to predict, you miss the truth. Not only you miss the truth, you miss the whole thing. So here, Krishna is not ready to allow us, he is not ready to allow us to predict. He is not allowing us to predict. He is very clear in all three statements what is supposed to be done and what is supposed to be avoided, why it should be done, why it should not be done. He is clear with the whole thing. That is the reason again and again he is repeating the same ideas but from different logic level. Same statements he makes but from a different logic level, so that people who are hearing will not miss the message, will not miss. The Jnana Vijnana Yoga, the whole chapter speaks about the same message, of course from a different view. Sri Bhagavan Vacha Maya Saktamana Partha Yogam Yunjanda Madasraye Asamsayam Samagramam Yada Nyasya Shrunu Maya Saktamana Partha Yogam Yunyan Madasraya Asamsayam Samagramam Yada Nyasya Shrunu. Bhagavan says, now here, O Partha, how by practicing yoga in full consciousness of me, with mind attached to me, you can know me in full, free from doubt. Again and again, people ask me, Swamiji, why did you choose to speak on Gita? Why you didn't choose? There are so many other books. Ashtavakra Gita is there, Patanjali Yoga Sutra, Brahma Sutra, Upanishads. Why did you choose Gita? Gita expresses the truth in a complete totality. I can say he has created keys for all possible human beings. For every human being, he has given a key. Yes. Krishna fulfills every need of every human being. He says, "Oh Partha, let you listen now how by practicing the yoga in full consciousness of me, means eternal consciousness, with mind attached to me, you can know me in full, free from doubt." In this chapter, more than 3 times he says me, me, me. If any psychologists read this line, they will think he is egoistic. According to psychology, if you use the word I or me more than 3 times in a statement, you are called egoistic. You need treatment. Otherwise, how will they have money? They need money. Before you, more than you need treatment, they need money. Anyhow, for a normal man, it looks egoistic. Person who hates Krishna, he thinks Krishna is egoistic. Again and again he declares, "Surrender to me, I am everything." In this chapter he starts expressing his glory. Of course, in the Vibhuti Yoga, the other chapters, he explains completely. But here, in the 7th chapter, he starts, "I am this, I am that." For a normal man, it looks egoistic. Person who hates Krishna thinks he is egoistic and misses the truth or the spirit expressed by Gita. Same way, person who loves Krishna, he is caught in his form and misses the juice of the Gita. Person who hates Krishna thinks Krishna is egoistic and misses the whole juice. Person who loves Krishna is caught in that form of Krishna, and misses the whole juice of Gita, whole spirit of Gita. Please be very clear. Whenever people are caught in the form, when they start worshipping the form, they slowly start telling, "Swamiji, Gita is great, Krishna is God, he can express all these things, but that is not for us, it is not practical." Slowly you create a distance between you and Krishna. You start worshipping Gita instead of practicing it. It's like you have a pot full of milk and you start worshipping it. You never drink it. Can you have the benefit of the milk? No. Unless you drink, you cannot have the benefit. Unless you imbibe Krishna, you cannot have the benefit. That's why I always tell people, Jews have avoided Christ by crucifying him, putting him on the cross. Hindus have avoided Krishna by worshipping him, putting him on the wall. Please be very clear, hanging in the cross and hanging in the wall is one and the same. When you don't imbibe Krishna's teachings in your life, when you don't work towards experiencing Krishna, worshipping Krishna is nothing but crucifixion. It is a cunning method of escaping. People who crucified Christ, they carry the guilt, they did a mistake. But these guys don't even carry that guilt. Hindus don't even carry that guilt. In a very nice, cunning way, they escaped from Krishna. worshipping without following, worshipping without imbibing is worst form of crucifixion. People who hate Krishna, they think he is egoistic. People who love Krishna, they are caught in that form and they think they should surrender to the man Krishna who came down in the human form. Only people who experience Krishna realize Gita. Only people who experience Krishna understand Gita. People who hate Krishna, people who love Krishna, both of them miss Gita. Only person who experiences Krishna realizes Gita, realizes the value of the Gita, experiences the Gita. Otherwise, if you are caught in the form of Krishna, you will become fanatic. You will become fanatic. I have seen so many people who are caught in the form and become fanatic. Here, beautiful sloka. Next sloka. Manushyanam sahasreshu kaschit yadadi siddhaye yadatam abhisiddhanam kaschinmam veti tattvataha. The whole gist of this chapter is how human beings approach divine, why they approach, in what levels they approach. There is a beautiful saying in Bible, God created man in his own mold. But I tell you, man created God in his own mold. The truth is, man created God in his own mold. We approach divine as we want. According to your maturity, you approach the divine. In what level you approach divine, and how you worship, and what you receive, and how to grow in maturity. The whole thing Krishna explains in this one chapter. Here he says, out of many thousands among men, one may endeavor for perfection, and of those who have achieved perfection, hardly one knows me in truth. Beautiful. Here he says, out of thousands, we should say out of billions. We should change. In those days, population is less. So he makes the statement out of thousands. Now we should say out of billions. One may endeavor for perfection. Manushyanam sahasreshu kaschit yadadi siddhaye yadatam abhisiddhanam kaschinmam vedi tattvataha. Out of millions of among men, one may endeavor for perfection, and of those who have achieved perfection, hardly one knows me in truth. Out of millions, there are only few. Out of billions, only there are few who enter into the path of seeking. Out of that few, only one or two achieves the ultimate experience. There are millions of people, only few hundreds are here to listen to Gita. And in these few hundreds, only few will listen as it is expressed. Otherwise, we will sit, we may hear, but never think you are listening. Please never ever think you are listening. And I always request people, never go and repeat what I said to somebody. And if you repeat, don't say that I told all those things. Be very clear, you heard all those things. Tell them, I heard all these things. But never say, Swamiji told. Many times we miss, it's like a modern day psychologists, they say, hardly 2% of things which happens around you, you observe. If 100 things are happening around you, you observe only 2%. You imbibe only 2%. It's like you got 100-page novel. You read. Suddenly you lose the whole book. Only 2 pages random you got in your hand. All the 98 pages, other 98 pages are lost. With the 2 page, if you try to reconstruct the whole novel, how much it will be true to the original? Same way, whatever you remember, hardly 2% you will remember. With that, if you try to reconstruct the whole thing of what I said, naturally, it will be your lecture, not mine. Please be very clear. We may be sitting here. It is not that we are listening. And even if you go out and say all these things, if you share some ideas, always tell, I heard. Never tell, Swami spoke. Krishna goes deeply. Now he starts the Indian community system. Chaturvida bhajante mam jana sukridino arjunaha arto jignyasurartarti jnani cha paradarshava. Before entering, I bow down to the system which is created by the rishis, which has made the whole spiritual science into reality, the community system which kept our scriptures alive, the spiritual science alive. In the modern days, it has become fashion abusing our community system or abusing the social system created by rishis. It has become fashion bashing our Vedic system or abusing our Vedic system has become a fashion, especially in South India. Abusing the Vedic system and abusing the Swamis is a fashion. If you want to show you are an educated man or you are a big person, just abuse our Vedic system. You can immediately gain popularity. There will be at least 10 fools around you to listen what you speak. It's a very easy, cheap way of becoming popular. We have started condemning. Not only we have not understood, and we have started disrespecting the great system created by our ancient masters. Before entering into the system, I just wanted to say a few words. Just because of our rishis, just because of that system, still our spiritual culture is alive. Our country is alive. The other day I was reading Paramashivan's autobiography. That's a beautiful reference. Abraham prays to God, Genesis. Oh God, he requests God not to destroy a particular piece of land. God says, if I find 10 good people in that land, I will not destroy that land. He tells them, if I find 10 good people, I will not destroy, just for the 10's sake. Really, after reading that statement, I understood why still India is alive. Why still India is alive? The greatest miracle of God is still India alive. Still India is alive is the greatest miracle of God because of these 10 people. No other culture survived, lived for such a long time. See, all the cultures which was created after Indian culture, Babylonian culture, Rome, Greece. See, all these cultures, they all know how to fight, how to build big cities, and professional way. They know how to protect themselves. Great warriors, but they were not able to survive. Today only we see their relics. The culture itself is not alive. It is not there. Indian culture, Indian system, at least 10,000 years of recorded history we have. At least 10,000 years of recorded history. There is a beautiful book written by Swami Prakashananda Saraswati. There is a book titled Comprehensive History of Religion and Indian Culture. India's history, he gives in a beautiful way. According to him, it's at least trillions of years. We can be sure of one thing, at least 10,000 years of recorded history we have. No other country is invaded. No other country is invaded so much like India. India is invaded practically by every culture, every country. There is nobody who has not invaded Indian soil. No country invaded by India. India has never invaded any country. It has never went out to destroy, to fight, to catch, and no other country which stayed within their boundary. India is again and again invaded, but it never went out to invade anybody. But end of the day, look, this is the only culture which is still alive. It has not died, still alive, just because of this community system. And the next thing which we need to understand, and a very important thing when we read about all these things, man cannot live without creating community. Man as such is social animal. He will create some form of community. It is not that West don't have community system. In other countries also community system is there, but based on money. Based on money. When I went to Brazil, I was giving a discourse in Petrobras, that company. One guy got up and asked, how do you justify the community system of India? The high caste people, they look the low class people very in a disrespect way. How do you justify this? Of course, there are one or two mistakes, or we also did something, we missed the spirit and started following the letter. Some mistakes happened, that is true, but just because of that you can't say the whole thing is wrong. For example, if you have tumor in your body, the tumor has to be operated and removed. You can't straight away kill the whole person. You can't disrespect the whole person. The operation should be done and tumor has to be removed. You can't abandon the whole person. And it is we who did one or two mistakes and then started abusing the whole system. I told him, yes, there was one or two mistakes happened. Then I asked him one question. Yes, I agree, there was one or two problems. Now look at the developed countries or so-called cultured countries. If you enter into the airplane, look at you. Have you observed how the people who are sitting in the first class, how they look at you? Just seeing them you can understand how they look at you. don't think here there is no community or no class system. In every place there is community and class system. But at least with Vedic rishis, they created based on intelligence and wisdom. With rishis, community system is created based on intelligence, based on knowledge, based on wisdom. In other cultures, the community system is created based on money, based on power. In some countries, the people who are ruling, Kshatriyas, they created community system. So the person more powerful, more respected you are. In some countries, the people who are doing business people control the whole system. There, more you have money, more you are respected. India is the only country. The whole system is created by the people who respected intelligence and wisdom. Who respected intelligence. The whole thing is done based on intelligence, based on wisdom. So, that is why in India, the more person carries the wisdom, more is respected. More is spiritual, more is respected. The whole social system is created based on sharing. Man has to contribute something to the community. He has to contribute something to the community. Let me now describe the whole spirit, how the system is created and how we abused it. Of course, we abused it. We have not imbibed the spirit completely. If we would have imbibed the spirit completely, we wouldn't have fallen to this state. Let us first understand the spirit with which the whole system is created. Then we will understand where we made the mistake. Then we should understand how we can revive it and again practice in our life. First thing, the whole system is not based on birth. It is based on your character. Krishna again and again says in the Gita, it is not based on birth. It is based on your guna, based on your attitude towards the life. Person who works based on grief, based on fear. Person who works out of fear is a working class. Person who works out of greed, he is merchant, business people. Person who works just to have attention or to prove he is some way superior, he is Kshatriya. Person who works just out of gratitude, expressing his bliss, is Brahmana. Everybody has to contribute something to the society. Person who shares his time, he has nothing else. He has got only one thing, his time. Person who shares his time is called worker, working class. Person who shares products, he has got time and little bit of intelligence to create some products. He creates some products and he shares the products in the society. He is called Vaishya, merchant, business people. Person who shares confidence. Person who shares, who gives courage to the whole community. Person who gives confidence to the whole community. Person who unites the whole group as a community in a solid way by giving confidence. Person who shares confidence is Kshatriya, warrior. Person who shares the knowledge, bliss, spiritual wisdom is Brahmana. It is completely based on your role, the role which you are supposed to play in the community, in the society, it is no way related to your birth. Please be very clear. This is the spirit with which the whole system is created. This is the spirit with which the Vedic rishis have designed the system. Here, nobody is higher and nobody is lower. Nobody is higher and nobody is lower. In course of time, because one or two mistakes happen, you can't say the whole system is Chaturvida bhajante mam jana sukridino arjuna artho jignasur artharthi jnani cha paradarshava. O best among Bharatas, 4 kinds of pious men begin to render devotional service unto me. The distressed, the desirer of wealth, the inquisitive, and he who is searching for knowledge of the Absolute. Who all approach the divine. In what ways they approach the divine? Who all approach the divine, and in what ways they approach the divine? Man is centered on basic 7 emotions. Basically, we work, live based on these 7 emotions. First, greed. Next, fear. Third, worry. Fourth, attention need. Name and fame. The 5th, comparison and jealousy. The 6th, ego, means thinking that your ideology is you, standing for what you believe. Ego. The last, the 7th, deep discontentment. These are the qualities with which man lives. These are the qualities with which he is working. He is centered in these different 7 emotions. At some point or other, you will be working only based on these 7 emotions. Every moment, scan your life, you will be working only based on these 7 emotions. Either out of greed, fear, worry, and attention need, jealousy and comparison, and ego. 7th, deep discontentment. Man is centered on these different 7 energy centers. These 7 emotions are the 7 energy centers which supplies energy, fuel for us. We are being fueled only from these 7 emotions. All your work, if you see the root, you will see the root in these 7 emotions. If you are centered on greed, you approach God in the same way. Lakshmi appeals for you. You want only Lakshmi because you are completely centered on greed. Continuously you run behind Kubera. Kubera Yanya, Kubera Yaga, Kubera. Continuously you repeat the concept of Kubera. First we should understand, whatever you feel you are missing, by creating your own God, by approaching the divine in that same mold, you try to feel the fulfillment. You try to feel the fulfillment, approaching the divine in the same mold, the same emotion, or the same feeling which you are missing in your being. If you think you are poor, if you think wealth is the first thing in your life, you run behind Lakshmi. You run behind Lakshmi. Please be very clear. One more thing. When you become mature, when maturity happens to you, you approach the same Lakshmi as Jnana Lakshmi. You ask the same Devi, same goddess to give wisdom, to give knowledge. You approach the same God in a different way if you are grown. You approach, you create God in your own mold. How much you have been matured. According to your maturity, you project and see the divine. You approach the gods. That God appeals to you more. If you are centered on greed, if your whole thoughts are going around the greed, you go to the God who gives you all boons, who makes you feel fulfilled, or who gives you what do you want. Person who is centered on greed, feels happy, feels comfortable, always goes only to Lakshmi. He doesn't want any other God. He wants only Lakshmi, only Venkateshwara. Of course, you can approach Venkateshwara from various levels. But when you approach with greed, you start the first step. You start the first step. It is not that you should not approach the Lord through the form of greed. Approaching divine from greed is nothing wrong. Starting your life with prayer is not wrong, but ending your life with prayer is something seriously wrong. It's a good start, but very bad end. Starting is nothing wrong. Vivekananda says beautifully, it is good to be born in church, but not to die there. Before you die, you should grow out of it. You must become matured. You must realize the other dimensions of divine, the other dimensions of your being. Divine is nothing but a mirror. You reflect, you see your own reflection. You see your own reflection. And whatever you do to the divine comes back to you. If you understand, the more you grow, the more matured way you will relate. The more matured way you relate to the divine, more you grow. Otherwise, you are completely confused and caught like a drunkard. A small story. Man comes back to the house late, very late, fully drunk. He is not even able to walk. Somehow he enters the house, this way, that way, but he is not able to walk. He falls on a glass piece. Not only he breaks the glass piece, and glass piece hurts him very badly in the back. Goes to the bathroom, tries to put some bandage, manage himself, looking at the mirror. And slowly, without making any sound, enters the bedroom and sleeps. Next day morning, wife has started her inquiry. What happened? What did you do last night? He said, what have I done? I'm okay. No, tell me, why are you late? No, I just went for a couple of drinks. That is okay. Did you hurt yourself? He said, no, I did not hurt myself. Then why did you put so much of bunch of bandage on the mirror? Why did you put bunch of bandages on the mirror? This guy, instead of putting the bandage on himself, he has put the whole bandage on mirror. If you are drunk, if you are not aware, you will be doing the same thing. You will be just doing everything to the mirror. You will miss where you are supposed to work. You will catch the mirror. Catching the mirror and catching the form is one and the same. Catching the same attitude, catching the same form is nothing but catching the mirror. If you put a bandage on the mirror, you can never be healed. The mirror should be used so that you can understand where the bandages we put. But you cannot heal yourself by putting the bandage on the mirror. Same way, the God or the divine should be used to find out where you have problem, like a mirror. But the healing work should be done on you, not on the mirror. Don't start doing the healing work on mirror. When you miss the whole thing completely. A man who is centered on the greed is stuck with Lakshmi, is stuck with prayers. One guy used to come to the ashram, a small astrologer. Suddenly one day I saw he came in car. In India, car is a luxury, you know. I asked him, what happened? Suddenly you got a new car. Did you win any lottery? He said, no, Swamiji, it is all the grace of Lakshmi Yantra. It's all because of Lakshmi Yantra. I told him, who gave you the Yantra? I never heard of something like Lakshmi Yantra. Who gave you? He said, no, nobody gave me, Swamiji. I started giving to people. Whether the person who received Lakshmi Yantra becomes rich or not, the person who gives becomes rich. So be very clear, starting your life with prayer is okay, good start, but not the right place to end. Next level, the person who is centered on fear, he always worships gods who will protect them. He is continuously fear-centered. He is behind. Continuously he will be doing Sudarshana Homa. Continuously Mrityunjaya Homa. Some gods will be protecting. You can see always he will be rounding Navagrahas. He will be circumambulating Navagrahas. This graha, that graha, this puja, that puja, this dosha, that dosha. Continuously will be around Navagrahas. It is okay, nothing wrong, but not the place to stop. Based on fear, worshipping the divine. Approaching the divine because of fear. Approaching the divine because of greed is one step. Approaching the divine because of fear, next step. Third, approaching the divine because of worry. Again, the worry is nothing but fear and greed. The mixture of fear and greed is worry. The mixture of fear and greed is worry. You approach the same way. You try to pray to the divine, please help me to stop worrying. Please help me to come out of these worries. At this point, you may go to some yoga or meditation for the sake of peace, not for spiritual enlightenment, just to calm your mind, just to give a little peace, rest to your mind. Next level, based on attention need, based on name and fame. For the sake of name and fame, we approach the divine. Not only we will be praying to the divine, we will start representing the divine. I have seen many people, by and by, they slowly start representing. In India, if you go, the people who run the temple, they almost behave like gods. Very big problem. The person who runs the temple starts thinking he is God. Because he starts thinking, I am taking care of the whole thing. Why not He knows the tricks of the trade. He thinks, I am everything. When I know the whole thing, why not use the situation? Why not use the thing? That is a big problem. I always tell people, unless you are matured, never take up this running temple. One person asked me, Swamiji, I don't believe in spirituality. I am not a spiritual person, but I want to run the temple as a social service. I just want to do it as a social service. Shall I do it? I told, never do that mistake. Never do it. If you are not matured spiritually, if you enter into this work, surely you will trouble yourself and trouble others. By and by, it will become a pure name and fame game. Pure name and fame game. And naturally, you will hurt yourself and you will hurt others. Never take up unless you are spiritually mature. That is why they say, there is a beautiful sloka. At the time of the pratishtha, the karta, instruction or qualification for the karta, the installation or the pratishthavana should be done only by an enlightened person. Otherwise, the person who is karta, he will receive all the collective negativity as sins of the people who come and pray in the temple. It's a very frightening idea. Frightening idea. Don't think it is a lie. It has actually meaning. It has its own meaning. The person who takes up this type of job without having spiritual maturity will naturally end up in name and fame problem. He will create trouble for himself and for others. He will start representing. He will start putting himself. He will start acting for the sake of divine. And when people come and stand in front of the God, deity and pray, they are gullible because they are caught in the fear and greed. You can easily exploit them. You can easily make them what you want them to do because they are already in trouble. They are waiting, what is the solution? Where is the solution? They are in search. So naturally, easily you can take them for ride. That is the reason. Again and again and again, the Agamas emphasize only enlightened masters should run the spiritual organizations. All the major temples of India are run by enlightened persons, or the tradition of sannyasis, or the tradition they run. And again they say, if you give a business to a sannyasi, he will destroy. He will not know how to do. If you give a spiritual project to a grihastha, to a businessman, he will make the whole thing into business. He will make the whole thing into accounts. Divine cannot be brought under the accounts. You cannot bring the divine under the calculation. The whole thing will lose the spirit. The spirit will be lost. The original cause or the original spirit with which the whole thing is created, the inspiration with which the whole thing is created will not be realized. That is why masters again and again emphasize, you need spiritual maturity before you enter into this type of activities. Spiritual maturity is a basic need. Don't come to the divine for name and fame. You will miss it and you will mess it. Next, comparison and jealousy. This is an extreme step. This is an extreme step. People always start comparing. People always feel jealous of their position, their standard, their point. The person who compares
who is in jealousy can never rest. See what makes us run in our life. Why do we feel continuously running? Why are we in a hurry, such a hurry? Why do you think we are running? That's a beautiful sloka which says, just like how monkey charmer makes the monkey to dance with a small stick, the Parashakti Maya is making us dance with the one stick called jealousy and comparison. With that one stick, she makes us all dance. We do all dance, all kinds of dance because of that one stick. The moment you think somebody has something more than you, you are in a hurry. You are in a hurry. A small story about the hurry. One man enters the bar and orders 5 drinks. Without giving a pass, he downs complete all the 5 glasses. The bartender asks, why are you in such a hurry? This guy says, you also will be in a hurry if you have what I have. Bartender sympathetically asks, what is the problem? What do you have? I have only 50 cents. Don't be in a hurry. Don't be in a hurry. This guy says, I have only 50 cents. If you are hurrying, please be very clear, you have only 50 cents. You don't trust yourself. That is why you run. You don't think in a relaxed way you can achieve. We don't trust our energy. We are hurrying because they have only 50 cents. We want to grab and finish everything before the other person realizes I have only 50 cents. Don't be in a hurry. You don't have to run. I have 100 carat diamond. I have this, I have that. With the divine also people start boasting and comparing. Why to go to temple? Even in our houses. When your friends come, many people. In San Jose, there was a devotee. He took me to his puja room and started explaining. All he has is only some 10 photos. But for each photo, at least half an hour explanation. And he says there is no copy of this photograph, no photograph like this exists all over the planet Earth. And I told him, how? There must be at least few prints. No, Swamiji, all other prints are destroyed. This only print available. And you can't understand to what extent of foolishness we will go, or to what type of things we will do if we are caught in jealousy and comparison. Goes on and on bragging. This is mine, this is mine, this is the way, this is the way, this is the way it is kept, this is the way it is kept, this is that, this is that. When you approach the divine with the mentality of jealousy and comparison, again you are caught. You see the same thing in them. People come and ask me, Swamiji, in Puranas we see so many gods and goddesses are fighting out of jealousy, out of greed, out of anger. What have you got to say about that? Please be very clear, those Puranas are written for the people who are caught in jealousy, so that you will be able to relate with them. Don't think divine did all those things. I don't think divine would have done all the mistakes. If you think the divine also has done all those mistakes, you will be able to relate with him. That is why again and again we do Kalyanotsava, the marriage ritual for God.
When you feel he is also married, you feel comfortable and safe. And you feel, yes, I can relate with him now. He is also like me. Just to give you the comfort sense, just to make you feel relaxed. All these stories are told. All these things are expressed so that you will be able to relate. See, unless the divine is expressed in your language, you will not be able to relate with it. That is why all these Puranas, all these stories are written and given to you. The next, the person who is centered on ego. This is very difficult. The person who is centered on ego, person who is centered on name and fame, tries to accumulate name and fame, showing the divine in front. The person who is centered on the ego starts claiming he is divine without expressing the qualities of the divine. That is why there is a beautiful Upanishad which says, if you are divine, express it by your qualities. Let people recognize by your qualities, not by your words. Be very clear. What you do will speak for you. What you speak will not do anything for you. What you work, the way in which you work will speak for you. But your words will not work for you. Here, there is a beautiful Upanishad, Paramashivam Upanishad, which says, Paramahamsas should not wear this kavi cloth. Actually, technically, to tell you honestly, I am not supposed to wear this cloth. They say, you should not be respected for this cloth. By your very quality, you should be respected. Because of your quality, because of your divinity, you should be respected. When you express the divine qualities in your life, that should be respected, not this cloth. Again and again, the divine emphasizes. Yesterday there was a question, how to find out a person who is egoistic or a person who is real spiritual master. Person who is egoistic can only play with words. Only a person who has achieved can reproduce the experience in you. Person who has achieved will be able to create the experience in you. If you receive the experience, then be very clear, your master is enlightened, divine. He is the embodiment of spiritual experience, knowledge. If you get only words, not experience, be very clear, something is seriously wrong in the path or the person whom you are following. Words are like menu card, experience is like a food. You go to some hotel, they give only menu card and they say, food is not available here. Can you call that as a hotel? No. Just menu card is not enough. Your hunger cannot be removed. Words are like menu card. Food is experience. Experience is the food. Be very clear. In the spiritual life, don't stop with menu card. The person who has approached the divine with ego will always start representing the divine without having the solid experience in himself. That is why, again and again, Upanishads, they emphasize on the experience. If you don't experience, be very clear, there is something seriously wrong with the person whom you are following. I always tell people, if you are not experienced with me, forgive me, there is something seriously wrong in me. Forget about everything. You are not wrong.
And it is very easy to put the responsibility on the disciples and continuously blame them. You are not qualified, you are not practicing it perfectly, you are not practicing it regularly, you are not right, that is why you are not having experience. It's a cunning way of cheating a disciple, postponing it. He comes to you because he is not perfect. And again, if you start telling, you are not perfect, that is why you are not having experience. For that you don't need guru, for that wife is sufficient. That's what she also tells continuously. From morning till night, that's what she does. We don't need master. Master is a person, whatever may be your condition, he will be able to reproduce the experience which happened in him in you. Scientist is a person who creates formula to reproduce the outwardly things. Spiritual master is a person who creates formula to reproduce the inner world experience. I always tell people, if you are not experienced attending our meditation programs or meditation camps, be very clear, something is seriously wrong with me, not with you. Forget about me, carry your life, you may meet some master. I am enlightened only if you can experience that, not before it. Before it, it is only a word, menu card. Menu card will not help you. It cannot remove your hunger, and it can create only more hunger. It can only create more trouble. So don't stop with menu card. What you are hearing, this is only menu card. Don't stop with the menu card. Aim directly towards the divine. Let you aim the divine. The person who goes to the divine, who approaches divine with ego, he gets everything and boasts his ego. He never surrenders to the divine. He becomes more egoistic. He becomes more strong. He strengthens his ego by getting all this knowledge. Be very clear, they are the most dangerous people. Most dangerous people. Instead of surrendering to the divine, they strengthen instead of surrendering their ego to the divine, they strengthen their ego with the knowledge. This knowledge can be used in two ways. With this knowledge you can surrender yourself to the divine. And with this knowledge you can make others to surrender to yourself. For both purposes it can be used. It is up to you to which purpose you are going to use. A small story. One king goes to the forest to fight, to hunt. For hunting, suddenly he sees continuously more than 50 trees. There is a target mark that drawing round circles. The center there is an arrow. There are target marks and exactly in the center arrow is there. Continuously he sees so many target marks. Exactly on the center arrow is there. He wants to find out who is this person, master of this archery. Who is the person? He must be a great master. He must have mastered this whole art. He must have been like Arjuna. He started searching this person. Suddenly he sees a young boy with bow and arrow, the same color arrow. The king goes and asks him, "Are you the person who shot all the arrows?" He says, "Yes, I am the person." Then king congratulates. "Today onwards I appoint you as my Senadivadi," means my commander in chief, and I appreciate your mastery over this bow and arrow, your power, your capacity. Please tell me how you are able to manage in such a young age
such a high art? How did you achieve such perfection in this young age? Then the guy says, it is very simple. First I shot the arrow, then I mark the paintings. Then I make the circles. That's all. First I shoot the arrow, then I make circles. Be very clear. When we approach the divine with ego, we do the same thing. Instead of aiming at the center, you will put your arrow, then you will make circles. Then you will create circles. Completely you turn. Instead of aiming at the center, you turn the center to your aim. Here, when we approach the divine with ego, instead of surrendering our ego, we strengthen our ego with this divine knowledge. Danger. Next, the ultimate, when you go to the divine with a gratitude, with ultimate gratitude, the whole relationship takes a different turn. You start feeling so grateful, so deeply connected with the divine. Your whole life changes from low, first level greed. With the greed and begging attitude, you go. Next, the fear. Gods who protect, they appeal to you more. That is why all the tribal gods, you can see, they will have big swords. Even in Indian villages, you can see the gods with big swords, with big bow and arrow, and all those ayudas. Gods with ayudas means he is worshipped by the person who is centered on the fear. Next, Ori, who gives you the peace. Buddha will appeal for you. If you are centered on Ori, Buddha will appeal more. Who gives you peace. That type of gods and gurus will appeal. And the person who is centered on name and fame, the gods who give you name and fame, they will appeal more. And the same way, not only the gods, to the masters also you approach from all these levels. I have all 7 kinds of disciples. People who approach me out of greed. People who approach me out of fear. People who approach me because of worries. People who approach me for name and fame. People who approach me out of that jealous and comparison. Comparison means, I think that guru has got only 1 or 2 ashrams. This guru has got more number of ashrams in young age itself. He must be a big guru. And people approach me out of ego, just to prove their ego, or to feel satisfied, to strengthen their ego. You know, I am disciple of Nithyananda Swami. I am very close to him. He knows my name. He can call me by name. Just to have ego satisfaction. There are few who approach and experience the divine, the gratitude. People who approach with the greed. One more problem. The people who approach with greed, not only they have greed, they have their own idea, they have their own fantasies about a master, how a master should be. They have their own fantasies, they have their own frame. They come with that frame and see whether this person fits with that frame or not. Fits with that frame or not. I always face a big problem because of my age. The age is a very big problem. This really happened in India ashram. One day I was sitting outside the ashram. I was alone, sitting alone without my turban. Secretary, nobody was around me. I was sitting alone on a small stone, enjoying the cool breeze. Our ashram is actually in the forest. It's a forest area. Still, cheetah, elephants, everything comes. and it's a forest area. I was sitting there on a stone and enjoying the cool breeze. One elderly Pandit, very elderly man, well read. By seeing can say he's an elderly Pandit, a knowledgeable person, intellectual. He came and asked me, I wanted to meet Swamiji, where is he? I told, please go and sit in the Ananda Sabha, he will come in half an hour. In darshan time he will come. He went and sat in the meditation hall. Unfortunately, in those days, somehow I used to be alone, I used to sit, people don't, there were not many people in the ashram. He went and sat in the hall. After half an hour, I put my turban and the rudraksha, everything, and I went there. I was about to sit in my chair. He said, no, I want to meet Big Swamiji. I wanted to meet Guruji. I said, please forgive me, in this ashram I am the Swami. And whom you really want to meet? He said, no, I heard about the Nithyananda Swami. He healed my cousin. I wanted to see him. Then I told, this is your cousin's name. She has been healed. It is me only. And I am Nithyananda Swami. And you will be surprised. He is not ready to believe. And he was just looking at me. Then I said, you see, usually we don't carry ID card. Usually India Swamis don't carry ID card. Still, if you can't believe, look at that photograph. See the name and see the face. I am that Swami. And I can't tell anything more. And you will be surprised. I tell you, this is the truth. He did not speak to me and he went away. He went away. He said, I have nothing to learn from you. Okay. He went away. Strong fantasies, strong imagination. They are not able to relate. When you have that strong imaginations, you will not be able to relate with reality. Very difficult to relate with the reality. And really he went away. He said, I have nothing to ask you, I have nothing to talk to you. Okay. He went away. When you can't drop your strong imaginations, naturally you will not be able to relate with the reality. And same out of fear. People who come out of fear also will never be able to get rid of that fear. They will always be stuck with that. And the people who come out of worry, people who come for name and fame, in a different levels, people approach the masters or gods. The more you are matured, the more matured person will feel, you will feel connected to that person, or will give you the fulfillment. When you become mature, when you are above the fear and greed, please be very clear, you will approach the same master, same God with a lot more maturity, with a lot more intimacy. You will feel deeply connected. In Bhagavatam, we have 5 different attitudes how to relate with master or how to relate with God. First, Dasabhava means seeing the God as a Lord, as a master. How the Anjaneya related with Rama. Seeing him as a master and serving him. Serving is the only sadhana. How the Anjaneya related with Rama. Next, Vatsalya Bhava. Seeing the God as a child, as a son. As my own son. How the Yasoda saw Krishna. Third, seeing the master as a friend. How Arjuna saw Krishna. How Arjuna related with Krishna. Sakabhava. Fourth, seeing the master, seeing the God as a father or mother. How Ramakrishna related with Kali. How Ramakrishna related with Kali. How he felt Kali's own mother. Ramakrishna used to eat, and after eating he will feed that same food to the god, to the Devi. And the temple organizers, they said, no, you cannot do this, it is sacrilegious. You cannot give the food after eating to the god. He said, if you say that, I will go away from the temple, I have no problem. But I cannot serve, I cannot give the food to the divine, food to my mother, unless I taste it. Unless I know it's a good food, I cannot give for my mother. If you say, I have no problem, I leave the temple. From outside the temple I will worship. But I will do only in this way. He felt she is mother. And the next, seeing the Lord as a beloved, Mathura Bhava, how the Radha, Rasheshwari, Sri Radha, Sadha Krishna needs a tremendous maturity. Only if you experience the consciousness which is beyond body, you can relate with the divine in the attitude of beloved, attitude of Madhura, the Mathura Bhava. These are the 5 major bhavas with which people relate with the divine. With a different maturity level, different attitudes suits your mind. According to your maturity, the attitude differs. The more person is matured, more the gratitude starts happening. Less the person is matured, more you will be filling your life with prayers. Prayer religion is greed, confession religion is fear. Then next, when you go beyond the prayer and confession, starts gratitude, starts experiencing the divine. Now, Krishna starts explaining how you can grow step by step, how you can reach the ultimate maturity, how you can create and experience the divine in the ultimate level.
Bhagavatam Narayanena Swajam Vyasena Kraditam Purana Muninam Madhye Mahabharatam.
Chadurvida bhajante mam jana sukridinorjuna arto jignyasurartarthi jnani cha paradarshava. How we approach the divine, based on that the community system is created. How matured you are, only based on that the whole community system is created. How matured you are, that much you share with the society. With that same maturity only you will approach the God also. If you feel you are missing money, you will go to the God who will give money. If you feel you are missing knowledge, you will go to the Devi who will give knowledge, Saraswati. If you feel you are insecure, you will go to the God who will protect you. You will go to Durga or Kali. If you feel you are missing spiritual experience, ultimate experience. Only then you will go to the ultimate divine. You will go to the divine incarnations, the ultimate expressions of divine. Here, Krishna says, 4 type of people come to me. Chaturvita bhajante mam jana sukridino arjuna. Arto jignyasu rattarthi jnani cha paradarshava. Here he explains clearly the 4 community. People who are distressed means the working class, the workers. And people who are the desirer of wealth means the business people. Vaishya, who wants wealth. The inquisitive means the person who is continuously inquiring, continuously asking. Kshatriya, the person who is always asking what next, what next, what next, tatakyum, tatakyum, tatakyum. A Kshatriya can never rest because he is again and again asking what next, what next, what next. Inquisitive, tatakyum. Kshatriya. Then the person who is searching for knowledge of the absolute, Brahmana. All the 4 come to me, all the 4 reach me, but from a different level. Please be very clear, from a different level. All the 4 may go to the same God, but they will not experience Him in the same way. They will experience Him in a different way. You may go to the same God or different God, but according to your maturity only you will experience the divine. As long as you are caught in the fear or greed, you will be going only to that type of gods. You will feel attracted only to that type of gods. That is why again and again I tell people, it is very easy to go to a temple and pray, but very difficult to go to a master and start meditating. It is only for matured people. It is not for everyone. In temples you will see thousands, but in the spiritual places you will see only few hundreds. It is not for all, it is a luxury. Spirituality is a luxury. Only few intelligent people can afford. The price for the spirituality is your sufferings. Who had enough sufferings, only they can afford to enter into spirituality. If you have not had enough sufferings, if you have not understood that you had enough sufferings, you cannot enter into spirituality. It is only for the people who suffered, who understood they have suffered. 2 things. Not only suffering, understanding that you are suffering. That intelligence, both are needed to enter into the spiritual life. Spirituality is a luxury. It is not for all. Religion is for everybody. Only for a few matured people can enter into spirituality. The next sloka, Krishna says, Yo yo yamyam tanum bhakta sraddhayar siddhamichchati tasya tasya chalam sraddham tameva vidatamyaham. He says, I am in everyone's heart as the Paramatman. As soon as one desires to worship some demigod, I make his faith steady so that he can devote himself to that particular deity. Please understand, when he says demigod, it doesn't mean small devatas. Even if you approach Krishna out of fear or greed, you are approaching demigod. When he says the word demigod, he means that with what approach you approach the divine, with what attitude you approach the divine. With the right approach, even if you approach demigod, he will give you enlightenment. With the wrong approach, even if you approach Krishna, you will have only money. There's a beautiful story in Krishna's life. Story says there was a rich man who prays to Krishna to become a king. Morning and evening, twice he will tell Krishna, Krishna. That's all, nothing else. Krishna, give me kingdom. Krishna, I want to become a king. There was another one, poor lady, who had only one cow. With that milk, she will make little butter and little sweets and offer it to Krishna. Whole day she will be sitting and chanting Krishna's name. Whole day she will be sitting and chanting Krishna's name. Suddenly one day, Krishna appeared and answered, responded to both of them. This guy who asked for kingdom, he became a king. And this lady who was praying every day to Krishna, her cow died. Narada asked, what is this, O Lord? That fellow who repeats only twice your name, you made him as king. And this lady, 24 hours, she remembers you. You killed her cow. What is this? Krishna says, that fellow wants only kingdom. He came to me only for that. I am just utility. I am just utility. So I blessed him for what he wants. But for her, I am the whole life. There was only one small hindrance. Only one thing was standing between her and me, that is that cow. I took away that also. I removed that hindrance also. Now she is completely into me, within me. And she is completely now become me. With what approach you are, with what attitude you go to the divine, plays an important role in your spiritual progress. If you approach the same Krishna out of fear or greed, you are worshipping demigod. But Krishna says it is not wrong. He is not here to discourage you. Nothing wrong. But not enough. Not enough. That is not the place to stop. That's a place. It is a good place to have visa, but not to have green card. Or citizenship. Here, the planets of demigods, or the places of demigods, are good place to visit, but not the right place to stay. And Krishna says, because I am in everyone's heart as a Paramatman, the moment you desire to worship some demigod, I make his faith steady so that he can devote himself to that particular deity. Let me describe usually how a seeker travels through all these paths and ends up. A normal seeker, when he starts, he hears about all kinds of pujas, homas. This homa will give you that benefit, that puja will give this benefit. And he starts all these things. For Friday fasting for Devi, Saturday fasting for Balaji, Sunday fasting for some other god, and Monday fasting for Shiva, Tuesday fasting for Skanda, and Thursday fasting for Guru, and all pujas, all possible homas, wherever things go on, that person will be there. This is the way it will start. Then slowly, not only going to all these pujas and homas, going to so many different kinds of devatas temples. This is the way it will start. Then slowly, after some time, you will come to the understanding. These rituals and this going to the temples are too much. Why to let somebody else do for my sake? Let me directly do and relate with the divine.
He himself will start his own shrine in the puja room, in his house. From morning till night, he himself will start doing. A little mature person, he himself starts. I should feel related. And I should feel connected. Let me do it by myself. He himself starts. Then after some time, the first standard is going around to all the temple, all the puja, all the homa. Second standard is starting by yourself, doing it by yourself. Third standard, all gods are one and the same God. I feel attracted more towards this one God, particular God. Having one form and taking away all the other things. But doing puja and homa only for that one form. This is the third standard. Fourth, more than puja, the mantra is powerful. Let me start repeating the mantra. Surrendering through body is puja. Surrendering through words is mantra. Mantra and stotra. Surrendering through mind is dhyana. So here he thinks, why not do some stotra and japa? He starts repeating the mantra of the same God. In every level, different gurus appeal for you. In every level, different gurus appeal for you. When you are in the level of puja and homa, people who do that, they appeal for you. When you are in the level of going around all the pilgrimage places, people who guide you to the pilgrimage places, they appeal for you. And when you go to Sabarimala, you call somebody as Guru Swami. The person who leads the whole trip is called Guru Swami. He appeals for you. When you come to the level of you yourself doing upasana, you yourself start worshipping, then the person who teaches you puja how to do, he appeals for you. He is your guru. Then when you start repeating some mantra, the person who gives you the mantra appeals for you. He becomes your guru, who guides you, who can tell you how to meditate, how to repeat the mantra, how to do japa. He appeals. Next, after some time you think, why only repeat this japa? Why not start the meditation? You will start visualizing his form. Now the person who teaches you meditation will appeal. But this meditation is again Saguna Brahma, means form, meditating on the form. This is the next standard. First standard, going around and attending rituals and temples. Second standard, doing all the rituals by yourself. Third standard, concentrating on one deity, doing puja and homa for that God. Fourth standard, why to do so many rituals? Why not start the mantras? Fifth standard, why to stop with the mantra? Why not start visualizing the form? Meditate. Then, when you sincerely start meditating, he himself appears. He himself gives darshan and guides you to the higher level sadhana. He guides you to the right master. Sometimes he gives darshan and guides. Sometimes he directly, automatically makes you feel connected. Only a person who has come to this level can feel directly related to an enlightened master. Till you reach this level, till this maturity happens to you, you cannot straight away feel connected completely with an enlightened person. You need to go through all these 5 steps. Only then you will feel connected with a living master. When you come to this single, meditating on a single form, then master happens in your life. He happens in your life. Then he guides you. The form on which you are meditating, that form and your form, both are expressions of same divine energy. He puts you into that real meditation, means turning towards yourself, turning towards your consciousness, turning towards Atman. He gives you the technique to realize your being. The 7th standard, the ultimate, you experience you are that. you achieve the enlightenment. This is the usual method seekers travel, starting with first standard, second standard, third standard, and you end up in experiencing yourself. Now find out in which standard you are and try to go to the next level. That's all. That is all you need to do. Here Krishna says, Yo yam yam tanum bhakta sradhaya archidu vichadi tasya tasya chalam sraddham tameva vidadamyaham. Because I reside in everyone's heart as Paramatman. When somebody desires to worship a demigod, I make his faith steady so that he can devote himself to that particular deity. When you approach the divine, even from the first level, he himself helps you. He helps you. It's like a 18 karat gold. 18 karat gold is nothing wrong, but you need to be put in a little fire. Slowly, slowly you will become 22 when you reach the master, a living master. Slowly, slowly you will become 24 when you yourself become enlightened. If you throw away the first step, you can never reach the second step. Unless you went round or you went through all these steps, it will be difficult. You will not be able to relate with the living master directly. You will not be able to connect. You will not be able to feel the importance. Today morning when devotee came, he was speaking to me and he expressed his confusions which happened after reading all the books. And he said, I am now more confused than before, Swamiji. In the Gita, Arjuna says the same thing. After a few chapters, he says, Oh Krishna, now I am more confused than before the Gita. It means you are really done your sadhana. You really did your sadhana. Understanding that this is not helping me is the right help derived by that sadhana. Buddha teaches meditation to one of his disciples. And the disciple tries his best and comes back. Buddha, I am not able to meditate. Then Buddha says, don't worry, you understood properly. That is the purpose of this meditation. Understanding you are not able to meditate is the purpose of this meditation. You have done it. The meditation has helped its purpose. Now forget about it. Come to the next step. Sometimes these techniques will make you mature even by the understanding that you are not able to do the techniques. Even that is a big maturity. Nothing wrong in it. So, different kinds of maturity, different levels of maturity happens to you when you reach the divine. Approaching the divine in the first level or the first step, nothing wrong. But don't stop there. Here he says, I make his faith steady so that he can devote himself to that particular deity. Means in that particular attitude, he can grow. There is a possibility of growth. He says, I don't discourage him. I make him study so that he will slowly come up to the next levels. You need intelligence to protect it. That only you need to do. So be very clear. When you receive anything out of energy without having maturity, if you have enough intelligence, buddhi, maturity to have wealth, naturally you would have created it. Because you don't have buddhi, you go and ask from God to give you the Shakti. If you get only Shakti without buddhi, it will be temporary. That is what he says. If you get Shakti without buddhi, it will be temporary. It will not stay with you. So that is why he says boons derived from demigods are only temporary. They are not permanent. And if you continue to worship them, you will be stuck with them. You will create only that kind of space in your inner space. You will live only with that kind of energy in your inner being. And makes one more statement. Matbhakta yanti mamapi. My devotees attain me. When he says this word, if you approach me from the ultimate attitude of love and gratitude, the greatest attitude is gratitude. If you approach me with gratitude, you will achieve me. You will experience me. Again and again people ask me, Swamiji, when I have so much of problems, how can I be grateful? Please be very clear. You continuously pray to God, oh God, give me diamond ring. Do you feel grateful that He gave you finger? We don't feel grateful that He gave us finger. Be very clear, finger is not your birthright. There are millions of people who don't have hands. There are millions of people who don't have fingers. It is not your birthright. We continuously pray intensely in all possible ways. Oh God, give me this, oh God, give me that. But we never feel grateful for the things which is showered on us. The very life is a blessing. Can you say that your life is given to you as a salary for some job which you did in Vaikuntha or Kailasha? No. It's not that we worked 100 years in Kailash and got one check. All right, I have 70 years of life. If you go and work in the army, they will give you money for study. It's not like that. We did not get life as a salary. It's a pure blessing. It is showered on us. Every breath which is going, inhale, you are inhaling breath and exhaling breath, is just boon given to us. The very life is a blessing. Continuously, we feel the things which are not there around us, but we never experience the things which are showered on us by the Divine. There's a big list one side, what all the things God has not given you. And there's a big list other side, what all the things God has given you. How many things are showered on you? If you honestly write, you should start with paper, pen, and it's an endless list. Every moment your life is the gift from the Divine. Still you are alive. Still you are conscious. That itself is a gift from the Divine. It is showered on us. If you honestly make a list, the things which is not given to you, that will be a huge list, endless, infinite list. Things which are given to you, that will also be endless, infinite list. Now it is up to us whether to look at the list which is not given to us and feel continuously miserable and beg, oh, I did not have this, I did not have that, and live in hell, or to look at the list which is showered on us and feel deeply grateful and feel, oh God, you have showered so much on me. You have really given me the life, and feel grateful and create our heaven. It's up to us to create hell or heaven. It's your pure choice. It is up to you to do what you want. He says, these men with small intelligence worship the demigods. Their results are temporary. And we continue to live in that way. When you feel the life itself is a blessing, when you approach the Divine with a deep love and gratitude, not only you experience the Divine consciousness, he says, Matbhakta yanti mamapi, they achieve me, they attain me. There's another one place, in another one place, Krishna says beautifully, if you ask something, I'll give you that. If you don't ask anything, I'll give you me. I'll give you me. People say, who wants him? Who wants him? We want him only as a utility, not him. As long as he serves our purpose, things are okay. So we don't want him. People want only solution. They don't want the divine. Avyaktam vyaktimavannam manyante mama buddhayaha param bhavam ajanando mamam avyayam. Avyaktam vyaktimavannam manyante mama buddhayaha param bhavam ajananto mama vyayam. Unintelligent men who do not know me perfectly think that I, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the Bhagavan, was impersonal before and have become human being now. They do not know that I am imperishable and supreme even when I assume the body. Unintelligent men who do not know my supreme, inimitable and immortal form assume my imperceptible form as manifested. Here he makes another important statement. When he says all these signs, when he says all these things, and finally he makes a statement in last sloka, Madbhakta yanti mamapi, my devotees achieve me, attain me. Naturally Arjuna would have had a doubt. Are you demigod? One more demigod. Are you one more demigod? Naturally Arjuna would have had the doubt. For that, now Krishna gives explanation. Unintelligent men who are not matured, they think I am just this form. Only an intelligent man understands Avyaktam means unborn, immortal. I am immortal. Even when I assume this form, I am that same consciousness. I have not become ordinary human being by assuming the human form. He declares his divinity openly. He declares clearly, I am the same even when I assume human form. Don't think I am one more demigod. Don't think I am one more demigod. Avyaktam vyaktimavannam manyante mama buddhayaha param bhavam ajananto mamavyayam anumaduttamam. Mamavyayam anuttamam. He says, I am unborn, immortal, inimitable, even when I take this form. Even when I assume this form, I am that same ultimate divine. I am not an ordinary man. This is a very... That is why he is making the statement. This statement is made to declare his enlightenment, to express clearly, explicitly, I am enlightened, I am embodiment of that ultimate consciousness. The problem is, person who is receiving is not matured enough. People ask me again and again, why Krishna is again and again declaring he is enlightened? There is a big problem. If you are talking about something again and again, something wrong with that. There is a proverb in Tamil, if you wear a new ring, you will always speak with that hand. Because continuously you will be showing that. If you wear a new earring, what you will do? Again your head will shake. And if you are wearing a new sari, again and again you will leave the border. If you are speaking again and again about something, there is something wrong with that thing. If you are clear about it, why you should speak again and again? Because the person who is receiving
is not matured enough. Is not matured enough. For Arjuna, he is approaching Krishna only out of fear and greed, at least when the Gita is started. Out of that fear, depression, out of the greed, what is more beneficial for me? He is asking, what will give the maximum benefit? Means greed. And next thing, fear. He is afraid. What will happen to the war? What will happen in the war? The fear and greed, that is the way he approached Krishna. So even Arjuna sees Krishna only as a demigod in the initial level. The initial level, Arjuna's approach is only as a demigod. That is the reason now Krishna declares his glory or his true form. He says, all these type of people come to me, I fulfill them from in a different level, just to encourage their faith, just to help them to grow. But only intelligent people will understand, even if I assume this body, I am the ultimate. I am enlightened. Unintelligent people, they think, seeing my body, seeing my form, that I am not the divine. So please be very clear, I am that. He again and again makes a clear statement to Arjuna so that Arjuna can understand. Next statement he makes. Bahunam janmanam ante jnanavanmam prapatyade vasudeva sarvamiti samahatma sudurlabha. He says, after many births and deaths, he who is actually in knowledge surrenders unto me, knowing me to be the cause of all causes and all that is. Such a great soul is very rare. It's a very important statement. Only after many births and deaths, you will be able to relate with an enlightened person. You cannot feel connected to an enlightened master unless you undergo many births and deaths. I was telling you the 7 steps. First standard, going around to many temples, many rituals, many places, pilgrimage, everything. Second, doing it by yourself. Third, concentrating it on one God. Fourth, instead of rituals, doing japa, repeating the stotras. Fifth, instead of repeating the japa, visualizing his form and meditating. Sixth, instead of meditating on some other form, falling into the same consciousness, realizing that form and your Atman are one and the same. God and the Atman are one and the same. Seventh, experiencing the reality. These 7 steps, don't think will be done in a single janma. People take hundreds of janmas to achieve the maturity. It is very rare people achieve this maturity. He says, Durlabha, very rare to see a soul who has achieved that maturity. Who has achieved that maturity. It is very easy to relate with gods in a temple because they don't demand you to be pure. They don't demand any discipline from you. You can go and pray to him, do whatever you want and think he has blessed you and go. But relating with enlightened master is very difficult. I always tell people ask me, why do masters become very popular after their death? After their death, all masters will become popular. Because it is very easy to cheat yourself with the photograph. It is very easy to cheat yourself with the photograph. You can put his photograph and do whatever you want and think it is his teachings. And you have no problem. There is nobody to question you. There is nobody to ask you anything. You can do whatever you want and project. Everything is his blessing. And you can play with his photograph. It is very easy. There is nobody to catch you. There is nobody to discipline you. It is very easy to play with the photographs. That is why all dead masters became very popular. And you don't have to give your ego. You don't have to give up your ego with dead masters. You just have a photograph, put a big garland, do arati, do whatever you want. Sometimes you can sit under the photograph and start representing him. No problem. Very easy. The whole game is very easy. Nothing needs to be done. The whole game is ego fulfilling. A nice game. Connecting with old masters, dead masters is very easy because they don't demand your ego. You don't have to surrender. Nothing needs to be done. That is why with old masters and with temples, crowd will be too much. Crowd will be too much. Because it is very easy, nothing needs to be done. All you need to do is just think. You have done everything and you are blessed. But with a living master, you need to transform your life. You need to transform your life. You need to experience the truth. He will not let you sleep. He will not let you rest. He will haunt you. He will make you realize the truth. He will not let you do what you want. He will not be fulfilling your ego. I always tell people, old masters are dead. Living master is death. He will be death for you. He will be death for your ego. And you cannot do your games with him. You cannot play all your games with him. You have to grow. You have to become mature being. Nothing can be done. You cannot do the same old game and put his name in front. No. And he will make you wake up. He will shake you. Ramana Maharshi says, somebody asked Ramana Maharshi, this whole world is dream, Maya. Master also I see in the same dream. Enlightened person also I see him in the same dream. I see you also in the same dream. How is it going to help me? Ramana Maharshi says, if you see a lion in your dream, what will happen? You will wake up from the dream. Same way, if you see a master in your dream, be very clear, you are going to wake up from the dream. Master is a Simha Swapna. He will be a Simha Swapna. Masters are nightmares. That is why you are afraid. People are afraid to come near the masters. With the living master, very difficult. You can't continue to play your game. You can't do the same game and put whatever you want. The game cannot be yours. The game will be his. You cannot play your game. You have to act according to his script. So he is going to be the director. That is why it is very difficult to fall in tune with the living master. Only a person who understood after many births and deaths, who has matured, who has got enough knowledge, surrenders unto me, surrenders to the living master. See, in India, kids play with the toys, especially in Tamil Nadu. There are wooden toys. Some 4 or 5 wooden toys will be there. I have seen kids playing. For one toy they will put sari and say, this is mother. For other toy they will put dhoti and they will say, this is father. Other toy they will put skirt and say, this is sister. Other toy they will put a trouser and they will say, this is brother. And they will start their game. Mother is cooking. They will take that mother doll and make it stand near the small kitchen. And they will say, father is going to office. They will put that father doll in a small car and they will drive. And they will make sound also. Ping, ping, orange sound also. And take that car to the office. And then after a few minutes they will tell,
Sister is going to school. They will put the sister doll in the car and they will run around. Sister is going to the school and they will make sound also. Sister is crying, she doesn't want to go to school. They will do the game. And then they will tell, now it is becoming evening. Sister is coming back from the school. They will bring the sister back. They will bring the father. Father is coming back from an office. They will bring the father back. They are playing. Please understand, we are also doing the same game. You catch somebody and you tell, you are my mother, you are father, you are husband, you are wife, you are my son, you are my sister, you are my brother. And if that doll doesn't behave according to your image, you say this is not a good doll, this is not a good toy. You just throw it away. Sometimes these dolls, they hurt themselves with the dolls. Then they say, this doll has hurt me. They don't realize they took the doll and put it on their eyes. They complain, this doll has hurt me. They start crying. Same way, when somebody doesn't behave according to your frame, sister means you have an idea. Sister should be like this. Mother means you have an idea. She should be like that. Wife means you have an idea. She should be like that. You want all the dolls to behave their role, play their role. When somebody doesn't play their role, you throw them out of the game. You don't want to play with the doll. Suddenly you die. Leave the body. When you go to the other place, the next birth, again you catch one more set of dolls. Start the same game. My father, my husband, my wife, my daughter, my son, my brother, and the game starts. Same game. Continues, you play. Sometimes you take the doll inside, sometimes you throw the dolls outside, sometimes you fire them, sometimes you enjoy them, and if you don't have enough of dolls, you get 2-3 cats and 2-3 dogs also to play with you, and you have everything. And when you have everything, play continuously, you play. Suddenly again you die. When you die, again you assume the another one body. With another one body, you catch one more set of people and start playing the same game. Again and again, you are playing the same game. Only a person who is little mature, who understood how many times I will play the same game. What am I doing? How many times I will do the same psychodrama? Please understand, the whole thing is psychodrama. Whole thing is just psychodrama. Whether it is relationship or whether it is life, everything is nothing but psychodrama. You have an agenda. Society has taught you. As a father, you should behave like this. As a husband, you should behave like this. As a son, you should behave like this. As long as you follow the agenda, you are called good citizen. When you don't follow the agenda, you are not respected. All the other dolls, they kick you out of the game. They tell you are not accepted in the game. You are not allowed anymore for this game. Means you are not invited for the parties. That is what is boycotting. They boycott you. And then suddenly one day you realize, how many times again and again I am doing the same drama, same game. The person who understood, again and again I am doing the same drama, same game, is only called who achieved knowledge, understood, who got the knowledge of this truth, surrenders unto me, surrenders to the Master, an enlightened being, knowing me to be the cause of all causes and all that is. Such a great soul is very rare. Only a person who achieved this knowledge relates with the Master in a real sense.
Only he sees the master in a real way. Please be very clear. There's a beautiful sloka which says, even if you have seen once an enlightened master, you will become enlightened. The sloka says. And people come and ask me, why still I am not becoming enlightened, Swamiji? Be very clear. Never think that you are seeing me. Or never think just by seeing through your eyes you can see the divine, you can see the masters, not me. Even if you have seen any other enlightened masters, never think you have seen them. Just by seeing your eyes, never think you have seen them. If you have seen them, with which attitude you have seen them, that plays a major role. If you went to them with a greed, you went to demigod, not enlightened master. If you went to them with fear, if you have gone to them, if you have gone out of fear, again you have gone to demigod, not to an enlightened master. Only if you go with an attitude of love and gratitude, understanding, maturity, you are seeing a living master. You are seeing an enlightened person. The moment you see an enlightened being as he is, you will become enlightened. There is no doubt about it. Krishna says, Desham jnani nitya yukta yega bhaktir visishyate priyohi jnanino yadarmaham sasa mama priya. Desham jnani nitya yukta yega bhaktir visishyate priyohi jnanino yadarmaham sacha mama priya. Of these, the one who is in full knowledge, who is always engaged in the pure devotion, is the best, for I am very dear to him and he is dear to me. The person who approaches me out of love and gratitude, he is the best person. I am very dear to him and he is very dear to me. He ends the whole conversation, this whole concept with this sloka. He says, starting with the different levels is okay, but don't stop there. Don't stop there. It takes janmas for a person to understand and achieve this maturity. Understand? But there is no need. You should also think, let me take some more janmas and become mature. What is there, Swamiji? When I say it takes janmas, some people think, let me take some more janmas and become mature. It's a very trouble. Whenever we speak something, we have to make a point very clear. Otherwise, what all understanding happens to people, you can't imagine. Once, a great Bhagavad Pandit, he was telling the story of Harichandra. All of you know the story of Harichandra, who lived for truth, who sold even his wife for the sake of truth, to keep up his words. Such a great person. He told the whole story. After that he asked one person, what did you understand from this story? He got up and said, Master, I understood truth is life. We should give up everything for truth. Truth is ultimate. He said, right. He asked the next person, what did you understand? Master, I understood. When at the time of emergency, you can sell your wife. At the time of emergency, you can sell your wife. From the same story, two different understandings. So be very clear. Don't miss the understanding. If you miss the understanding, you will misunderstand. Here Krishna says, out of these, the wise is always devoted to me. He is the best person. To start, you can start at any level, but reach the ultimate. One more thing, don't think, oh, Krishna himself says it will take janmas. Let me also have some more janmas and become mature. No. If you can enter into the knowledge,
this moment, the experience can happen to you. You don't need to postpone. Every moment is new birth for you. Every moment is death and every moment is birth. The outgoing breath is death. Incoming breath is birth. So be very clear. Every moment you die and take birth. This moment can be new birth for you. The person who understood this truth and takes a new birth, he is only called as Dvija. In Sanskrit we say, a person who is initiated is called Dvija, means newborn, second born. So all sannyasis are considered to be the second born, Dvija. They are supposed to be the reborn people. Reborn means not physically, in a being level. In a being level, they have taken new birth. They give birth to themselves. They became newborn being. So with understanding this moment, the new birth can happen to you. Krishna says, Desham jnani nitya yukta eka bhaktir visishyate priyohi jnanino tyardaham sa cha mama priya. He says, sa cha. He is dear to me and I am dear to him. He is in me and I am in him. Krishna says beautifully, he is in you and you are in him. The moment you understand this ultimate truth, the moment you approach the divine with right attitude, you become the divine. All you need to do is just change your attitude. Over. Just change your attitude. Whole thing is done. So, let us pray to the ultimate Parabrahma Krishna to give us all this intelligence and change our attitude, to give us this experience of eternal bliss, Nitya Ananda. Thank you. Vasudeva Sudam Devam Gamsachanuramardanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadgurum. Bhagavatam Narayanena Swayam Vyasena Kraditam Purana Muninam Madhye Mahabharatam. Brahmanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvaditam Gaganasadrasam Tattvamastyadilakshyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavaditam Trigunarahitam Satgurum Tam Namami. Bhagavatam Narayanena Swayam Vyasena Gratitam Purana Muninam Madhye Mahabharatam Advaitam Vritavarshinim Bhagavatim Ashtadashadhyayinim Ambatva Manusandadhami Bhagavad Gite Bhavatveshinim. Vasudeva Sudam Devam Gamsachanuramardanam Devaki Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadgurum. I welcome you all with my love and respect. Eighth chapter, Art of Living. Here, Krishna speaks about the death. Krishna speaks how death can become a liberation and celebration. Death is death as long as you don't understand it. The moment we understand it, it becomes liberation and celebration. Death is not end of the life as we think. It is climax of the life. End is different, climax is different. The moment you think death is end, you start worrying about it. You start bothering about it. You have started creating more trouble for you. The moment you think death is going to end your life, death is end, you will start creating worries. Just because of that worries, even your life will become dull. Even your life will become dull. The shadow of death will happen even when you live. A man who is not able to understand death, even when he lives, he will die. He will be like a living dead. Person who understands death, he will live even his death. Person who don't understand, he will die even while he is alive. Person who understands, he will live even when he dies. Death or life is not incidents, it is your intelligence. When you have clear intelligence, you will live even your death. When we don't know, when we don't have clarity about death, even when you live, you will be dying. Arjuna starts with a beautiful question. Kim tat brahma kim atyatmam kim karma purushottama adibhudanja kim proktam adidaivam kim uchyate. He is not ready to stop even for Krishna's answer. He goes on. Adiyanya kadam gotra dehesmin madhusudana prayana kale chakadam neyo siniyadatmapi. Beautiful two slokas. Of course, when I translate into English, the whole taste is lost. That's a big problem. We don't have right words in English for so many beautiful words described here by Arjuna. Because the single word will have so many meanings in Sanskrit. When you translate, the whole juice is lost. The moment I translate,
I have to give only the one dimension, a single dimension of this sloka. Arjuna says, my Lord, what is Brahman? What is the self? What are fruitive activities? What is material manifestation? And what are the demigods? Please explain to me this. Who is the Lord of sacrifice? And how does he live in the body? O Madhusudana, and how can those engaged in devotion know you at the time of death? One important thing you should understand about Sanskrit. Sanskrit is not only linguistic, it has got importance even in the phonetic level. The very vibration can transform your mood. Just now you heard beautiful chanting of our temple priests. See, the very vibration is enough. Will change the whole mood. The very sound will change the whole mood. There is something called pada and padartha. We should understand this concept. When I say the word cow, when I utter the word cow, immediately a figure appears in your mind with 4 legs, 1 tail, a head, 2 arms, a figure appears in your mind. The word is called pada and the figure is padartha. The word is pada. What happens in your mind once you hear the word is padartha. In all other languages, the distance or the gap between pada and padartha is more. In Sanskrit, immediately, instantaneously the result happens. That is why I always tell people, even if you don't understand, it's okay. Every day 10 minutes, just utter some Sanskrit sutras or stotras, whether Bhagavad Gita or Vishnu Sahasranama or Shiva Sahasranama, any Sanskrit mantra, any Sanskrit stotra, just 10 minutes, at least 10 minutes, even if you don't understand, it's okay. Utter. The very sound will purify your body. Sanskrit has got that capacity. The very sound, the very energy will purify your body. There is something called Sabda Tattva. Means, when the air travels from your navel to the tongue, the Sabda Tattva only changes the air into words. If the Sabda Tattva is not there, only air will come out. No, words will come. In other languages, the Sabda Tattva is used. I can say the more you utter the words in other language, the more you will become tired. But in Sanskrit, the Sabda Tattva gets strengthened. The more you chant, more you will feel energetic. Every word strengthens the Sabda Tattva. It's like automatically the generator itself recharges the battery. And the battery runs the generator. It is completely interconnected. When you utter the Sanskrit words, the Sabda Tattva gets strengthened, and then again the Sabda Tattva creates more perfect words. Again the Sabda Tattva gets strengthened. The Sabda Tattva, which converts air into words, air into sound, that Sabda Tattva gets strengthened by Sanskrit. That is why, even if you don't understand, it's okay. If you understand, nice. Even if you don't understand, the very sound, the very vibration has got its own effect on our being. Now the modern day researchers prove the sounds, the Vedic mantras, the vibrations straight away enters into your body and removes the impurities. That is why our masters say again and again, chant these mantras. Doing the puja or the homa, doing all these offerings with the Sanskrit mantra. The Sanskrit is so powerful. It can purify your whole being. Your whole being. The very energy will be transformed. Beautifully, Arjuna asks, O Lord, what is Brahman? What is self? What are fruitive activities? And what is the material manifestation? And what are the demigods? And Madhusudana, how does he live in the body? How can those engaged in devotion or those who are practicing the eternal consciousness know you at the time of death? He puts continuously questions. Now we have to understand one thing. Just yesterday I was reading one version of Mahabharata. I seriously thought, Arjuna is a Kshatriya, means a person who is a king, who is ruling the country. He cannot be so dumb, putting the same questions again and again and again in different ways. Why is he putting the same questions again and again? From different ways. When I was reading that Mahabharata's another one version, it says Arjuna is also embodiment of Krishna. They say the incarnation of Nara and Narayana. Two divine energies of Vishnu, one came as Arjuna, the another one came as Krishna. So the whole drama is happening so that the Gita will come out for all of us. Otherwise, even a third-rate disciples will not have so many questions, and again, now the subject which he is bringing up is asking so many questions. One important thing you should understand. If you are putting so many questions, be very clear, you are not ready to wait for answers. You are not even interested in answer. Just you are expressing. It's almost like catharsis. Here, Arjuna goes on putting so many questions. And in the end, he puts an important question. How the person who is engaged in practicing your teachings know you at the time of death? Here starts the whole teaching. He reveals the secrets of death. And one thing I want to tell you, West has spent all its energy to know life. East has spent all its energy to know death. Like our rishis, nobody has achieved such a deep experiences of death. Our masters have really done something great by bringing the knowledge of death to the people who are living. People always ask me, Swamiji, why should I know about death? Knowing about life is enough. After all, I am a young person. Knowing about life is enough. Why should I know about death? The very word death creates fear in people. There are so many who don't want to hear the word death. They are ready to talk about anything else. They are ready to listen to any other subject. When it comes to death, they are not ready to listen. And they always think, why should we know about death? If we know about life, that is enough. Please be very clear. Your understanding about death is going to impact your understanding about life. Life and death are two different sides of a same coin. Just understand this one thing. In all the Eastern religions, Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism, all Eastern religions talk about many births. reincarnation. All Western religion, Judaism and Christianity, Islam, all these religions talk about only single birth, one birth. This concept of reincarnation has influenced our society so deeply, nobody bothers about time. We don't bother at all about time. In India, we don't bother. People are so relaxed. Till morning 10 o'clock you can see people will be sitting in tea shop. If you ask anything, if not today, tomorrow, if not tomorrow, next Janma. We have eternity in front of us. We have eternity in front of us. We are not in a hurry. We are not running behind anything. People are utterly relaxed. People are completely relaxed. In the West, whatever you have to achieve, you have to finish it in the 75, 80 years. You don't have time. Either you live now or never. That is the reason people run. Understand? Understanding about death influences the whole social structure. Your whole thinking system, your whole mentality can be transformed. Your whole way of thinking can be transformed when you understand the secret of death. I just gave you one example. Why the idea of reincarnation, how the idea of reincarnation has influenced the Eastern society and how the idea of one birth has influenced the Western society. There are so many thousands of examples you can give. I just gave you this single example so that you will understand our idea, our understanding about death is much more important than understanding about life itself. Whether you understand or not, life is going to be same. But with the death, the moment you understand, the whole quality of death will change. Whole quality of your consciousness will change. The moment you realize the truth of death, the moment you experience, I can say one thing, you don't even have to experience, even if you intellectually understand, it's enough. When it comes to death, even your intellectual understanding is enough, it will transform your whole way of thinking. That is why, the moment you think of Yama, your whole life will have Yama. In Sanskrit we have same word, Yama and Yama, both are same word, same spelling. Death and discipline, for both we use the same word. Death we use the word Yama. For discipline we use the same word Yama. Of course, just for your sake I pronounce it in a little different way, but spelling is same. Same spelling. Patanjali, the first sutra of Patanjali, the first step of Patanjali is Yama. Yama, Niyama, Asana, Pranayama, Pratyagara, Dharana, Dhyana, Samadhi. This Ashtanga Yoga. The first part is Yama. And our death is also Yama. If you understand death, your whole life will be automatically disciplined. A strange but honest discipline will happen in your life. Why I say strange but honest? Because always our discipline is hypocrisy. Always our discipline is hypocrisy. Suddenly a new kind of discipline will happen, which is very strange, but which will be totally honest. Why I use the word strange? Just yesterday, somebody gave me the question. I think must be a person who is well read in Bhagavata. From somewhere he brought the reference of Bhagavata. Swamiji, you said Krishna is an enlightened man. and he was a brahmachari, but he made love to Kubja. How can that be possible? The name Gubja, unless you read Bhagavata very deeply, you will not be able to find. She is supposed to be the maid servant of Krishna. She is supposed to be the maid servant of Krishna. Somebody who has read Bhagavata very deeply has put this question. What you asked is true. There is a record in Bhagavata that Krishna lived with Kubja. We need to understand that word. Brahmacharya does not mean celibacy. I have not told Krishna is celibate. I told Krishna lived with Brahman, the consciousness of Brahman. Here you translated that word into celibate. The moment you translate, the meaning is lost. Krishna, his inner space was totally pure. He was untouched. Let me tell you a small story. Once Vyasa goes to attend some function, some program. After having feast, he comes back. He is supposed to cross the river to go to his ashram. He stands near the river and says, if I am doing fasting, if I am observing my Ekadasi fasting, let this river give way so that I can walk and reach my ashram. Immediately the river opens. Just Vyasa walks. All his disciples follow him. They reach the ashram. Disciples are surprised. What is this, master? Just now in front of us, you ate and you had a feast. You come out and tell in front of the river, if I am fasting, if I am observing my Ekadasi, let this river give way. And the river gives way. You came here. How can this be? How can this happen? Vyasa says, when you eat with the consciousness that you are not the body, you will never feel that you are touched by the food. You will never feel that you had the food, you are eating or you are digesting, you are living. Just the body ate, I don't know anything about it. Of course, very difficult to understand this concept which I am explaining. Very difficult to understand. Easily you can cheat yourself with this idea. Please be very clear. Very easily you can cheat yourself with this idea. You can also start telling, I am. Very easily we can cheat ourselves with this idea. The big problem is, with all great truths, there is a danger that you can misuse it and abuse it. Even with atomic energy, you can use it for good purposes. You can serve with atomic energy the whole humanity, or you can destroy, you can abuse the humanity with that energy. Atomic energy is like a satya. You can use it or abuse it. This truth is also like atomic energy. If you really want, you can use it. Otherwise you can abuse it. People ask me, how can I find out whether I am really feeling the out of body consciousness or not? How can I also start living like Vyasa? Please be very clear. When you reach the state of the Vyasa, you will not even have this question. People come and ask me, Swamiji, please tell me, did I reach that Vyasa state already? Can I also start living like Vyasa? If you reach that state, you will not have even this doubt. Vyasa says, after eating, he says, I am fasting. Because he never feels connected to his body. He never feels his body is related to him, untouched. His inner space is so pure. His inner space is filled with bliss. He is not touched by anything. Nothing touches him. Ramakrishna, if you read the Ramakrishna's life, he did so many different kinds of spiritual practices. As far as I know, Ramakrishna is the only master who has performed so much of tapasya, so much of spiritual practices, so many different kinds of sadhanas. He did tantra sadhana. There are so many different kinds of practices. Ordinary person cannot even imagine of doing that. Because if an ordinary person starts the tantra sadhana, naturally straight away he will fall. He will straight away fall. The greatness or purity of Ramakrishna, his inner space was never touched by any of these outer things. His inner space was so pure, filled with bliss, he was able to complete all the tantra sadhana successfully. The tantra sadhana which is supposed to be done with so many panchamakaras, so many things, he was able to complete, he was able to successfully achieve because his inner space was pure. Here, you put the question, how can you say Krishna is brahmachari? Please understand, his inner space was so pure, he was never touched by body consciousness. He never experienced he has got body, and never he came down to ordinary body consciousness. Let me tell you one more thing. It is not so easy to live with so many women and to survive. Please be very clear. If you start living, then you will understand. Then you will understand, and when I say women, I mean men also. If you understand, if you live with a single man or woman, then you will understand how difficult it is to live with a person. The other person naturally has to create hell. No other way. By their very quality, when the other person enters into your life, the hell will be created. Here you see somebody who is living with so many persons, but who is able to manage, who is able to be blissful. That itself shows his inner space was never touched. His inner space was so pure. His inner space was radiating bliss. The person whose inner space is filled with bliss and energy will never be touched by any impurity. By any impurity. Of course, little difficult concept to understand. But I tell you, the moment you understand the depth, you will understand the single concept, the single idea. Somebody goes to Janagaraja. Janaga is supposed to be an enlightened king who was enjoying the world on enlightenment. This guy goes to Janagaraja, a sannyasi, and starts questioning him. How can you say you are an enlightened when you are enjoying all these things? The sannyasis are always jealous of the people who are enjoying the life. That's the truth actually. Because these guys are missing what to do. You see, if you really experience bliss, joy inside, and consciously if you have left the world, you will never feel jealous. But for some reason you left, you don't know whether you will have the outer world or not. And you escaped thinking that you will have inner world. And there also nothing is solid. You don't know what is going on. And you don't know whether you will get it or not. So naturally now what to do? How to console themselves? Start abusing householders. Start disrespecting householders. Start telling them, you people, you don't know, you are not living properly, you are not doing this, you are not doing that. That is why continuously, from time immemorial, the people who took that life will always condemn this life. Have you seen a single householder being jealous of Swamis? You will not find. But I have seen hundreds of people who took sannyas life, jealous of householders. Because they feel something is missing, something is not there. This guy went and started talking, asking Janaka, how can you say you are enlightened and have both? Janaka said, please stay in the palace next 1 or 2 days. Then I will talk to you, because now I am too busy. There is a party is going on. In his palace the party is going on. The lot of singing and dancing is going on. I am too busy. Now I have no time to talk all these philosophical things. I will talk to you tomorrow or day after tomorrow. Please just stay in the palace. They gave him food. They gave food for sannyasi, and they made all the arrangements. Just on his bed, they made a knife to hang, in a very thin thread. Sannyasi asked, why are you hanging this knife just exactly on my head? Janaka said, the workers, palace workers said, we don't know, but this is the order of our king. You have to sleep here only. No other way. Whole day he was sitting. Whole night he was sitting, thinking of this knife. When it will fall, how to escape. Next day morning, he comes to Janaka. Janaka asks, oh Swami, did you enjoy your stay? How did you sleep? Swami says, what are you asking? You know what you have done. Now why are you asking this question? You know what you have done. How can I sleep when a knife is hanging just on my head? I don't know when the knife will fall on me, when I will be killed. How can I sleep? How can I think of anything? How can I even dream of sleeping? Janaka laughs. When death is in front of you, you can't do anything. Your whole life changes. Same way, I know death is in front of me. Knife is hanging. When I know the knife is hanging over my head, my whole consciousness lives in an unaffected way by this whole palace. Just because of one knife, you are not able to enjoy the beautiful bed, beautiful palace. Must have been air conditioned. Those days, air conditioning. In those days also air conditioning existed. They used to put ice bars and bricks, so that the whole day the ice bar will be there without melting, but the cool breeze will come through that ice bars. If you go to North Indian palaces, you can see the arrangement, the olden time air conditioning. Air conditioning is there, bed is there, everything is there, but you are not able to sleep just because of one knife. Same way, even though all these things are there, my inner space is not touched. My inner space is pure because I know clearly any moment death can happen. The death is hanging in front of me. Yama can make a strange but Yama in your life. Just to go for experience. Just understand intellectually. Your whole thinking will change. Your whole living will be transformed. Whole life will be new. You will not go out as the same person. You will not leave this hall as the same person. Your very being can be transformed. The very core can be touched. Krishna starts with the secrets. He starts explaining the secrets of death. Adibhudam Sharobhava Purushaschadidaivatam Adiyanyohamevatra Dehe Dega Prudamvaraha. O best of the embodied beings, the physical nature which is constantly changing is called Adibhuta. The universal form of the Lord, which includes all the demigods, like those of the sun and moon, is called Adidaiva. And I, the Supreme Lord, represented as the super soul in the heart of every embodied being, am called Adiyanya. He just answers all the questions in single sutra. Comes to the main subject. Now he starts the main subject, revealing the secrets of death. Andakale cha mameva smaran muktva kalevaram yaprayadi samadbhavam yadi nastyatra samsayaha. Whoever at the end of his life quits his body, remembering me alone, at once attains my nature. Of this there is no doubt. Why should he say the word Nasti atra samsaya? Why should he say the word there is no doubt? He is emphasizing this is truth. He is taking the oath. Usually in my meditation camps, before starting my discourse on the death, actually, we have one full 2 days, one camp, full 2 days program, just on this one sutra. I have designed a meditation program called Nithyananda Spurana. In India, we conduct 4 days. Here I do it as a 2 days program. Because in this country, even if God comes, he has to come in the weekend. Otherwise, you will tell, just give the card, please get back to me. You can mail me. I'll get back to you. If God comes on other days than weekend, he will get only email ID. We do a 2 days program. This single sutra, the whole program is based on this single sloka. Before starting the camp, I always used to take the oath. Hereby I take whatever I am going to speak is truth. Because there are some truths which cannot be logically expressed, which cannot be explained in the logic which you understand. You need to have little patience to listen. The big problem with our mind is anything which is not presented in logical form, either you start putting questions, arguing, you start refuting, or you refuse it, you straight away don't want to listen. Otherwise, you will hear just like one more novel story. One more story. It will not go into your being. You will just think, all right, anyhow I have come all the way, let me sit and see what he says. You will allow the speaker to speak, but you will not listen. That's the reason I always tell people, before I start talking about death, I tell them, hereby I promise what I am going to speak is pure Satya. If you are interested, take this, digest it and transform your life. If you don't, it's okay, up to you. It is your choice. Krishna says, Nastyatra samsaya, because he is going to speak something which is beyond logic. If you want to know about the outer world, logic is the basic thing. You need. Only with logic you can understand the whole thing, outer world. When you want to know the inner world, you need a master who will take you beyond the logic. Logic cannot give you the inner world. Logic can give you the outer world. It cannot give you the inner world. Let you understand this one example. This one example will help you. For example, here is a formula. X into 2 is 4. Now we will have to find what is the value of x. To find out the value of the x, what you are supposed to do? You should say, first let us assume x is 2. Then replace 2 in the place of x. Then 2 into 2 is 4. When you know 2 into 2 is 4, it matches. Now you can conclude x is equal to 2. Once the calculation is done, now you know x is equal to 2. But when I say first line, let us assume x is equal to 2. Immediately you start questioning, why not 3? Why not 4? Why should it be 2? I have no answer. Till the end, till I solve the problem, you need to have little patience. All I need is only this few minutes of patience. Till I solve the problem. Here Krishna says, Nastyatra samsayaha, no doubt. What I am speaking is truth. Please just wait. Let me finish the calculation, then you yourself will understand. The end of the calculation, you know x is equal to 2. But in the starting, you need to believe the master's word and work out. Till you realize it for few minutes, till it becomes experience, for few minutes, you need to accept the master's word as it is. When you calculate, when you finish the calculation, naturally it will become your understanding. It will start as my understanding. In the end, it will become your understanding. When it becomes your understanding, naturally, you yourself will see the truth behind these words. Now Krishna starts, Andakale cha mameva smaran muktva kalevaram yaprayadi samatbhavam yadi nastyatra samsayaha. Whoever at the end of his life quits his body, remembering me alone, at once attains my nature. Of this there is no doubt. Why? Why he says about remembering me alone, that also. At the end of his life, quits his body, remembering me alone, at once attains my nature. Now we should understand the whole secret of how we take the body and how we live through and how we live. Please understand, your whole body is created by you out of your fear, greed, guilt, your engraved memories, samskaras. Whatever samskaras you have, to work them out, to experience them, to enjoy them, you create the body. The body is created according to your samskaras. Once you create the body, when you live your life, you don't live only the samskaras which created this body. You accumulate some more samskaras. For example, from here you take $10,000 and go to downtown to buy some things. On the way you meet one of your friends. He says, let's go to Universal Studio. Let's go to Disneyland. You go here and there and blow the whole thing, whole money. And then when you go to the downtown to buy what you want to buy, you are already broke. Now, next immediate thing is credit card. Credit card. You do what you buy whatever you want to buy through credit card, come back and live your whole life just to pay the credit card. Actually, it is a cunning technique. It's a cunning technique to keep man under the slavery conditions. Of course, let us not talk about that now. When it comes to there's a separate subject. That time we will touch when I will speak about the desires, the Ichcha, Shakti, the energy of desires will touch that. Now let us enter into the main subject. Anyhow, you come back and suddenly you feel that you are not having sufficient things. If you go and buy what you want to buy for the $10,000 and come back, you won't have any problem. Because you saw your friend and started accumulating his desires also. Please understand. You accumulated his desires also. You have fulfilled his desires also. Maybe through your body, but the desire is from him. His desire also you worked out, fulfilled. Now you feel you don't have sufficient money. You don't have enough of things. Same way, when you came down to this planet Earth, you came with enough of energy to work out your samskaras. That is what Mahavira means when he says, God never sends you empty-handed. He sends you with everything. Whatever desires you bring, whatever samskaras you bring, when you come to this planet Earth, you bring enough energy to live that samskaras. The prarabdha karma means the samskaras which you are going to work out in this life. We have 3 level karmas. Sanchita, Agamya, Prarabdha. Sanchita karma is all the files which are in the bank locker. Your own bank locker, all the files which are in the bank locker. Next, Agamya is files which are in your archives, in your office archives. Prarabdha is files which are in your table. You have to finish all 3 files to complete your life. The files which are in the bank locker is Sanjita. The files which are in your archives, office archives, is Agamya. The files which are on the table is Prarabdha. Prarabdha karma is the karma which you have brought to work out on this life. You have to work out this Prarabdha in this life. You have brought enough energy to live these karmas. Then why do we feel life is not sufficient? Why do we feel that we are not fulfilled? The problem is, after coming down, you forget what for you came down, what all the samskaras you brought, what all the desires you brought, and what you brought you forgot, and started accumulating more and more desires from family, friends and society. All their desires in your life. For example, if your neighbor gets a new saree, this is all only in India. Here you don't know who is neighbor. Even the neighbor's name you don't know. Here you don't even know the neighbor's name. That's true. One of our devotee in Oklahoma, he told me, neighbor passed away 6 months ago. After 6 months only, he came to know that neighbor passed away. After 6 months only, he came to know neighbor passed away. Of course, when you in India, the lifestyle is totally different. When a neighbor gets a saree, new saree, immediately you think, I should also get on. Her desire, you are trying to work out. Naturally, you will run short of energy, you will run short of money, you will run short of time, you will run short of everything. when you start living others' desires in your life, you will feel deeply discontented. Because what you brought will not be sufficient. It's like going to the downtown with a plan and a particular amount of money, and suddenly your plan has changed. Naturally you will run short of things. Here also on the planet Earth, after coming down, you forget that what samskaras you brought, and you start collecting more and more desires from society, the social conditioning. Because of that social conditioning, all advertisements, please be very clear, all advertisements are going to make you poor. They will become rich, no doubt, but you will become poor. Continuously the ideas are put in your head, especially ideas, advertisement which touches your Muladhara. These advertising agencies, they know anything touches your Muladhara will be recorded in your system. When I say Muladhara, anything related to sex appeal will be recorded in your system. That is why, whether it is soap or shampoo or cloth or car, anything will always be promoted with that one line, sex appeal. Because straight away it will get recorded in your system. It will get recorded in your system. Automatically, when you go to the shop, you will ask for that product. But you forget one thing. When you pay a few dollars, you will get only the soap, not that model. You will not get that model also along with the soap. You forget that important fact. When it gets recorded, soap and the model who is using the soap, both the visions, both the pictures are recorded in your system. But you forget you are going to get only soap. Whatever is recorded in your Muladhara goes so deep, you act exactly with that idea. That idea automatically expresses in you. Whatever is put inside your being, through advertisement or through inspiration, through some way, naturally that is going to create more and more trouble for your being. When you accumulate things, desires from outside, automatically you will feel your energy, your life is not sufficient. There is a beautiful story in Mahabharata. Mahabharata is, and Yamadharma came. Yama says, now your life is over, O king, please come, let's go. This guy says, what is this? You have given me such a beautiful kingdom and such beautiful life, such wonderful wives, kids. You have given me everything, but 100 years is too short. Please bless me. I must be here 100 more years. Yama says, no extension is possible. No extended stay. No extension is possible. Please come. No, extension is not allowed. He somehow begs, no, please bless me. At 100 years, Yama says, all right. If any one of your sons, if they give their life, then I will extend. As exchange offer. One son agrees, all right, for the sake of father, I will give my life. So the exchange offer worked out. He had 100 more years. After 100 years, Yama appears. Suddenly this king realizes and says, what is this? I asked you 100 years, you have come so soon. Yamadharma says, 100 years is already over. What are you talking? And he somehow, please understand me. I don't even know 100 years is over. Please somehow help me. Give me one more extension. Yamadharma says, no, this is too much. We can't go for second extension. Somehow begs. Finally he gets one more extension. Next time Yamadharma comes, again the king is in the same mood. He says, What is this, you have come so soon? Now, Yama starts. Yama gives a beautiful teaching. He says, by pouring the ghee, you can never put the fire off. Same way, by offering or by fulfilling your desires, you can never feel fulfilled. You can never feel the fulfillment. Now it is time, you have to come. Of course, he leaves. By fulfilling, you will never feel fulfilled. You will never feel the contentment. Here, when you acquire more and more desires from the, more and more samskaras from the outer world, naturally you will feel the life is not sufficient. You are not given enough of things. Understand? In the end, somehow anyhow, you pull, you live. In the end of the life, when you leave the body, how you live, the whole scene. For example, if you have lived 70 years, the whole 70 years will appear in your being as a fast-forward movement. The whole thing will again happen in your consciousness, so that the decision about the next birth will be taken. Now you have the karmas which you have not enjoyed or experienced, which you brought, and which you accumulated from the society, which you have not finished it. Both are there. And I wanted to give you one more understanding. Karma means the desire which is not completely experienced by you. As a nature, you are a fulfilled being. You are Atman. Whenever you don't fulfill any action completely with your totality, you create an hangover. You create a recorded memory of that action. That recorded memory, samskara, is not only a dead memory, it has got power to make you again and again do the same action. Samskara is a living energy. Please be very clear, samskara is a living energy. It has got power to make you do the same action again and again. It will make you travel in the same path again and again. That is why it is called engraved memories. Engraved memories are not dead thoughts. They are living energy in your being. The more you travel in that path, the more it will be strengthened. If you have lived a single samskara totally, completely, that samskara will leave you. It will drop your being. You will be liberated from it. Whatever you have not lived completely only remains as a samskara in you, as a karma in you. Here, you brought something and you have not experienced those remaining karmas, and which you accumulated newly. The whole thing will appear in front of you at the time of leaving the body, so that you will be able to decide the next janma. It's like if you are supposed to make an important decision, you call for all the files, all the old files also. You call for the whole archives files before taking the important decision. Now you are going to decide important things, where to take birth, what type of parents to choose, what will be the right place, what type of family to choose, whether to choose the male body or female body. All these decisions you are supposed to take. Please be very clear. All these decisions are taken by your consciousness, not by anybody else. But your consciousness is influenced by this data which you have collected when you live in this planet Earth. Your consciousness is influenced, your will is influenced by the data which you have collected when you live in the planet Earth. Otherwise, the decision is purely made by you. One important thing you should understand, even the sense enjoyments looks like enjoyment because from the young age you are taught this is enjoyment. One important research I read in a book called Hidden Mysteries of African Tribal People. About the African tribal people, this is their lifestyle. This is the lifestyle of African tribal people. The recordings, the research, they say these tribal people don't know anything called joy or sense pleasures. It is not that they don't live. They eat good food, not food, good human beings. They eat everything. They taste, they smell, they listen, they are able to see, they will have the pleasure of touch, they have everything. But they don't have the idea something is pleasure. Because they don't have the idea it is pleasure, they don't run behind it. Because they are not conditioned, they are not taught it is pleasure, they don't run behind it. I lived near Omkareshwar with a small group of tribal people near Omkareshwar. And really I was surprised the way in which they are living. Nobody, not even a single person is depressed. Please understand, what I am saying is truth, honest truth. Human beings can live on the planet Earth without getting depressed. I was surprised, the whole village, I lived with them for months. Not even a single person is depressed. And nobody is running behind sense pleasures. Really, I was surprised. How can these people live without running behind sense pleasures? Because they are not even taught that there is something called sense pleasures. The very corruption, the basic corruption has not happened. And one more interesting thing I want to tell you. When I was living with the tribal people, I was living in a small temple. The center of the village, there is a small temple. I was living there. Suddenly one day they erected a small hut. One pregnant lady came and entered the hut. After the half an hour, she came out with a small baby. No pain, no doctor, no attendant, no medicine, no screening. In half an hour she came out walking with baby. I was shocked. Of course, I was not able to ask because first of all I don't know their language, and the another one thing, immediately we can't ask. After a month, again they put same hut once more. Another lady came, pregnant lady, came alone, entered the hut. After half an hour she came out with baby. Now it is too much. That local priest who comes to do their kind of worship to the temple, I slowly asked him, how is it happening? Don't they have the pain? He told me, pain? Why pain? I was surprised. They don't have pain at the time of delivery. The very idea women should have pain at the time of delivery doesn't exist in their society. And not only that, nobody suffers with the menopause problems. Nobody suffers with any diseases related to women. Then I started inquiring about their lifestyle. Then I understood they respect women. Women are never disrespected. They are never said, you became impure in a monthly time. The women are never taught they are somewhere low. Women are never conditioned they are impure. Again and again they are respected the moment a girl becomes mature, she is respected. Now you are qualified to become mother. She is respected. People go and fall at her feet and she touches and heals the people. They have belief in the period time when a woman touches a person's head and blesses, he will be healed. Women are respected because the conditioning is totally different. Nobody suffers the pain. In the regular so-called civilized society, women are disrespected. Again and again they are taught, this is impurity. You are not pure enough. This is not right. Stand here, stand there. Especially in India, it is torture. It's just torture. And the wrong conditioning. Just because of the wrong conditioning, these people suffer the pain. They suffer and struggle with the pain. If they are not taught, they will never suffer. This research scholar who did the research on these African tribals, he says they don't know anything called pleasure. Because of that, they don't run behind the pleasure. It is actually your social conditioning which makes you run behind anything. It is your social conditioning which is taught to you which makes anything as pleasure or pain. Even this idea that what kind of life I will choose, the next life, what kind of body I will take, this decision you take according to your social conditioning. What you think as the highest thing in the life, you take decisions to achieve that. What is kept as an ideal in front of your eyes, you automatically run behind that. In this whole life, what you think as the highest ideal, only that will come to your mind when you leave the body. Krishna says, Anda kalecha mameva smaran muktva kalevaram. How you condition your mind. If you think eating is the highest thing in the life, when you leave the body, what will come in front of you? All kinds of idli, dosa and McDonald towers. Nothing else will come. In India, you enter into any village, you will see a temple tower. And you will remember the divine. Here, go in the highway, any county. First, what you will see? McDonald's tower. First thing which falls in your eyes is McDonald's tower. If you are taught eating is the highest thing in the life, naturally what will appear when you leave the body? Only burgers and all kinds of food. Then naturally you will decide, anyhow eating is the highest thing in the life. Let me decide the country where I can eat and eat. Let me take up the body which will help me to eat more and more and more. Let me go and take birth in a family where I will be given only food, nothing but food, where I will not have any other responsibility, where I will not be given any responsibility. You choose. You call for all the files are brought to your table. The gist is there in front of you. The essence of the whole file, all your archives, the research report is there. What you think as best thing, what for you work in your life. Based on that report, now you decide, all right, let me take birth in this country. If I want to eat, this is the right country. If you live throughout your life in tamas, means in dullness, not doing anything, pure laziness. One guy, small story, one guy goes to a doctor and says, doctor, please examine me. I am not feeling like doing anything. I feel always dull. Doctor thoroughly examines him. Then this guy asks, doctor, please tell me in a plain English, what is my problem? Doctor says, if you ask me in a plain English, you are just lazy. Nothing else is a problem. Then he says, all right, now tell me the medical term. I have to go and tell my wife. Now give me the medical term for this problem. I have to go and tell my wife. If you have lived that kind of life, a pure, dull, dead, lazy life, and I have seen sometimes this amazing kind of laziness. If you want to see the ultimate laziness, come to Himalayas. Really, you can see some strange kind of laziness. That is why Vivekananda says, the people who eat and sleep in the name of sannyas, make them stand and beat them. He says straight away in his lectures. He says very clearly, you should beat them. Pure laziness. Pure laziness. One guy says to his friend, if somebody invents a machine, if we switch off, switch on, if that does all our work, laundry, cleaning, cooking, ironing, and putting the clothes, giving bath to us, if everything, if that machine does just by switching it on, how nice it will be. The other friend says, if that machine also automatically switches on it by itself, if automatically gets on, how nice that will be. Peak of laziness. If you live throughout your life spending your whole energy in laziness, please be very clear, you spend energy when you are lazy. Don't think you are not spending energy. Have you heard of this thing? Tired of sleeping? Tired of taking rest? There are so many people who are tired of taking rest. If you sleep more than few hours, you will be tired actually. If you sleep more than 10 hours, try to get up, you will be tired of taking rest. Tired of taking rest is what? Tamas. If you have lived the life completely in tamas, naturally you decide. Anyhow, the ultimate thing in the life is sleep, that's all. Now then, which country is the right country? What type of body is the right body? Whether pig or buffalo or human being, and which family, what type of family I should take birth? You sit and decide. Please be very clear, the whole calculation happens based on your data. The data which you have collected. At the time of leaving the body, the whole data appears to you in a single moment, in one flash. The gist of the whole data, gist of all the three files, the Agamya file, Sanjita file and Prarabdha file appears in front of you. Based on that file, you decide what I am supposed to do. What should be my next birth? The moment you decide, you enter into that kind of body. One more thing, important thing, because you are so attached to this body and mind, you cannot live without body more than 3 kshana. 3 kshana. Kshana means in Sanskrit not second. Gap between one thought and the other thought. When you have lived in this body, if you experienced at least once the thoughtlessness, if you are able to, thoughtlessness means being alive without body and mind. If you experience the thoughtless awareness, if you remain alive, if you are conscious even for a single moment without body and mind, that is what I call samadhi, thoughtlessness. Let me give you a small diagram, then you will be able to understand what I exactly mean by the word thoughtlessness. In your life, you experience 2 states of beings and 2 levels of mind. One is the mind when you have thoughts and without thoughts. For example, now you have thoughts. In the deep sleep, do you have thoughts? No. So, with thoughts, without thoughts. Same way, in the being, with I consciousness and without I consciousness. As on now, you all have that idea, I consciousness. In the deep sleep, do you have? No, the I consciousness doesn't exist. With I consciousness, without I consciousness. These two levels of consciousness and two levels of mind crisscross each other and create four states of being. With thoughts, with I consciousness, it is called waking state. Jakratavastha, in which most of us are now. Not all, there are few who are in dream state. Almost, most of you are in this state now. Waking state. With thoughts, with the I consciousness. Now you have the consciousness of I and thoughts both. And the next thing, you will have thoughts, but the I will not be there. That is dream. You may ask, how? The frequency of thoughts will be more than the frequency of the consciousness in your dream. That is why you will not be able to control your dreams. Now, please understand, then you can take the notes. First you can understand, then you can take the notes. See, now frequency of I is more. That is why you can control your thoughts, suppress them, divert them, create them, do anything you want. Because the frequency of I is more than the frequency of thoughts. The dream state, the frequency of thoughts is more than frequency of I. That is why you cannot control your dreams. If we can have the dreams of our choice, you know what kind of dreams? We will always be having. Dreams are not under your control. You can't have choice because the frequency of thoughts is more than frequency of consciousness. So you have thoughts but no consciousness. Just thoughts flowing in your being is what is dreaming. Next state, neither I exist nor the thoughts exist. This is called deep sleep. Deep sleep. This is called sushupti. Jagrat, swapna, sushupti. Conscious, subconscious, unconscious. And there is a fourth state which we have not experienced in our life, where you will not have thoughts, but you will have I consciousness. Pure I consciousness. This is what I call samadhi, thoughtless awareness, turyavastha, atmajnana, brahmajnana, self-realization, nirvana, atmanubhuti, state of divine, nitya consciousness, eternal bliss, what not. All these words point this state only, where you will have the pure awareness, consciousness, but not thoughts, where you will learn, where you will live without body and mind. In all these three states, you live with body and mind. Here you live with the body which you are having now, the stula sarira. Here you live with the body sukshma sarira. Please understand, in dream also you assume a body. That is why you are able to travel. For example, you will be sleeping in Los Angeles. but suddenly you dream as if you are in India. It means you travel with a body called subtle body, Sukshma Sarira. In deep sleep you have a body called causal body, Karana Sarira. Here you experience boundarylessness, bodilessness. You become Degatrayaditaha, Kalatrayaditaha, where you have a pure I consciousness with I without thoughts. Vivekananda says, if you experience even a single glimpse of this consciousness when you are alive, when you leave the body, the same thing will automatically repeat and you will leave the body in samadhi. You will leave the body in samadhi. All spiritual practices, directly or indirectly, aim only to achieve this state. They aim only to achieve this state where you will be able to be conscious without body and mind. That is what here Krishna says. If you experienced at least one moment of consciousness without body and mind, only then you can choose your next life in a relaxed way. For example, if you have not lived even a single moment without body and mind, you cannot be without body and mind. You will immediately try to run and catch the next body. The moment you die, because you never lived even a single moment without body and mind, you will rush as early as possible. You will not bother in which train you are getting into. You will just get into any train comes. You will say, after that let us manage, first let us get into the train. You will run and get into some train and come down to the planet Earth. And after coming down again you forget. That's another one big problem. The whole thing is confusion leading to confusion and confusion leading to confusion. When you are living, if you experienced at least a single moment of complete rest, thoughtless awareness, without the body and thoughtless awareness, naturally at that moment you live without body and mind. That is what is called thoughtless awareness. Because when you are in the thoughtless awareness, all three bodies don't touch you. You experience awareness which is beyond all of these three bodies. If you experienced that thoughtless awareness even for a single moment, in the end when you leave the body, you will have the clarity, you will have the patience to work with all your data. You will see the data line by line, and then you will decide, should we take birth at all? What is the need? Sometime, if at all you want to take birth, you will take the birth of Yoga Prashta. Krishna says, Yoga Prashta. You will take birth in a family which will be very conducive for your spiritual practices, who will not say anything, who will not put obstacles when you want to do spiritual practices. It is very rare. Krishna says, very rare souls take birth in that type of families. I have seen very rare parents who don't object when a son is doing some spiritual practice. If your parents are not objecting, if your family is not disturbing, please be very clear, you are Yoga Prashta. There is every chance of you being Yoga Prashta. Otherwise, even if your parents are religious, I have seen, the parents will be very religious, but if son wants to enter into a sannyas life or a spiritual life, they will put all obstacles. They will say, go to temple, but not to the ashrams. As long as you go to temple, things will go smooth. Because as long as you also grow to the level where we are, it's okay. But if you go ahead of us, it is something which we can't digest. And very rare souls take birth in the family, in the situation where you will not be disturbed. You will not be disturbed. Somehow, by divine grace, I had a blessing. When I was leaving the house for my Parivrajaka life, for my sannyas life, I was a small boy. Of course, even now I am young, that is different. I was 17 and a half. I told my mother that I am going. I wanted to live the Parivrajaka life. I wanted to taste the sannyas life. She started weeping, as usual. Then I asked, do you mean then I should not go? She said a beautiful word. No, I can't say you can't go. I am not able to digest, so I am weeping. She never stopped me. Still now I feel grateful because they did not stop me. Still now I always feel in the mind the gratitude, the grateful. They never stopped me. And not only that, even from the young age, I used to do all sorts of things. And you can't imagine. And I don't think any other parents would have tolerated it. But somehow that atmosphere, that I had the fortune that such a beautiful atmosphere happened, I was able to continue my spiritual practice. Very rare people will have this blessing. If your whole family, if your surroundings are not disturbing you, helping you, please be very clear, you have taken conscious birth, means yoga prashta, the janma of yoga prashta. If you have not experienced even a single glimpse, one moment of that thoughtless awareness, you cannot live without body and mind. So within 3 kshana you take birth. You take birth. Now I should explain the concept of kshana. Kshana means gap between one thought and the other thought. When I say 3 kshana, if you have lived restless life, running, your 3 kshana will be micromillion seconds. Microseconds. It will not be even a second. 1 kshana will be microseconds. If you have lived a peaceful, blissful life, if you have achieved at least one glimpse of thoughtless awareness, your 1 kshana can be even 200, 300 years. Your 1 kshana can be extended even to 200, 300 years. Because kshana means gap between one thought and the other thought. If you stop the next thought happening, your kshana can be extended to any extent. It can be extended to years. And a small example, time is not chronological, time is psychological. If you sit with a friend with whom you really feel comfortable, joyful, blissful, even after 3-4 hours, suddenly you will see the time and you will realize, oh, 3-4 hours passed. I don't know how the time flies, how the time has passed. The other example, if you are sitting with somebody who is continuously nagging you, with whom you don't feel comfortable, after every 5 minutes, what you will do?
Look at the watch.
Look at the watch, and you will think, why the watch is not moving? Is there any problem? Sometimes you will even think, why the watch is not moving? Because time is psychological, it is not chronological. Number of thoughts which happens in your mind decides the time consciousness. If the number of thoughts are less, even if you spend 10 hours, you will not feel the 10 hours passed. If the number of thoughts is more, even 2-3 minutes will look like years. Small story. One lady goes to the doctor for checkup. After a thorough checkup, doctor says, I have a bad news for you. You may live only 6 more months. At the most, you will live only 6 months more. 6 months is the time. She said, what is this? Suddenly you are telling what to do now? Doctor says, I have one suggestion. Better marry an accountant. She asks, why? Will that cure me? Will it heal me? Doctor says, no, 6 months will look very long. If you marry an accountant, it will seem very long. At the most, you can extend the time by increasing the number of thoughts. If the number of thoughts are more, you will feel the time is not moving. You will feel time is not moving. That is why we say, the number of thoughts are less, more time will pass. You will not even know how the time is passing, how the time is disappearing. The number of thoughts are more. If you are restless, time will not move. That is why hell is always called eternal hell. Eternal, the word is not chronological. How can it be a justice? Even if you do all possible mistakes in 100 years, how can you be given eternal hell? 100 years mistake, 100 years hell, that's all. But that 100 years will look like eternal. Because the thoughts, number of thoughts, it will not move. In Vedic calculation, we say 1 year for human beings is 1 day for devatas. Because their number of thoughts per second is less. Their TPS is less. Because their TPS is less, the time, 1 year for us is 1 day for them. That is why Nataraja will have only 6 puja throughout the year. In 1 full year, they will worship Nataraja only 6 times. In Chidambaram temple, in India Chidambaram temple, only 6 times they will do the Abhishekam for Nataraja. Because the Devatas are doing the 6 puja. For them, our 1 year is 1 day for them. So for their 6 puja is conducted in our 1 year. For Devatas means whose TPS has come down, who is living, who has had the glimpse of Samadhi. If your TPS is low, you are in heaven. If your TPS is high, you are in hell. Heaven always looks short. Hell always looks eternal because of number of thoughts. Here, when you are living in the body, if you have at least single glimpse of thoughtless awareness, experience of meditation, at the time of leaving the body, automatically this consciousness will come up. You will have 2 benefits. You can choose to become enlightened, not to take next birth at all. Or you can choose the right place to express, to work out your karmas, to live as you want. You have both choice if you experience thoughtless awareness, a glimpse of consciousness, even one moment of meditation, single moment of meditation when you are living with body and mind. The NSP program which I do is straight away concentrated on this one concept. All I try to do is to give you a single glimpse of the consciousness, thoughtless awareness. Actually, if you achieve one glimpse of thoughtless awareness, you achieve whatever has to be achieved in the life. If you have not achieved one glimpse of samadhi, thoughtless awareness, whatever you achieve is not useful. Whatever you achieve is not useful. Please be very clear. The next step, Krishna explains how to experience thoughtless awareness and little more deeper understanding about death and art of living.
Partaya pradibodhitam Bhagavatam Narayanena व्यासेन ग्रथिताम् पुराणमुनिनां मध्ये महाभारतम्.
Bhagavan says, Andakalecha mameva smaran mukva kalevaram yaprayadi samatpavam yadi nastyatra samsayaha. He says, remembering me alone. What he means by that word, remembering me alone? Because the next sloka says, Yam yam vabi smaran bhavam Tyajatyante kalevaram tam tame vaidi kaundeya sada tatmava bhavitaha. He says, whatever state of being one remembers, one stays when he quits his body, O son of Kundi, that state he will attain without fail. Exactly what happens at the time of leaving the body. That we should understand. When a person leaves the body, he goes through all the 7 layers of his being. He goes through all these 7 layers. First, the physical body, which you are having now. The tremendous pain. Actually, when a person leaves the body, it creates tremendous pain in their whole system. Whole system undergoes a tremendous pain. It's almost like a Upanishad describes thousands of scorpions biting at a time. Thousands of scorpions biting at a time. Please don't think I am not frightening you. I have to state few truths and facts as it is. Even though it hurts sometime, better let it hurt now itself. At least we will be prepared. Better let us be very clear the journey which we are going to take up or which will be forced upon us. Whether we take up or it will be forced upon us, we don't know, but we have to do this journey. Let's understand at least what is going to happen. Tremendous pain. You may ask, why pain? Because your being wants to stay in the body, but the body cannot host the being anymore. Unless the body is completely tired or exhausted, there is no need for your being to leave. The moment if your being is leaving, the death has started happening means the body is completely exhausted or damaged. In a regular way, it will be exhausted and you will leave the body, or if it is an accident, damaged. Some way, the being is not able to live in the body. That is the reason the being has to leave. Just understand, if half an inch, if you cut your finger, when you cut vegetables, what pain you experience. The same thing, 6 feet, your body will be torn. Naturally, there will be pain. But one thing, there is an automatic mechanism in your being, automatic painkiller mechanism. The moment pain is unbearable, you will fall in coma. You will fall in coma. If you fall in coma, you will not experience pain, but The big problem is you will die in unconsciousness. That's the worst thing. That's the worst thing. You don't know what for you lived, and the next decision about the next birth, you will not be able to do it consciously. That is the reason Krishna says, Yam yam vabis paran bhavam. In what state you are, you remain at the time of leaving the body, you will achieve that state without fail. If you are in unconscious state at the time of leaving the body, naturally you will take up lower level bodies which are unconscious, which doesn't have consciousness. The moment you move the physical body, the next level pranic body, the prana sarira means the inhaling, exhaling, the prana flow in your body. That is called prana sarira. The prana sarira is filled with all the desires. Please understand, your prana and desires are very closely related. If your desires change, immediately the circulation of prana will change. If you can change your prana, your whole mentality, mind will change. Your mind and prana are very closely connected. So the second layer is filled with desires. That is why at the time of leaving, the people inhale and exhale. They just suffer because the body says, I can't host you anymore, relax, get out. But the being says, no, I have so many desires. I have to live in this body. I have to enjoy this body. When you move to the next level, mental body, mental layer, manasarira, all the guilt stays in that layer. Desire is expectation about future. Guilt is, I have not lived in this way. This is a thought about past. I should live like this is desire. I should have lived like this is guilt. I should live like this is desire. I should have lived like that is guilt. Guilt is nothing but, guilt is created, guilt is an emotion created when you review your past decisions with updated intelligence. Understand? Guilt is nothing but emotion created in your being when you try to review your past decisions with updated intelligence. Let me give you a small example. At the age of 7, you are playing with toys and dolls. Your mom comes and calls you for food. Come and eat. You say, no, I don't want to eat. I want to play. By force, your mother takes away all the toys and she pulls you to come and eat. Then immediately you say, you go and die, give me my toys. I want to play. At that moment, toys look more important. You feel toys are much more important in your life than your mother. Now you understand. Now if you start feeling guilty, oh, what mistake I have done. I shouldn't have told all these words to my mother. It's a very big mistake. How important mother is. But I never thought that time. Now if you start creating guilt, how bad it is. At that moment you had only that much of intelligence. Now your intelligence is updated. If you try to review your past decisions with updated intelligence, you will create only one thing, guilt. Somebody asks a person, if God gives you one more janma, will you do all these same mistakes? He says, surely I will do, but I will start little early so that I can do little more. I will start little early so that I can do little more. Please be very clear, if God gives us one more janma, we will do the same mistakes. Because at the age of 7 you had only that much of intelligence. Now your intelligence is updated. Just because your intelligence is updated now, you can't think, you can't create guilt in you. When you made the decision, at that age, you should see what all the data you had. You had all this data and you had only this much of intelligence to process the data. You took the decision. Now, the intelligence to process the data is updated. Your software is updated. Because your software is updated, can you say now, oh, I took wrong decision at that time, I am suffering with guilt, Swamiji? You can't. That time you had only this software. The software to process the data and take decision was not available to you at that time. You had only that much of intelligence. Now what to do about it? One more thing. Guilt is wedge inserted in your being. It will create the uneasiness between you and your being. Be very clear, the worst sin is guilt. If at all there is something called sin, that is only guilt. Guilt is the only sin. Nothing else is sin in the planet Earth. One more important thing you should understand. Through guilt, you can never become pure. You can never achieve morality through guilt. People ask me, obviously Swamiji, unless I have guilt, how can I become a better person? Please be very clear. You can never become a better person. You can never become a moral person. You can never become a pure person by guilt. Because guilt will become such a load on you. Again and again and again you will do the same mistake. If you have a deep guilt about smoking, you can never quit smoking. Because the moment the guilt repeats in your system, the thoughts related to guilt is repeated in your system, the habit will be more strengthened. Whatever is repeated in your consciousness will become strong in your consciousness. You can never grow out of it. In Ramayanam, the Vali character, Vali is strange character. He had a boon from Shiva. Whomsoever comes in front of him to fight with him, half of that person's power will come to him. If you go and stand in front of Vali, half of your power will go away to Vali. Already he has got some power. Half of your power. Naturally, who will win? Vali will win. Same way, guilt is Vali. The moment you fight with the smoking habit, half of your power you have given to that habit. You fight with that habit. How can you come out of it? You can never come out. Beautiful one-liner from Bernard Shaw. He says, dropping smoking is very easy. I have done many times. I have done many times. You can continue to do many times, that's all. But you can never get out of that habit. You can never get out of that cycle. You will be caught in a rut. Guilt will create a rut. You will never be able to jump out of it. Please be very clear. If you remove the guilt, at least your personality will be integrated. You will be centered. When your personality is integrated, naturally you will become pure and energetic. All immoral behavior is because you don't have enough energy, that's all. Person with energy will be always pure. Person without energy will be immoral. In the society we have a wrong idea. People with energy do all nonsensical things. We always think people with energy do nonsensical things. Never think. If he is doing immoral things means he wants energy through that action. He feels he will get energy through that action. Understand? Even your sense enjoyments, you running behind senses is also with the same hope that you will get some energy by that action. You will feel fresh by that action. You will feel blissful by that action. Even running behind senses is nothing but running behind energy. All your running is nothing but running behind energy. When you review your past decisions with updated intelligence, you create guilt in you. Never do that mistake. If you create, whole thing will be sitting in the mental body, and when you leave the body, it will be a very big obstruction. It will be a very big obstruction. And the next layer, the etheric body, is all the painful experiences which you had in your life. These 4 layers are only hell. Please understand, hell is not situated in some place. This 4 layer, all your desires, all your guilt, and all your painful experiences. Your energy crossing this 4 layer, physical body, pranic body, mental body, etheric body, this 4 layer, that time what it undergoes only is called as hell. When you are living in the body, if you have kept all these 4 layers clean, you will never enter into hell. If you can technically clean it, when I say the word technically, I mean through meditation. If you can clean this layer with a proper meditation technique, at the time of leaving the body, you will never have any problem. You will have a clear highway. Straight away you can travel. That is what Arjuna says, that is what Krishna says here. The path through which a man can easily leave and liberate himself, and path in which he destroys himself, he suffers. Both paths are now shown by Krishna. These are the major obstructions when you leave the body. After that, the inside 3 layers are called heaven. There, all your blissful memories are stored. If you are stuck there, again, you will have to come back. Please be very clear, even your punya is a karma. Even that will not allow you to become enlightened. You may feel good ecstatic way some days, for few days. But after that, your mind will take that also for granted. You take the whole thing for granted. Heaven also, you will take it for granted in few days. When you take it for granted, you have to come down. That is why Bhagavan says here, he says, Abrahma bhuvana loka punaravartino arjuna mamubet yadukaunteya punarjanmana vidyade. From the highest planet of Brahmaloka and the material world down to the lowest, all are places of misery, wherein repeated birth and death takes place. But one who attains me, one who attains my being, one who attains to my consciousness, only he never takes birth again. Please be very clear. If you are caught in punya also, till Brahmaloka you come down. Even if you are caught in punya, you will come down. Even your punya cannot give you enlightenment. I always tell people, be very clear, even if you give money for my ashram, I cannot give you speed pass. I cannot give you speed pass. Be very clear. Unless you have conscious glimpse, unless you achieve at least one moment of thoughtless awareness, nobody can save you. I don't say don't do dana dharma. Do dana or dharma out of love and gratitude. Do it just out of gratitude, just for doing it. Not expecting that tomorrow I will be given a special place in the heaven or somewhere. In the Disney world they have a speed pass. If you give a little more money, they have VIP pass. No VIP pass. Please be very clear. In that world, no VIP pass is available. Whatever money you give, in India if you give 45 rupees, you will have $1 here. Exchange counter. For that world and this world, no exchange counter is available. It's pure lie. I always tell people, even if you give money to my ashram, I cannot give you any speed pass. Nothing can be done. This is the honest truth. People ask me, then why do you build ashram, temple? I just build it so that all the science can be practiced there as a laboratory. Ashrams and temples are the places where all the science is analyzed, people study all these truths, people imbibe all these truths and practice it in their life. It is an inner science laboratory. Again, all over the world I build ashrams, temples, just as an inner science laboratory, where all these things can be practiced, where all these things can be studied, where all this science can be analyzed, where people will be able to understand this science. Do it only in the conscious of laboratory. Don't do for some special ticket, special punya. Don't expect, if you do all these things for Vishnu, he will send a special flight with a Garuda emblem, and it will land when you leave the body, and all the air hostess of Ramba, Menaka, Urvasi will come and take you there. Nothing. If you expect all these things, you will be sitting and waiting. Nobody will be there. Be very clear. Whether you do sin or merit, you will suffer when you leave the body. Whether it is sin or merit, both are going to be karmas. Then what is supposed to be done? When you live in the body, at least once, somehow or other, by meditating or by surrender, some way, experience one glimpse of thoughtless awareness. Intensely work for it. At least one glimpse of thoughtless awareness, witnessing consciousness. If you achieve one glimpse over, that one glimpse will act like a torch, conscious torch, and that will guide you through all these 7 layers when you leave the body. Through all these 7 layers, you will be beautifully, you will be able to walk, and you will just slide. You will just slide. That will act as a torch of consciousness, which will guide you through this path, through this light. If you achieve that one glimpse of consciousness, you have achieved what has to be achieved. If you have not had that, whatever you achieve is just pure waste. All your punya, all your papa, nothing will come with you. You will not be judged by anything except this one glimpse of samadhi. Again and again, Vivekananda says, if you achieve even a single glimpse, you will leave your body only in that experience. Because the intense experience of your life will come up at that moment when you leave the body. It's like your whole life will run in a fast-forward mode. In a fast-forward mode, the whole life will run in few seconds in front of you. Naturally, the important scene only will appear in color, multicolor, again and again. All the other scenes will appear in black and white. They will become a background. If you had the thoughtless awareness in your life when you are living, only that will appear in multicolor. All the other things will go away to background. Naturally, you will stay in that state and leave the body. One more thing, when you are doing fast forward, there is some mistake in a tape, and if it is stuck in one place and you continue to do the fast forward, the whole tape will be erased. Same way, thoughtless awareness is a stuck point, because in that space you never had a thought. You will be stuck there, and whatever afterwards, whatever fast forward happens, all your other karmas will be erased away, will be washed away. Just visualize your whole life as a videotape. And if one point if you are stuck, and if you try to do fast forward, automatically the whole thing will be erased. Same way, thoughtless awareness is the point where you will be automatically stuck when you leave the body. And fast forward has to happen because you are leaving the body. Automatically the whole thing will be washed away. It's like one virus enters into your software. The more you try to operate the software, more the virus will destroy the software. Same way, the thoughtless awareness is the virus for your samsara sagara, for your samskaras, for your software of mind. Your mind is a software. Of course, your mind is a clear programmed software. Please be very clear. Don't think your mind is intelligence. Your mind is a clear programmed software. For example, if you experience depression or worrying mood every day morning 10 o'clock because of office, morning 10 o'clock means low mood, that office, all troubles, torture, everything. Even in the weekend, Saturday and Sunday, around the time of 10 o'clock, you will have the same depression. If you are little aware, if you are little sensitive, at that time, if you observe yourself, you will have the same mood. How many of you experienced this? Raise your hand. If you really observed yourself, you would have experienced this at least few times. And you will tell your mind, no, today is weekend, I don't have to go to office, don't think about all those things. But even then, your mind will again and again go to the same mood, because your mind is programmed software. Thoughtless awareness is witnessing consciousness is virus. The more you work with the software, when the virus is entered into your software, more software will be destroyed. All the programs will be destroyed. Same way, if you have one glimpse of consciousness at the time of living in your lifetime, at the time of leaving the body, this one glimpse will enter into your being and the whole software will be completely erased. You will not have need to take next birth. There will be no need for you to take next birth, because you only if you believe there is something to be enjoyed, achieved through the body and mind, you will assume body and mind. Unless you believe there is some enjoyment in the downtown, will you go to downtown? You will not. Unless there is some work in the downtown, you will not go there. Same way, unless you believe there is something to be achieved or enjoyed through this body and mind, you will not come down. You will not come down. Only when you believe there is something to be achieved or enjoyed with this body and mind, you will take again and again births. You will assume the bodies again and again. When you are living in the body itself, if you work on these engraved memories, samskaras, and come out of them, liberate yourself from their influence. Actually, the 2 chapters Krishna speaks in a detailed way. We are going to see that both the chapters. Of course, not only we are going to see, we are going to do the techniques. You will be given a notebook and you yourself will be able to sit and analyze in that layers. Desire means what are the desires root and what are the desires superficial. What are your own desires, what are imposed on you. And when it comes to guilt, how the guilt is imposed on you by the society in the initial level. After that, you yourself master the art of creating guilt and you continue to create for yourself. First the society teaches you, then you master the art. And then third, pain and suffering. How the society gives you the scale, what is pain and what is suffering, and then how you make your whole life into suffering by measuring your life with that scale. All these things we will deeply work on every emotion on the next Saturday and I think Friday and Saturday about the engraved memories, samskaras, the Gunatraya Vibhaga Yoga. Krishna speaks about all these things deeply. Gunatraya Vibhaga Yoga means the gunas, sattva, rajas, tamas. He speaks deeply. That time we will be able to work on those engrams. Then we will be able to see every inch how they are stopping us from our progress, and when we work on them, when we clear them, how our whole life will be transformed. One more thing, you need to understand this science not only for dying, even for living. If you are stuck with guilt, you can never enjoy your desires. When you don't enjoy your desires, you create more guilt. That's all. When you are stuck with guilt, you will not live your desires. When you don't live your desires, you will create more guilt. And it becomes a vicious circle. Not only for dying, even for living, you need to learn this whole science. You need to learn the whole science. As on now, understand this one thing. Through this whole chapter, Krishna conveys a single message. If you experience His consciousness, thoughtless awareness, or the witnessing consciousness in which Krishna stays and plays the whole life, lives the whole life, that is why the Krishna's life is called Leela. Krishna Leela. It is never called history, it is Leela. Our life, after we die, it will be written. It is history. For incarnations, it is a script. They write, come down and enact. For them it is a script. For us it is a history. For us, after we die, somebody will write. And if you really achieve something, if you really achieve something, for masters, great masters, it is a script. They come with a script and enact the whole thing, play the whole game. That is why their life is called Leela. If you achieve witnessing consciousness, your whole life will become Leela. You know the script. You know the script and you will be ready. When you know the script, whole life is Leela. When you don't know the script, it is history. When you know the script, it is Leela. Krishna is conveying only one thing. All you need to do is work to achieve the glimpse of thoughtless awareness. In the next chapters, he speaks deeply, intensely, how to work on every layer, how to progress, how to clean every layer, how to achieve the conscious glimpse or thoughtless awareness. Tasmat sarveshu kaleshu mamanusmara yudhyacha mayarbida manobuddhir mame vaishyasya samsayaha. Krishna says, Arjuna, you should always think of me. You should always be in my consciousness. Even when you are doing your regular duty, with your activities, let your mind and intelligence be fixed in my consciousness. You will attain me without doubt. Again he uses the word without doubt. Na samsayaha. Without doubt you will achieve me. Asamsayaha. Earlier he said na samsayaha. Here he says asamsayaha. You will achieve me without doubt. One important question will come. Anyhow, we have to think of him only at the time of leaving the body. Why to bother now, Swamiji? Let us forget. Let us live our life. At the time of death, we will think about him. Please be very clear. This sloka answers that question. You cannot think about him unless you think about him now. Don't think when you are living Your whole life you will remember, you will repeat only the words Coca-Cola, Coca-Cola, and suddenly in the end you will repeat Ramakrishna. No. The whole life what you repeated, the same only will come in the end also. When you leave, you think, now I can say Coca-Cola, Coca-Cola. In the end I can have Ramakrishna. No. You will repeat the same thing only. What you remember now, the same thing only you will repeat in the end. Because in the end of the moment, you will not be able to remember what you want. The consciousness will not be under your control. Automatically the totality will come up. The whole file will come up. What is the maximum percentage you did in that file, that will automatically come up. That's all. So you can't do anything at that moment. Don't think, at that time I can think, now let us forget about all these things. No. What for you lived, with what thought you lived intensely, only that will come at that moment also. That is why he says, even when you do your duty, let you be absorbed in me. Means, even when you are living, try to be continuously in that thoughtless awareness, witnessing consciousness. Next question, how can I be in that witnessing mood when I am living my regular life, Swamiji? Start in a very simple way. When you are driving, when you are sitting, when you are talking, just see what is happening inside you and outside you. Inside your being and outside your being. What is happening? You don't have to close your eyes. At least at the time of driving, don't. Don't close your eyes. You don't have to close your eyes. Just move away from your body. Just see what is going on in your mind and what is going on outside your being. When you are sitting and talking with people, just witness how he is talking and how you are responding. Even before he finishes his statement, how you come to the conclusions, how you are ready to jump on him, how you are preparing your speech before he finishes his statement. Witness. Continuously try to witness. You will see the influence of desires, guilt and pain on your being will automatically disappear. The moment you create gap between you and your being, immediately the suffering disappears. Suffering is attachment with your body and mind. The moment you start witnessing, that very moment, all your suffering disappears. It's actually, in the initial level when you start, 2-3 times you may fail. But after failing, after you face the failure 2-3 times, you start thinking, it is very difficult, I cannot do. You create an idea, it is very difficult. Somebody goes to Ramana Maharshi and asks, Master, is Atma Vidya very difficult? He says, the word difficulty is the only difficulty. The word difficult is the only difficulty. He sings beautifully in Tamil. Ayye adisulabam Atma Vidyai, ayye adisulabam. Oh, so easy. The knowledge of self is so easy. He sings beautifully. To achieve money you have to work. To achieve name and fame you have to work. To achieve something else you have to work. To achieve Atma Jnana, just keep quiet. Nothing else needs to be done. Such a simple thing. Even few moments of witnessing consciousness is enough. Don't start calculating. Tomorrow onwards, 24 hours, I will be in that mood. Don't start calculating. Then you will naturally be a failure. You will feel frustrated. Don't bother. Even if you stay in that consciousness 5 minutes, it's a big blessing. When you start feeling the relief which happens to you when you witness, even once or twice you start feeling the relief, how the stress disappears from your being, automatically you will start staying in the same state because now you know the taste. Only once, if you know the taste, automatically you will come back to the same state. You will come back to the same mood. Ramakrishna says, if you give a little bit of abin to pick up at evening 4 o'clock, next day exactly at that same time 4 o'clock it will be there in front of your house. North India, abin, they will give abin for pickups. So they will start dancing. Little bit of abin they will put with the rice and they will put it in front of their house. This abin is a sort of a natural intoxicant. And the peacocks, once they eat that rice, they will start dancing. Ramakrishna says, once if you supply abin at particular time, next day automatically the peacock will be there in such a abin. Same way, only once if you understand, experience the relaxation which happens to you, the relief which happens to you, when you witness your body and mind, automatically again and again you will come back for that experience, for that peace. Even if you feel witnessing is difficult, witness that thought also. Be aware of that thought also. Go into the consciousness of your being. Let you experience samadhi so that all the hindrances will disappear. You will be able to experience the ultimate eternal consciousness. He says, Abrahma bhuvana loka punaravartino arjuna mamuvet yadugamanteya punarjanmana vidyate. As I was telling you, same thing. Including Brahmaloka, in all the lokas, wherever you go, you have to come back, take rebirth. Means till the cosmic body, you have to come back after enjoying all your punyas. Only when you achieve the consciousness of nirvana, you will not take rebirth. And here he says one more beautiful thing. The concept which I was saying, Shana, he says, Sahasra Yuga Pagat Paryanda Maharyat Brahmano Vituhu Ratrim Yuga Sahasrantam Deho Ratra Vidojanaha. He says, by human calculation, 1,000 ages taken together form a duration of Brahma's one day. And such also is the duration of his night. As I was telling you, 1 year for us is 1 day for Devatas. For Brahma, 1,000 ages are taken as 1 day for Brahma. Means, this sloka means Brahma is almost in 0 TPS, 0 thought per second. If we are in 100 thought per second, Devatas may be around 50 thoughts per second. That is why 1 year for us is 1 day for them. And Brahma may be around 2-3 thoughts per second. He has achieved almost the witnessing consciousness or thoughtlessness. But even if you achieve 2 thoughts per second or 1 thought per second, you have to come back after some time. Only when you achieve complete thoughtlessness, complete conscious awareness, you will be able to establish yourself in that ultimate bliss. That is the reason Krishna says, Krishna describes the calendar of Brahma. And here he goes on describing what time, how you will achieve the enlightenment and how to reach that state, or how people come back in 2 sloka. Agni Jodi Raga Sukla Shanmasa Uttarayanam Tatra Prayada Gachanti Brahmavito Janaha. Those who know the Supreme Divine attain that Supreme by passing away from the world during the influence of Agni, fire god, light, and an auspicious moment of the day, during the fortnight of the waxing moon, and during 6 months of the sun travels in the north. Uttarayanam. Please understand, these are all not chronological calendars. If it is chronological calendar, then in the Uttarayanam time all of us can commit suicide, that's all. But that is not the thing. All these things have got their technical meaning. When he says Uttarayanam, means when your mind is totally balanced. When your mind is totally balanced. When you are not agitated. Bhishma waits for Uttarayanam. Means don't think he was waiting for January month. He was waiting till his mind settles down from all the agitations. He was thrown. He is lying down on the Ambushayana, means the bed made out of arrows. He is lying. He must have felt agitated. My grandson, to whom I taught everything, to whom I changed diaper, that guy came and put me like this. Of course, he must have thought all these things. His mind would have felt agitated. He would have been disturbed. So he waits till all the agitation settles down. That is what is meant by the word. He was waiting for Uttarayanam. Don't think these are all chronological. These are all psychological. If it is just chronological January month, in that 6 months, so many millions of people die. You think all will become enlightened? How can it be? How can it be just 6 months, all will become enlightened? It can never be. Enlightenment is not accident. It is pure conscious choice. So be very clear. When he says Agnir Jyotir Ahas Shukla Shanmasa Uttarayanam Tatra Prayada Gachanti Brahma Brahma Vitojana. So if you are conscious, Agnir Jyotiraham means when your being is conscious, when your being is fully alive, awakened. Shukla means going above, Krishna means going down. Naturally, you will go up. One more important thing, if you live throughout your life centered on the eyes, your energy will leave through eyes. You will, in the last moment, you will open the eyes and soul will leave. If you live throughout your life centered on the tongue, eating, your mouth will open and soul will leave. So if you live throughout your life centered on the higher consciousness, your energy will leave through the Sahasrara. That's what he means. Shanmasa Uttarayanam Tatra Prayada Gachanti Brahma Brahma Vito Janaha. If you have lived always towards the higher consciousness, you travel in that path and disappear into the Brahman. You become enlightened. So be very clear, these are not chronological, these are psychological. So Bhishma was waiting till his mind gets settled. He was waiting till he feels completely peaceful, till he was able to forgive everybody, till he was able to reach the conscious awareness. Then he enters into the enlightenment. Dumo Ratris Tada Krishna Shanmasa Dakshinayanam Tatra Chandra Masam Jyotir Yogi Prapya Nivartade. The person who passes away from this world during smoke, the night, the fortnight of the waning moon, or the 6 months of the sun passes to the south, reaches the moon planet, but again comes back. Again, this is not chronological, this is psychological. We can't say, complete the 6 months, nobody can become enlightened. We can't say, the 6 months of Dakshinayanam enlightenment gates are locked, no entry. And only Uttarayanam time, we open the door, gates are open, come at that time. No. We can't say Dakshinayanam time is not, Dakshinayanam time is a no entry hours, And only Uttarayana time is a working hours. There is no working hours for enlightenment. It is purely conscious choice of your being. And in the end, Krishna blesses all with this statement, Mamu vetya punarjanma dukkhalayamaya masasvatam napnuvandi mahatmana samsiddhim paramam gataha. Mamu vetya punarjanma dukkhalayamasaasvatam napnuvandi mahatmana samsiddhim paramam gataha. He has given an intellectual knowledge now. In the next further chapters, he is going to give the deep level techniques to experience this truth, experience this thoughtless awareness by removing the engrams, by removing the engraved memories, by understanding the samskaras. Now he says, after attaining me, the great souls who are yogis never return to this temporary world, which is full of miseries, because they have attained the highest perfection. The very understanding of this science, the very intellectual understanding will give the inspiration to experience the truth, and naturally it will lead you to the ultimate truth. Here Krishna says, if you achieve this state, you never come back. He is inspiring all of us. He is persuading all of us to enter into that state, to enter into that thoughtless awareness. Let us pray to the ultimate energy, Parabrahma Krishna, to give us all the intelligence and experience, the thoughtless awareness, witnessing consciousness, Atman Jnana, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Vasudeva Sudam Devam Gamsachanuramardanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishnam Pande Jagadgurum.
Bhagavatam Narayanena Swayam Vyasena Kraditam Purana Muninam Madhye Mahabharatam Advaitam Mrudavarshini.
Ekam nityam vimaramachalam sarvadi sakshibhutam bhavadidam trigunarahitam sadgurum tam namami.
पार्थाय प्रतिबोधितां भगवतां नारायणेन स्वयं व्यासेन ग्रथितां पुराणमुनिना मध्ये महाभारतम् अद्वैतामृतवर्षिणीं भगवतीम् अष्टादशाध्यायिनीम् अम्ब त्वा मनुसन्ददामि भगवद्गीते भवद्वेषिणी। वसुदेवसुतं देवं कंसचाणूरमर्दनं देवकी परमानन्दं कृष्णं वन्दे जगद्गुरुम्। Welcome you all with my love and respects. The 9th chapter starts with a beautiful sloka from Krishna. Bhagavan says, Idam dude guhyatamam pravakshamyana suyave jnanam vinyana sahitam yanyatva mokshase subha. Bhagavan gives the assurance to Arjuna. He says, my dear Arjuna, because you are never envious of me, I shall impart to you this most confidential knowledge and realization, knowing which you shall be relieved of the miseries of the material existence. Beautiful line. He says, because you are never envious of me. Now we should understand, how can Arjuna be envious of Krishna? Please be very clear. You don't know the way in which human minds work. You don't know the way in which human minds work. Especially for us now, Arjuna is a man, Krishna is God. We accepted Krishna as God. But when he was alive, when he was in the body, people are not accepted. And not only that, Arjuna and Krishna were friends. They were friends. Krishna says, Idam dude guhyatamam pravakshamyana suyave jnanam vinyana sahitam yanyatva mokshase subhat. My dear Arjuna, because you are never envious of me, I shall impart to you this most confidential knowledge and realization, knowing which you shall be relieved of the miseries of material existence. We should understand first the atmosphere, background. Only then we will be able to understand the whole chapter intensely as it is expressed. You will be surprised. Even the thought may make us surprised. How can Arjuna be envious of Krishna? To tell you honestly, whenever the masters were in the body, people never respected them. Always this problem existed. Only when they have left the body, actually it is very easy to worship the photograph, but never a living person. With a living person, always we question, we envy. There is a beautiful one-liner. The grandfather who was living outside the house, came into the house as a photograph after death. As long as he is alive, he lives only in the outside the house. He lives only in the outhouse. Especially in India, every house will have the front veranda.
As long as he is alive, he lives only in veranda. When he is dead, his photograph will be kept inside the puja room. He has no place in the puja room. When he is alive, he has no place inside the house. But once he dies, his photograph will have the place inside the house. Same way, when a master is alive, he is never understood, he is never respected, he is never received, his teachings are never received. When he is dead, when he is no more, it is easy to worship him. There is a beautiful incident. A group of devotees from Chaitanya's birthplace is called Mayapur. From that place, a group of devotees come to Ramakrishna. They all tell him, "Oh Ramakrishna, oh Master, we missed Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. We could not see him. If we had that fortune, we would have become enlightened. We would have experienced the Krishna Bhakti." Ramakrishna laughs. He says, when Chaitanya was alive, many people used to go to him and they will complain, "We missed Sri Krishna. We could not see Sri Krishna. If you have seen Sri Krishna, you would have enjoyed the bhakti, energy." Ramakrishna says, "Open your eyes and see. Chaitanya is here." Just like how people go to Chaitanya and talk about Krishna, you have come here to talk about Ramakrishna. You have come here to talk about Chaitanya. You have come and you are saying you have missed Chaitanya. Whenever Master is alive, it is very difficult for people to accept. But once he is dead, people always talk, "We missed Ramakrishna, we missed Ramana Maharshi, we missed Chaitanya, or we missed Mirabai." We always complain about what we missed. We never realize what we have. Here, Krishna says, "Idam tude guhyadamam." Because you are never envious of me, I will give you the ultimate secret. Please understand. Here Krishna is giving the ultimate secret. Once you know this secret, there is no difference between you and the divine. Here he gives you the straight ultimate secret. Usually in business, whatever you may do, however you may be close, the leader will never give all the secrets to you. Always the corporate people, they will maintain the business secrets. Here Krishna says, "I am not going to maintain any secret. I am opening the whole thing." He says, "Knowledge is free. It is up to you to use it." After 5,000 years, today modern day IT companies are declaring knowledge is free. But 5,000 years ago, Krishna declares knowledge is free. He says, "I am opening all the secrets. Idam tude guhyadamam pravakshyamyana suyave." He says, "I am giving you this secret because you are never envious of me." An important thing, all the people who go near the master, they should learn, especially people who live around the master. By and by, these disciples, instead of trying to achieve the state of the master, they start trying to work for the status of the master. State is different, status is different. State of the master should be achieved, not the status. When we work for the status, we are caught in the trouble. I went to a college for public lecture, for a meditation program in Tamil Nadu. One young boy, you know how the college kids behave. Actually, in America, college kids behave much more decently and politely. And in India, a little bit of education. And you know how they behave. One guy, he questioned me, "Why should you be respected so much? After all, you are my age." Of course, it is true. I am just hardly few years elder than him. Same age. Why should they shower so much of rose flowers at your feet when you come? In India, usually when Swamis go, they put all the flowers and receive. I tried my best to advise the organizer, don't do all these things, don't put flowers and all these things, especially it is a college. Naturally, I will face this question. But the organizer is our devotee. Somehow he wants to show his devotion. He did all the big arrangements. In the question and answer session, the boy directly asked me, why should so much of flowers be showered at your feet? Why should you be respected so much? Of course, naturally jealous, nothing else. First thing I told him, see, I tried my best to avoid these arrangements, but out of their devotion, they have done it. Next thing, from other angle if you see, you are seeing only the flowers which is showered now. You don't know how many times these legs are crossed. How much of tapas has happened in this body, you don't know. How many times this leg has to cross to come to this flower, you don't know. So don't be envious of the status, be envious of the state. Try to achieve the same state in which I am living. Then not only flowers, you will be showered with everything. Achieve the state, not the status. When we see the status, we will always be caught in jealousy. If you see the state, I will become an inspiration source. If you look from the status, I will create jealousy in you. If you look from the state, I will become inspiration for you. If you see the state in which I am living, I will be an inspiration source for you to achieve the same state. I will be a role model. When he can achieve, why not me? I can become an inspiration source. I always tell people, the only difference, the one and only difference between ordinary man and enlightened man is, he is sleeping, the enlightened man is awakened, that's all. But same consciousness, again and again I repeat, whether you believe it or not, accept it or not, realize it or not, you are God, you are divine. You have only one choice. You can sleep as long as you want without experiencing it. But the truth is, you are that. Here, Krishna says, because you never tried to achieve my status, I am trying to give you my state. Person who never tries to achieve the status of the master achieves the state of the master. First the state should come, then the status will follow. If you try to create only the status, the state will never be achieved. Please be very clear. Ramakrishna says, first the God, then the world. The world is like a shadow. If you run behind it, status is like a shadow. How much you try to chase, you will never be able to grab it. But if you just walk in your life, it will simply follow. The outward is like a shadow. If you try to run behind it, try to catch it, you will never be able to grab. Try your best, run behind the shadow, can you catch it? Can you grab it? No. But if you walk in your path, it will simply follow you. Go towards the status will follow you. If you run behind the status, you will never be able to grab it. Here Krishna says, because you never had jealousy, you are never envious of me and my status, I am giving you the ultimate secret of this state. And I tell you, this is the ultimate secret. Really, this is the ultimate secret. And he says, knowing which you shall be relieved of the miseries of material existence. What is the miseries of material existence? Whether you have it or not, it is misery. If you don't have the misery that I don't have, if you have the misery, you have to protect it. Yoga means achieving. Kshema means protecting. Yoga means achieving. Kshema means preserving. Both are miseries. Whether you have or not, it is misery. Here Krishna says, by knowing this one secret, the both miseries of not having wealth or having wealth, both the miseries caused to you by material existence will disappear. And I tell you, honestly, this is the ultimate secret which needs to be understood. Raja Vidya Raja Guhyam Pavitram Idamuttamam Pratyakshavagaman Dharmam Susukam Kartumavyayam. Raja Vidya Raja Guhyam Pavitram Idamuttamam Pratyakshavagamam Dharmyam Susukam Kartumavyayam. He says, this knowledge is the king of education, the most secret of all secrets. It is by the purest knowledge, and because it gives direct perception of the self by realization, it is the perfection of religion. It is everlasting and it is joyfully performed. See, a religion or a spiritual path should have three characters. First, it should describe the goal of the life clearly. Next, it should give you the path to achieve that goal clearly. Third, it should make you feel happy to travel in that path. The path itself should be joyful. There are some herbal doctors who put big board that they will cure everything. Like that one doctor. Here all diseases which you know the names and which you don't know the names will be cured. Big board. One person came with a disease. Doctor asked, what is the disease? This guy said, I don't know the name, please you diagnose by yourself. The doctor diagnosed, tried his best, he was not able to find. But he has put a big board, he has to cure. There is no other way. So he gave the medicine. The medicine is, swallow the crowbar without touching your teeth on it and drink 3 liters of water. You will be cured. What kind of medicine it is? The very medicine shows very clearly that person will not be cured. Same way, your solution or your path, your prescription should not be impractical. The path which you are showing should not be impractical. If it is impractical, naturally you cannot practice it. There was a yogi in Himalayas. Same day, when disciples come to him, he will give a technique. Hold your nose for 2 hours and sit. Can anybody sit? And he will say, if you do that, you will become enlightened. Who can travel in that path? Nobody can travel. Path which you are explaining should not be complicated, should be simple. So here Krishna says it is everlasting, means the result which you achieve is everlasting. All the advertising terms he is using. And it is joyfully performed. You don't need to struggle for it. You don't need to suffer. It is a deepest secret. All you need to understand is just realize the secret. Understand the secret. Why it is secret? Why it is secret? First thing we should analyze. If it is going to be so much of help, if it is going to be such an important thing, why should it be kept as a secret? Why not let the whole world use it? Please be very clear. The ultimate knowledge is not for mass. Mass always gets stuck with the small things. The same thing. If you run a cinema theater here, how much a crowd will be here? Or a public show, the crowd will be 10 times more. Because we built a temple, only few hundred people are here. Temple is only for the chosen few, not for all. You need intelligence to come to temple. You need intelligence to enter into spirituality. It is not for all. Yesterday I received a question. One lady gave me a question. Swamiji, my husband is not accepting, understanding the path in which I am traveling. The yoga path. My spouse does not understand the path of yoga that I am on. Coming to this program is important to me and I want to attend, but it is difficult for my husband. Do you have a suggestion to help this situation, to help bridge this gap? How to make husband or wife spiritual? How to convert them to spirituality? To tell you honestly, if I know the secret, why do you think I will become a Swami? Honest answer is, it cannot be done. It cannot be done. It has to only happen. It has to only happen. I can say one thing. All you can do is give him little intelligence about life. You cannot give directly spirituality. Please don't teach, don't tell him to meditate. Don't tell him to come to the temple directly. Tell him again and again about the life. What kind of life we are living? What are we doing? Why don't you start thinking about the life? Again and again we are caught in the same rut. All we can do is give little intelligence about life, that's all. Nothing else can be done. Only by intelligence any man can come to spirituality. That is why this is preserved as a secret. If this intelligence, spiritual intelligence is given to all, without bothering about the qualification of a receiver, that person who receives, he will harm himself and harm others. First thing, he will harm himself if he has not understood completely. For example, the same word, you are God. If it is told for a criminal, what he will do? I am God, then let me do whatever I want. I don't have to bother. He will misuse the knowledge. He will not use it, he will abuse it. A person who really experiences he is God, he will radiate compassion. He will radiate simplicity. He will radiate innocence. The divine qualities will start expressing through him. He can never hurt anybody. You can see a beautiful innocent child in him, a simplicity in him. He can never hurt anybody. He can never harm anybody. One thing. If you are relaxed, blissful, in a good mood, even if your worker does some mistake, will you shout at him? You say, all right, leave it, what can be done? Leave it. If you are in a bad mood, in an irritative mood, nobody needs to do any mistake. You directly shout at them. You are waiting to fire. You are waiting to shout. Only your mood decides your action. If you are blissful, you will never do anything wrong. If you are in hell, you will always do mistake. Please don't think people go to hell after doing mistake. No, no. You do mistake because you are in hell. You do right things because you are blissful. A person who experiences he is God will never do any mistake. Will never go and harm anybody. This knowledge, if it is given to all, naturally they will harm themselves and they will harm others. They will hurt others. They will tell, I am God. Come here. I will do whatever I want. That is why this knowledge is kept as secret. It's like if terrorists know the secret of atom bomb. Naturally, it is dangerous for them and for the world. If terrorists know about the secrets of atom bomb, naturally, it is dangerous. Same way, this is the secrets of spiritual world, inner world. The person who is not qualified, if he knows this secret, it is dangerous for him. That is why he says, Raja Vidya, Raja Guhyam. Because Krishna revealed the secrets only to qualified people, he was blissful, he was happy. Look at the story of Christ. He is declaring, I am the only begotten Son of God. It is true. What Jesus declares is from his experience. He has experienced enlightenment. He has experienced the kingdom of God. He has experienced the heaven. That is why he expresses clearly, I am the Son of God. I am the Son of the Divine. But only one mistake. He expressed to the wrong persons. He is speaking about the inner kingdom. But people of the Rome, they started thinking he is trying to snatch the kingdom from the rulers. He is speaking totally different thing. They understood totally in a different way. Just communication gap. Poor guy has to die at the age of 32. He has to be killed, crucified. He has to be crucified. The whole thing is nothing but a simple communication problem. Simple communication problem. Communication misunderstanding. Jesus says, I am the Son of God. I am the owner of the divine kingdom. When he says, he means the inner space, the inner secrets. He is expressing his experience, but he expressed to the wrong persons. He has not kept that as a secret. Krishna says in a much more clear way. He is not even telling, I am the Son of God. He says, I am God. I am everything. He says, in me, whole world is functioning. He goes to repeat the sloka. Yadagasa sthido nityam vayu sarvatra komahan tada sarvani bhutani matsyani yubadarayaha. He says, understand that as the mighty wind blowing everywhere rests always in the sky, all created beings rest in me. He says, I am not even God, I am something more than God. Whatever you think as God rests in me. All created beings rest in me. He is not declaring I am Son of God. He is declaring I am God. But he was not crucified because he is declaring the truth to a person who can realize it, to a person who can understand it, not to the person who is not able to realize. You need to see whether the person is matured enough or not to receive the truth. Here, Krishna says it is secret because it can be delivered only to a person who is qualified. You see, the first 2-3 chapters, he speaks about the Shastra, intellectual knowledge which can be given to anybody. But these chapters are intimate secrets delivered only from a master to disciple, only to a disciple who is qualified, who is really interested to receive this knowledge, who really wants this knowledge. One person came to me and he asked me, Swamiji, please teach me about God. Give me enlightenment. I told him, please, it is time for prasad. Please go and eat in the ashram. They will serve you prasad. In Indian ashram, whomsoever comes, we give them food. In India, that is a habit. Not only in our ashram, any temple, if you go, you should be given prasadam, the temple prasad. That's a tradition. Rishis believe that Aditi Devo Bhava, guest is God. Guest is God. So we give them little food. Whatever we eat, we share with them. I told him, please go and eat and come back. I will talk to you in the evening session. He says, no, Swamiji, I have to go for bus. I have only half an hour time. In half an hour, tell me about God. In half an hour, what can you tell? What can the person understand in half an hour? Naturally, God cannot be given like an instant coffee. Coffee can be given instant. Coca-Cola can be given, but not God. You cannot have God instantly. You need to realize, you need to have little patience. The more you hurry, more you will delay. In the inner world, please understand, this is a sutra of the inner world. The more you hurry, more you delay. The very hurrying, very tension, very stress will postpone the process, will postpone the experience, will not let you relax. Here, that is why Krishna says, these secrets can be told only to a person who is really interested, who is really intimate, who really wants. Beautiful word. All our scriptures are called Upanishad. Even Gita is called as Upanishad. Gita su, Upanishadsu, Brahma Vidyayam, Yoga Shastre, Sri Krishna Arjuna Samvade. Then the chapter name will come. That sloka, after every chapter ends, there is a mantra to say this chapter ends. Bhagavad Gita su, Upanishadsu, Brahma Vidyayam, Yoga Shastre. Gita is also a Upanishad. We should understand the word Upanishad. Upanishad means sitting, that's all. Just sitting. The word Upanishad means just sitting. Nothing else. Why our books are called Upanishad? Because it can be taught only to a person who is waiting for master, who is just sitting and waiting for master. It cannot be given to a person who is doing business, means who wants to do business with master, who comes with an idea of give and take. No, it can be given only to a person who waits, who is waiting to receive this knowledge. If a person comes with a business agreement, business contract, he will say, why should I wait? You give this, you give that, I will give this, over. It is just exchange. So I don't have to wait. That's why business people never wait. In business you don't need to wait. But when it comes to spiritual knowledge, it cannot be transmitted as business. I always tell people, spiritual knowledge is win-win situation. It is never business. If at all you can think it as a business, you also gain and master also gains. Both of them experience tremendous bliss by sharing. One thing, when you share suffering, your miseries, it always reduces. That is why you always catch people and vomit your sufferings. You start talking, you don't know, so much is happening in my life. Ask anybody about their life, how are you? The first line will be, nobody suffers like me, Swamiji. If anybody else is in my place, long before they would have committed suicide. It is because of me, I survive. Somehow I am managing. You always share your suffering, because when you share, it reduces. When you share, it reduces. You pay to the psychiatric doctors just because they listen to you. Psychoanalysis is nothing but analyzing, 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 and analyzing. Nothing can be done. You go on, lie down in the couch and talk, and they will be sitting behind the screen Sometimes they will put the screen and go away. You will not even know. A small story. Same way, one patient used to come every week for psychoanalysis. He will lie down on the couch, they will put the curtain and he will start talking. The doctor, after 2-3 weeks, he felt bored. Continuously, how long you can sit and repeating the same word, go ahead, go ahead, yes. He decided, let me record these words in a tape recorder. Go ahead, yes. He recorded the tape recorder and started playing. The moment the patient comes, he will put the tape recorder and go away. After 2-3 weeks, the patient discovered. Patient found the truth. Now after that, he also started bringing a tape recorder. He recorded all his stories. Whole thing is spoken in his house itself. This is what is happening, doctor, to me. This is the way I started. This is the way this problem started. This is the way I came to the problem. This is where I am stuck. This is where I am standing. He brought the tape recorder. The moment he understood that the doctor has left, he put the tape recorder and he left. Both tape recorders are now talking. All our psychoanalysis, this much only. Nothing else. When you share your suffering, it reduces. When you share your bliss, it increases. Please understand, when you share your bliss, it increases. That is the quality of bliss. That is why you need company for any enjoyment. For any joy, you need company. When you share your suffering, it reduces. When you share your joy, it increases. In the Indian education system, we always respect, we always give our devotion and respect to the knowledge. It is free, economically it is free, but psychologically you need commitment. In the West, education is psychologically free, but economically you need to pay. In the East, education, economically it is free, but psychologically you need to be committed. Education should be given only to a person who wants it. Actually, if you see, in Vedic system, education is not only free, the guru is supposed to give food and stay for the disciple. Still now, Vedic universities, still now, the Vedic schools, there are so many Vedic schools in India. The students are given food and stay. And they are taught the Veda, given the knowledge, given the scripture. At least I can say 100,000 ashrams are there in India where food and stay, everything is given free and spiritual education is given. Spiritual education is given. In India, you need only psychological commitment. You don't need economical commitment. That is why education goes to a right person. Education goes to right person. Knowledge should not be given for money. If it is given for money, it goes to the person who is not interested. If he has got money, that's enough. Immediately he can start having big degrees. Please understand, when you have money but not the commitment, psychological commitment, all your degrees will be pseudo. You will sell your brain to buy a certificate, that's all. You will not have deep knowledge. You will not have complete wisdom. There are many electrical engineers who don't know how to change fuse. There are many civil engineers who can't build even 2 feet wall. You don't know what is happening. There are many mechanical engineers who will have big certificate, but they can't even put one screw. They can't put one bolt. They can't do even a simple job. It needs psychological commitment. Why do you think Indian doctors are respected so much? Because they are interested in their knowledge. People are afraid to give their body to a person who is not interested in the knowledge. Small story. A doctor. Patient goes to a doctor and says, "Doctor, I have wheezing trouble. Please help me." Doctor says, "Go and sit under the cold water tap for 1 hour and come back." Patient was shocked. He says, "If I sit under the cold water tap for 1 hour, I'll have asthma." Doctor says, "That is what I wanted, because I know only how to treat asthma. I don't know how to treat wheezing. I left that in choice. I left that in choice in my exams. I left that in choice." You can't say you left something in choice. Doctors can't afford to say. The ultimate education, higher level education, can be given only to a person who is interested. Who is interested. In the East, the education needs psychological commitment, not economical commitment. The Western education needs economical commitment. Psychological commitment is up to you. That is why the scriptures emphasize on experience. They emphasize on experience. Only when you have psychological commitment, you will have experience. The next sloka. Asraddadana purusha dharmasyasya parandava aprapyamam nivartande mrityu samsaravatmani. Now, Bhagavan enters into the secret, the Raja Vidya, Rajaguhyam, king of secrets. He says, Raja Vidya, Rajaguhyam, pavitram idamuttamam, pratyaksha vahamam dharmam, susugam gartam avyayam. This knowledge is the king of education, the most secret of all secrets. It is the purest knowledge because it gives you direct perception of self. It gives you the direct experience of self. By realization of this, perfection of spiritual knowledge is achieved. See, the goal of religion or spiritual knowledge is achieving enlightenment. When you know this secret, that perfection is achieved. It is everlasting and it is joyfully performed. The result is everlasting. The result doesn't go away. Please understand, all the chapters which Krishna was teaching all these days, all these 8 chapters, when you listen, you feel like it is ultimate truth. But after 2 days, we forget. We come down from that state. There is one more question. One person has asked, Swamiji, when I listen to you, it feels as if whatever you are saying is ultimate truth. And I feel almost I got it. And I feel so much of relaxation, so much of happiness. But by the time next day I come back, I am same old person. What to do? There is a question, what to do? Krishna answers that question. He is here dealing that question. All these days, he was giving only the techniques to reach the level of your heart. He is penetrating the head and reaching the heart. But now he is giving you the technique, ultimate secret, to open your whole being, your complete being. Here, you don't need to believe it just. You don't need to have faith. No. Just understand, it's a secret. Just understand the secret. the whole quality of your consciousness will be changed. And here he says, it is everlasting. He says, the result is everlasting. And one more thing he says, this path is joyfully performed. Joyfully performed. He starts the secret. Those who are not faithful in this devotion, in this dharma, means in this eternal consciousness, in this path, cannot achieve me. O conqueror of enemy, he is addressing the Arjuna as conqueror of enemies. O Parantapa, Parantapa means conqueror of enemies. O Parantapa, therefore, they return to the path of birth and death in material world. He says, before entering into the secret, he gives one more warning. If you understand these secrets, if you understand this ultimate secret, it will lead you to the divine. If you don't, if you are not ready, please be very clear, you will again and again take birth and death. So before entering into the secret, once more he wants, and now he opens up. Jnana yajnena chapyanye yajanto mamupasade ekatvena pradaktvena bhaguta vishvato mukam. Jnana yajnena chapyanye yajanto mamupasade ekatvena pradaktvena bhaguta vishvato mukam. People who engage in jnana yajna means understanding the truth. Jnana yajna means understanding the truth. Worship the Supreme Lord, the Divine, in the form of Advaita, Egatva, means as a one being. Even though there are so many forms, he is the same energy. He is the only one energy. He says, Pratakvena Bhaguta Vishwado Mukham. Even though there are so many forms, the energy is only one. He speaks about the quantum spirituality or the quantum physics. Quantum physics is quantum spirituality actually. 5,000 years ago he speaks about the truth. Whatever exists is energy. Egatvena pradaktvena bhaguta vishvato mukham. Whatever exists is energy. There is nothing except energy. Today E equal to mc square. What Albert Einstein declares by the single statement E equal to mc square, same thing Krishna declares by saying Egatvena pradaktvena bhaguta vishvato mukham. He says, by putting understandings into your being, few people try to experience my formless energy. You should understand what he means by the word jnana yajna. Jnana yajna means adding understandings to your being. What is nitya and what is anitya? What is satya and what is asatya? Adding this understanding is called jnana yajna. See, in your house you keep everything prepared for your life, outwardly life. Whatever you need, a bed for sleeping, kitchen for cooking, dining table for sitting and eating. You collect all the material one by one, and then luxurious things, jewelries. One day, one jewelry. One along according to your saree color, your jewelry also changes. Sometimes the shoe also they change. You have everything to match. You collect things, whatever you need for the outwardly life, outward comforts, you collect and store. But you forget an important fact. Same way how you collect things for the outer world existence, for outer space, you need to collect knowledge also for your inner space. Life solutions for your inner space. If you feel depressed, low, if you face some situation, how to react, how to handle, you need to have knowledge also for your inner space. Just like collecting things for the outwardly life, you need to collect life solutions for the happy, blissful life. Collecting life solutions is what he calls jnana yajna. Collecting life solutions. I tell you one thing. If you have life solutions in your mind, I always request people, at least half an hour every day, read some book which gives you life solutions. Some books of Ramakrishna, Vivekananda, there are so many books. I have explained, I have given some books like 6 Days to Total Transformation. There are so many books. Some book, spiritual book, which gives you life solution. At least half an hour spend. If you can't spend half an hour for reading, have some audio CDs and listen in the car. In this country, at least 1 hour every day, average you all spend in driving. Average 1 hour. Whatever profession you are, or even if you don't have any other profession, just for joy, some reason, at least even if you want to go for basic things like grocery and all those things, at least 1 hour you have to drive. Average, at least 1 hour you drive. You spend in driving in this country. That 1 hour don't waste. Always have some audio CDs which will give you life solutions. It is not that it should be only my lectures or anything. Anything, something which you like, which gives you life solution. That 1 hour, let it become jnana yajna. Add more and more life solutions into your inner space. I tell you one thing, suddenly at the time of need, that life solution may come up. And the depth of the depression will be reduced. The moment some life solutions erupts from your inner consciousness, from your inner space, immediately the depth of the depression will be reduced. The low curve will be straightened. That's the reason. Make your driving into jnana yajna. Let the time be used for collecting life solutions. Whether you understand or not, start listening. Let that become habit. Automatically, those life solutions, those words will start staying in your inner space. If you don't do that, you will be driving and thinking of some of your worries. If you don't spend your time in finding life solutions, you will spend your time in finding problems. You will be creating problems. Be very clear. That same time, you will be thinking of something else. You will be bothering about something else. Even if you don't have any problem, you will create some problem. If you have some problem, you will bother about it. If you don't have any problem, if everything goes smooth, usually if everything goes smooth, what do you think? The first thought is, today everything is going well, I don't know what will happen. Tomorrow, Swamiji, always when things go well for one day, next day, always I face some problem. You strongly believe if things go well today, tomorrow you are going to have problems. It becomes a strong faith in you. Whether you have problem or not, you are going to worry. Better not to allow your mind worrying. Start listening to something which gives you life solution. Let that 1 hour become jnana yajna. Let that 1 hour become jnana yajna in your life. He says, doing jnana yajna is one step. Understanding the whole thing is energy is a one step, one thing. When you understand whatever exists is energy, automatically the fear will be taken away from your being. The fear will be taken away from the being. The next question, how can we say whatever exists is energy, Swamiji? How can we say whatever exists is God? That is all impossible. These all things good to listen but not to practice. Our mind will never accept. This all can be experienced, practiced. So Krishna continues. He goes on. He comes out with the basic secrets to understand this concept. Yadakashastito nityam vayu sarvatra ko mahan tada sarvani bhutani matstani tyubadarayaha. Like the mighty wind moving everywhere, rests always in the sky. Yadakasha stito nityam vayu sarvatra ko mahan. Similarly, you know this, that all beings rest in me. Tada sarvani bhutani matstani tyubadarayaha. Just how the wind rests in the sky energy. Please understand how a earth is an energy. You know earth is an energy. Stone. If a stone is thrown at you, you know. Or if you throw a stone, you know the energy of the earth. Earth. Next, water. You know the energy of water. Whomsoever knows about New Orleans, they know the energy of the water. Next, Agni, fire. California people know the power of the fire. Next, air, storm, hurricanes, tornadoes. You know the power of air. Same way, Akasha is also Shakti. We don't know the power of Akasha because it doesn't create directly any impacts and effects on our life. Akasha is disturbed by your collective negative thoughts. The collective negativity is Akasha. Akasha is related to collective negativity. Corrupted, poison, only one person will suffer. For example, if your food is poisoned, you will suffer. That's all. If water is poisoned, that whole community, that county will suffer. Whomsoever gets the water supply, they will suffer. If the Agni means your inner being, the fire, whatever creates fire in you, if that is corrupted, big group will suffer. And air, if the air is polluted by chemicals, the whole country will suffer. Agni, we can say example for Agni is medicines. Because medicines are the things which keeps the Agni alive. You yourself, you healthy, physically fit. If the medicines are corrupted, the whole society will suffer. And if the air is corrupted, if medicines are corrupted, only the people who take medicine will suffer. The air is polluted, whole group will suffer. And if the space, Akasha is polluted, whole world will suffer. Each level, corruption will make the suffering for more and more people. More and more people will start suffering with the higher levels. The higher the corruption, number of people suffering will be more. Our thoughts corrupt space. Space is an energy. How the wind rests in the space, same way the whole universe rests in me. Don't think just the space is emptiness. Space is not just emptiness, it is energy. Because we are not able to see, we can't say it is a emptiness, it is energy. How the air rests in the space, our being, the whole universe, including our beings, we all rest in divine. Krishna says, all beings rest in me. Maya tadamidam sarvam jagadavyakthamurtina matstani sarvabhutani nachaham deshvavastidaha. Here he starts the intimate secrets of life and goes on. It is time to reveal the secret. Krishna starts. Maya tadamidam sarvam jagadavyakta murtina matstani sarvabhutani nachagam deshvavastitaha. By me, in my unmanifested form, this entire universe is pervaded. All beings are in me, but I am not in them. Before entering into this sloka, the meaning of the sloka, I want to tell you an incident. For instance, my meeting with a Nobel laureate, Charles Towns, in San Jose. In San Francisco we met him. He is a Nobel laureate, great scientist. He discovered something related to laser and maser, some secrets, some truths he discovered. Nice person. I was sitting and talking to him. We had lunch. I was talking. I asked him, how did you discover? How did this truth happen in your being? He said, Swamiji, to tell you honestly, I have not discovered. When I was relaxing in Washington, I was relaxing in a park because I was supposed to give a lecture on that subject to the group. I tried my best to collect everything because I could not do much, I could not achieve much. I was completely frustrated. Finally, in the Washington, in a park, I was sitting and relaxing. Before going to the lecture, today 9 o'clock, I am supposed to give lecture, means morning 9 o'clock, I am supposed to give lecture. Early morning 6 o'clock, I went for a walk and I was sitting. I was sitting, relaxing. Suddenly, like a revelation, as an intuition, the whole thing was revealed to me. The whole truth came in my consciousness. I discovered it. And he says, but the big problem is, now I know the truth, but I don't know the logical steps to come to that conclusion. So after that, I have to sit, think, develop all that logical conclusion. Only then I was able to present it. Like an intuition, suddenly it happened. It was revealed to me, Swamiji. Even Albert Einstein says, the theory of relativity is revealed to me when I was deeply meditating, as if I am sitting in the edge of a light particle and traveling in the space. At that moment only the theory was revealed. It came to me as an intuition, Einstein says. Even this is not a big thing. The truth, an important thing is, I asked him, how did you feel when that happened to you? When that revelation happened to you? Because what he experienced is intuition. What our rishis call Rishi is a person who has experienced mantra, who has seen the mantra. Mantra drayate idi rishihi. Person who sees the mantra, experience the mantra is Rishi. The ultimate truth is suddenly revealed in the Rishi's consciousness. Then they express that as a mantra. Same way, he is a Rishi. Charles Towns is a Rishi. He had a revelation about the secrets of the outer world. His intuition revealed the truth to him. I asked him, how did you feel when that intuition happened to you? What was your feeling? He said, Swamiji, exactly I don't know how to express and all those things. But one thing is sure, from that moment, I know for sure the whole universe is intelligence. The whole universe is not dead matter. It is not an accident. The universe is not an accident. It is a pure intelligence. It can respond to your thoughts. Please understand, the whole universe, the planet Earth, air, ocean, the rivers, earth, fire, or the space, sun, moon, this whole universe is intelligence. It can reciprocate, it can respond, it can react to your thoughts. This is an important basic understanding for any human being. The moment you understand, you are with energy which is intelligence. You are inside energy which is intelligence. Immediately, that moment, you will feel such a deep relaxation. The moment you experience, you understand, you are under an intelligent energy. You are taken care by an intelligent energy. You are part of cosmic intelligence. You don't need to struggle. You don't need to stress yourself. You don't need to create so much of tension. You don't need to torture yourself with all the insecurity problems. With all the insecurity problems. Some way or other, you are going to be in this universe because the universe is intelligence. It responds to your thoughts. This one understanding, if it penetrates your life, is enough. If you know universe is intelligence, you will never question, I am moral. These people who don't live morally, they are all living luxuriously, happily. I live morally, but I always suffer. You will never have all these questions because you know the intelligence will take care. Who is immoral or who is going around and disturbing others will naturally suffer because the intelligence is taking care. In the same way, if you are honest, integrated, living a spiritual life, you will live the beautiful life, you will have the reward. Because the whole universe is run by intelligence. Don't think cosmos is just a matter. If you think cosmos is matter, you are materialistic. If you understand cosmos is intelligence, You are spiritual, that's all. Only difference between materialistic and spiritual person. Materialistic person thinks the whole thing is material. Let me acquire more and more land. Let me acquire more and more material things. Because he believes the whole thing is material. Spiritual person is a person who understands the whole thing is spirit, energy. If you understand the whole thing is spirit, energy, intelligence, a tremendous relaxation, bliss consciousness happens to you. Please understand, bliss is not just a mood, it is your very consciousness. If it comes and goes as a mood, you are having one of your experiences. As one of our devotees wrote a question, it comes and goes, means you are having the initial glimpse of bliss. Through your mind, you are trying to touch the bliss. But once you understand this one secret, such a deep relaxation will happen to you. Such a deep relaxation. Straight away, you will start experiencing the bliss consciousness. Once you experience the bliss consciousness, it is everlasting. Bliss mood will come and go. Bliss consciousness is everlasting. He says, in my unmanifested form, this entire universe is pervaded. All beings are in me. Cosmic intelligence, be very clear. Such a big universe is moving, happening. All the planets are moving around the sun. Each planet has got their own moons. Now the latest discovery says there is a new planet in the same family they have found, which has got 3 suns. Not one sun, 3 suns around one planet. Just few weeks ago, they discovered. So now we cannot say Navagraha, we have to say Dasagraha. Now we have to say Dasagraha, the 10th planet. They already discovered. I don't know whether they published the photograph. But they say 3 suns are there. So many suns, so many moons, so many planets. But everybody is going in their route properly. Everybody is going in their route properly. No traffic police. Accidents are very rare. Unless intelligence runs the whole thing, you think so beautifully things can happen. And even in this planet Earth, see, whole thing is so beautiful. Whole thing is in such a clear way. Everything is in order. Wherever human beings live, only there is chaos. Except human beings, nobody creates chaos. Nobody creates chaos. Even in chaos, divine creates order.
Bhagavatam Narayana Swayam Vyasena Kraditam Purana Muninam Madhye Mahabharatam.
even in chaos, divine creates order. Divine creates order. If you understand, the whole thing is intelligence. This intelligence responds to your thoughts. You can relate with that intelligence. Naturally, you experience a deep peace, rest, a real ultimate rest, and confidence to live happens to you. As long as you think world is matter, material, what is the use of living? Nothing. Even if you become president of one country, the other countries will not be under your control. You can never become a president of the whole world. So naturally you can never achieve the whole matter. As long as you believe world is material, you will be creating more and more violence because you need material. Material means you have to snatch from others. Some way or other, violence will exist. Only a person who understands the whole thing is energy, intelligence, only he can relax. Krishna says, next sutra, next sloka, is the main core which reveals the secret. He tells Arjuna and to all of us, Ananyas chintayanto mamye jana pariyubasade desham nityabhiyuktanam yogakshemam vahamyaham. He says, Ananyas chintayanto mamye jana pariyubasade desham nityabhiyuktanam yogakshemam vahamyaham. Those who always worship me, those who always reside in me, those who are having the ananyas chinta, means non-dual bhavana, means people who became me, people who experience the eternal consciousness. Ananyas chintayanto mamye jana varyupasade. People who have become me, people who reside in eternal consciousness, to them I carry what they lack and I preserve what they have. Please be very clear. No other incarnation has revealed this truth so clearly. He says, if you reside in the eternal consciousness, the divine energy, the bliss consciousness, I carry what they lack and I preserve what they have. Yoga and Shema. I give them whatever they want and I take care it stays with them. I take care that nobody steals from them. Beautiful statement, an assurance. Please understand, it is not just assurance, it is promise. Assurance is different, promise is different. It is promise. Krishna gives a promise. If you reside in my consciousness, if you reside in eternal consciousness, whatever you lack, I bring. Whatever you lack will be given to you, and whatever you have will be preserved. It's a strange thing. He means just be spiritual, you will have everything, nothing will be lost. Very difficult to believe. At least people who are trained in the so-called Western education. Very difficult for them to believe. How can I have what I want just by meditating, Swamiji? Immediate question. How can I have what I want just by meditating. Please be very clear. Now, in the modern day, especially the quantum physics, after the breakthrough of quantum, science clearly proves it is just your thoughts which creates the whole universe. It is your thoughts which creates the whole universe. If you reside in eternal consciousness, you create your own universe. And not only that, the universe responds to your thoughts. A small research, but important research. I read in a magazine. One professor, he took 3 rose plants, rose bush, same size, same kind, kept in 3 different rooms. He will enter into the first room and start using the beautiful words. You are so beautiful, you are nice, you are great, don't worry, I will protect you, why do you need thorns? He will give all assuring, caring words, loving mood he will create. Next he will go to the second plant, will not do much, just he will see and come away. Neither negative nor positive. Third he will go and just curse the plant. What nonsense are you doing? You are ugly. All the negative energy he will create by words. He continued to do this 21 days. Just as a research, how plants respond to thoughts. Please understand, it is shocking to see the report, end result. He says, the first plant to which he used to give positive words, the plant has grown twice and no thorns. I myself have seen that photograph. I saw the photograph of that plant. No thorn in that rose. Whole plant, no thorns. Just because he gave the assurance, I will protect you. Why should you protect yourself? Don't bother, there is no need for thorns. Rose plant without thorns. Next, it was normal rose, it was there, that's all. It just normal growth. Third, the plant died. The plant died. Not once. 11 times he repeated the same experiment in a different places in a different way. All the 11 times, the third plant which received negative thoughts died. He says all 11 times the plant died. Sir C.V. Raman, he proved even the plants are living. This experiment proves the existence, outer world responds to your thoughts. Not only that, one more research. Just like our ECG, electrocardiogram, now they have discovered a machine to read the vibrations of tree. Read the vibrations of trees. They fixed, in 20 trees they fixed that machine and started observing the vibration or the pulse created by the tree. For experiment purpose, they made woodcutter to come inside the garden with the thought of cutting a particular tree. You will be surprised. Only that tree, he did not even go near that tree. With that thought he entered the garden. Immediately, that tree's graph started oscillating. Started jumping. The tree is panicking. The tree started suffering. Tree started feeling the fear. Next day, they told him to come thinking to cut the other tree, some other tree. Exactly according to his thought, if he wants to cut the tree X, the X tree graph is just jumping. If he comes inside the garden with the thought of cutting Y tree, the Y tree graph jumps. Please be very clear. Existence responds to your thoughts. You are not an island. You are not an island. Don't think, you can think whatever you want in your inner space and your outer life will be different. Your outer life and the inner life is very deeply connected. If you live the spiritual life, automatically you will attract only spiritual friends around you. Your world also will become spiritual. All other relationships will drop by itself. You will not even feel like relating. Many of our devotees come and tell me, Swamiji, nowadays I am not able to go to parties. Even if I go, I have nothing else to talk. I am not able to talk anything. What usually these fellows will talk in parties? Same that stock market. Who ran away with whom? Who is going with whom? And who is staying with whom? Same thing. Nothing useful. The same information. And everybody feels that they know some 4-5 secrets. They'll call somebody separately. Don't tell anybody. It's only for you. Do you know? Just 3 days ago, this is what happened. If you want to spread some news, if you want to spread for a few hundred people, telephone. Few thousand people, television. If you want to spread for millions of people, tell a woman. Telephone, television, tell a woman. And not only that, just telling will not do. You should take a promise. This is a secret. It should not be told to anybody. Only for you. Then after 10 minutes, even your dog will bark with that news only. Especially in India. In America, of course, people don't meet each other, almost isolated. In India, they cannot relax. If they get some news, unless it is delivered to at least a few hundred people, they cannot relax. And best way to spread news. And they have their own network. They know if you tell one person, that person will take care of that. Other few hundreds. Other few hundreds. Anyhow. Understand, the existence responds to your thoughts. People who enter into the spiritual life, they can't go to the normal parties. They can't have the same old usual talks about your stock or who is with whom, what happened, where things happened, who ran away, all those things. You will not have time. You will not have energy. You will not have mood. Only based on your thought, you create relationships, friends, society, your circle, and naturally your whole world. Again and again, Vedanta says, Drishti Srishti. You create the universe from the angle of your vision. If your drishti changes, srishti changes. If your vision changes, world changes. They say, not only they say, it is truth. You project your world and see. See, in front of a projector, whatever you keep, whatever slide you keep, that appears in the screen. If you keep a slide of God, that God photo picture will appear in the screen. Screen is this physical planet Earth. Whatever you keep in front of your consciousness, according to that you project your life, your world and experience. The slide decides the scene on the screen. Your mentality decides the way in which you perceive the world, the way in which you experience the world. A small change in the slide will change the scene. Small change in your mind will change your whole world. The screen is same. The backdrop screen is same. But the scene changes. Same way, if your inner space, if your thought changes, the whole universe changes. Whole universe responds. Whole existence responds to your inner space. Don't think you are an island. You are part of this whole existence. You are not alone here. If you think you are alone, you will continuously fight with existence, fight with the whole universe. You will see the rest of the universe as an enemy. Part can never see the whole as enemy. You are part. This is whole. If you see this as an enemy, you can never rest. Only a person who understands the whole is his own being. He is part of the whole. He can realize tremendous relaxation and bliss. He says, Ananyas chintayanto Mamye jana variyubasade desham nityabhiyuktanam yogakshemam vahamyakam. When you reside in my consciousness, whatever you lack, I get, and whatever you have, I preserve. We may think, yes, Swamiji, we know, we understand, universe responds to our thoughts, but how can I get what I want? Please understand, the moment you change your thoughts, the moment your inner space changes, automatically you start attracting things towards yourself. Please be very clear. If you tune your TV to BBC, you will see the BBC channel. You will tune your TV to ABC, you will see the ABC channel. If you tune to CNN, you will see CNN. Same way, if you tune your consciousness to bliss, continuously even material wealth will shower on you. We may think, how can it be possible? How can this happen? What kind of words Swamiji is giving? But I tell you, now it will look very difficult. You may feel very difficult to understand. But start experimenting. I courageously tell you, I declare from my own authority, this sloka is a solid truth. Because 9 years I lived. I tell you, this is a promise by the divine. 9 years I lived in utter insecurity. I know Krishna still proves his words. Still he proves his words. Yogakshemam vahamyaham, he does. I can quote thousands of incidents from devotees' lives. Thousands of incidents. In so many devotees' lives, Tukaram, Tulsidas, so many masters' lives, I can quote so many incidences from my own life. From my life. Let me tell you a small incident. Again I tell you, it's an honest truth. I promise this incident is truth. I was staying in Hardwar, place called Kankal. I was staying and doing tapasya. Every day morning I'll go for a bhiksha, where they give the bhiksha for sadhus. In so many ashrams they give bhiksha for sadhus. I go there, get my bhiksha, I'll come and eat 2-3 rotis and start meditating. Suddenly I fell sick. High temperature and diarrhea. I could not even walk. I was not able to walk. I thought, what can be done? All right. Suddenly, one young sannyasi, he came and he gave me food. Not only one day, continuously for 3-4 days, every day he will come, he will bring food for me. Not only food, he brought the medicine also. I asked him one day, who are you, from where you are? He said, oh, my name is Shankar. I just stay in nearby ashram called Sadhana. There is an ashram, nearby ashram. He said, Sadhana. Every day he started coming and giving me food and medicine till I became all right. At least some 4-5 days. Every day he came. And because he came every day, after 2-3 days I started talking to him. He became a little acquainted. And I saw he was having a beautiful pen with a diamond on it. Diamond jewelry. There are many diamonds are put nicely. Pen with diamonds. Beautiful pen. And I was surprised how a sannyasi got such a costly gift. I asked him, what is this, Baba, what is this, Swamiji? He said, this is a diamond pen, some devotee gave me. It looks so nice, I am having it. So, anyhow, I did not bother about it. After a few days, when I became all right, he stopped coming. And I thought I should go and see him. Now I am able to walk and move. I should go and see him. I felt little connected because he served me. He helped me. I should go and see him. After a week, when I became completely all right, I started walking. I came to the same ashram and inquired, Swamiji, I wanted to see Shankar Swamiji. Shankar? Whom you are talking? I said, I wanted to see Shankar, young Swami. I met him 2-3 days ago. He used to come every day. He will bring me food. In our ashram, there is only one Shankar. Go to the temple, see, he is the only Shankar we have. They showed the Shiva statue. And I tell you, it's a truth, promise. When I entered the temple, I saw the same pen. Shiva's cloth, same pen, same diamond pen. Of course, simply tears rolled in my eyes. And I felt, so much of gratitude overflowed. I asked that Swami, how did this pen come to the Shiva? Who will put pen on Shiva statue? He said, 1 week ago, some devotee brought and offered. Because it was looking so nice, they said it is a diamond. So we just wanted to decorate Shiva with the diamond jewelry. So we put that on him. Same pen. Diamond pen. I asked, who will put pen on Shiva? If you put other jewelries, you can believe. And he said, I don't know, just some devotee brought and offered this pen, they gave it to me. I said, because it is diamond, why a sannyasi should have diamond? I wanted to give it to God. I wanted to put it on Shiva. So just I inserted on the Shiva's cloth. Of course, just because of this one incident, I am not asking you to believe the whole thing. You can experiment in your life. You may say, this is your experience. How can this be a truth for us, Swamiji? Again, ordinary mind can doubt. This is your experience. How can this be truth for us? But I tell you, your very consciousness, inner space, has got the quality to create miracles in your life. Miracles can happen in your life. Continuously, they are happening. One simple thing. I think the other day I was talking about this. When a telephone rings, suddenly you will remember some friend's name. When you go and pick up the phone, he will be there on the line. When somebody knocks the doorbell, you go and open the door. You remember somebody and you go and open the door and he is there. This is what I call power of coincidence. Power of coincidence. In each one of us, the power of coincidence, the power to create, the power of coincidence exists. In each one of us, the power to create miracles exists. But all we need to do is open that. Understand you have the power to create the power of coincidence. Trust your consciousness is connected to universe. Continuously, universe is caring for you. The divine is waiting for you. It responds to your thoughts. It is you who create what you want. Just how you create a whole world in your dream. In the dream, you project the whole thing and create. You have the same power to create your world even when you are conscious, when you are in the waking state. When you can create a world in the dream state, can't you create that in the waking state? You are doing it. Now, even now, you are creating your world. Next question will come. If we are creating, why are we creating so many miseries, Swamiji? Because you have vested interest in your sufferings. Please be very clear. You have vested interest in your sufferings. Maybe there are some more reason, some other utility you must be having because of your suffering. It is you who create your whole thing. When your inner consciousness changes, when you start residing in the eternal consciousness, automatically you attract the power of coincidence. You attract the power of coincidence. The moment you understand Sarvam Vishnumayam Jagat, you attract Lakshmi. Because Lakshmi stays with Vishnu. If you understand the whole universe is divine, it is pervaded by divine. When you experience, when you understand Vishnu, you attract Lakshmi. That's a beautiful mantra in Tantra Shastra. Ananda Kambranaha means the fortune, Adrishta, is attracted by Ananda. When you create a blissful inner space, automatically you attract even the external wealth. Tell me, what all the things which creates wealth? Clear thinking, creative mind, the ability to take spontaneous decisions, ability to respond spontaneously is what? Responsibility. Ability to respond spontaneously to any situation is the responsibility. If you are able to respond spontaneously to any situation, you can take that responsibility. You need clarity of thinking, creativity, and power to take responsibility. All these three only creates wealth and preserves wealth. If you enter into the bliss space, if you keep your inner space blissfully, if you enter into the bliss consciousness, all these three automatically happens to you. Automatically all these three happens to you. Wealth will be created around you and it will stay with you. Automatically all these three will happen to you. It is not that it should be showered only by lottery. It is not that it should be showered only by lottery. It can come in any form, but it will stay with you. Please be very clear. Whomsoever wins through lottery never preserves it. All over the world, so much of lottery is going on. Have you seen a single man who has become rich by lottery? I tell you honestly, I am going all over the world. Per year, around 200,000 miles I fly. Every year, average 200,000 miles I am flying. I am seeing lakhs of people. At least our movement has touched more than 1 million people. I tell you from my experience, I have not seen a single person who has become rich by lottery. By lottery, nobody can become rich. Even if they become, they do not know the value of money. In few days, they will blow it away. In Telugu, they will say the Nelu Dopdi. Put everything in the undi of Venkateshwara. In India, people do Nelu Dopdi in Tirupati. Here they do in Las Vegas. That's all. This country, they go to Las Vegas and drop everything. Las Vegas, that's why Las Vegas. Las Vegas, that's why Las Vegas. They go on, drop everything and come back. Be very clear. It is not that wealth should come only by lottery. It will come by intelligence. When it comes by intelligence, it will stay with you. When your inner space is taken care, automatically the outer space showers on you. You are a blessing for the planet Earth. Naturally, the existence responds, gives its gratitude to you. Never think existence is dumb. Never think universe is matter. It is intelligence. People come and ask me, Swamiji, I am searching for a guru. I feel so much inspired to do spiritual practice, but I want guru. I tell them, please be very clear. If your search is intense, God will send guru. He never misses his responsibilities. If you have not got the right guru, if you have not got the master means, please be very clear. Something seriously wrong in your seeking. If your seeking is proper, straight away master will happen in your life. He never delays. He never delays. He has got much faster system than any UPS. any overnight delivery. He can deliver in second. He never delays. Divine never delays. Jesus never fails. Please be very clear. All we need to do is change your inner space. First thing, understand this one secret. Whether you believe it or not, it is truth. A basic secret. Once you enter into the spiritual life, once you decide you wanted to live the spiritual life, from that moment, all your worldly things are also taken care by the divine. It responds to whatever you need and it takes care of whatever you have. We may ask all funny questions. Swamiji, then today onwards if I stop working, will I have everything? Be very clear. If you enter into the spiritual mood, if you enter into the spiritual life, meditative life, you will never think of dropping your work. Why will you think of dropping your work? You will never think of dropping your work. You will only drop your worries about work. Then you will work in a much better way. Automatically you will work in a much better way. You will have the tremendous confidence. The whole existence is protecting me. Whole existence is my friend. I am not enemy of this whole. I am friend of this whole. Be very clear. When you understand you are the friend of this whole existence, cosmic energy, even after death you will not disappear. Because you know you will be there in the universe in some form. There is nothing to worry. Socrates says beautifully, before he was poisoned, Plato, his disciple, all of you should read the conversations between Socrates and Plato at the time of Socrates' death. I think Plato recorded the conversations of Socrates. They asked Socrates, are you not afraid of death? Socrates says, only two things. Either I will be alive after I leave the body, in some form, in some way, somewhere. Then why should I be afraid? I am going to be alive. Or I may not exist. Completely I may disappear. Then why should I be afraid? After all, I am not going to suffer. Either I will not exist or I will exist. If I am going to exist, why should I be afraid? I am going to after all exist. In some other form, in some other name, somewhere. If I am not going to exist, then what is there to suffer? There is no suffering. I am not going to suffer. Because there is nothing. Nothing is going to be. Then why should I suffer? In both ways, there is no need for suffering. Of course, his answer is logical. But I tell you, it is from experience. It is practical. From experience I tell you, you will never perish. You will continue to exist in some form, somewhere. Even if you become enlightened, you will become such a pure conscious energy, you will be there everywhere. You will never die when you understand that existence is intelligence. Krishna says, Name Bhakta Pranashyati. My devotee never perishes. Name Bhakta Pranashyati. He says in the next chapters. Shipram Vavari Dharmatma Sasvat Chantim Nigachati Kaunteya Pradijanihi Name Bhakta Pranashyati. He who quickly became dharmic, means understand this truth, enters into the eternal bliss, eternal consciousness. O son of Kundi, Kaundeya, declare it boldly. Prajadini, Pradijanihi means let it be declared boldly that my devotee never perishes. If you understand, when you understand the existence is intelligence, please be very clear, you will never perish, you will never die, because you are going to be in this existence somewhere in some form. This body may move, but you will be there forever. When you understand, this whole cosmos is intelligence, whole cosmic energy is intelligence. Your whole life is blessed with what you want, whatever you lack will be supplied to you, and whatever you have will be preserved. And I tell you, very practical thing, just start from today. Decide, I will start living in a blissful mood, in a blissful way, in an utter relaxed consciousness. I promise you will attract Lakshmi. You will attract wealth. The disciple is a jeweler, goldsmith. Because he is a goldsmith, after he made that, he remembered me and he wanted to present it to me. He brought and gave it to me. And he is a very elderly Swami, elderly sadhu. He said he made only one piece and he presented that to me, that to me. And I put that on a Shiva. And still it's a mystery. Still it's a mystery. When you intensely, really understand the truth, the whole universe is energy. The whole existence is energy. Please be very clear. Simply the yoga and Kshema happens in your life. Happens in your life. Let me tell you from my personal experience. Instead, I can quote so many great devotees' lives where divine came down and served them, where divine took care of them. Mirabai, when she was given poison, Sri Krishna came and protected her. So many millions of stories I can tell. But let me tell you from my own life, at least 9 years I lived without touching money, with one water pot, the Kamandalu, with this 2-piece dress, walking length and breadth of India, living under trees, begging and eating. I tell you, whether you want it or not, accept it or not, believe it or not, divine always protects. Yoga Kshemam Vahamyaham is the solid truth. Ananyas Chintayanto Mamye Jana Variyuvasade Desham Nityabhiyuktanam Yoga Kshemam Vahamyaham. When you understand this truth, not only in this world, wherever you go, you are protected. You will relax into the consciousness which will continuously protect you, take care of you. When you think the whole is your enemy, you will be continuously antagonizing it. When you understand the whole is your friend, you relax and enjoy the whole existence. To make your life as a hell or heaven is dependent on this one single sloka. Understanding the existence, trusting it, whether it's a matter or spiritual, matter or a spirit, that's all the secret of the whole thing. The whole chapter reveals this single secret, that is the cosmic energy, the universe is intelligence which responds to your thoughts, which again and again answers to your being, to your thoughts, to your very consciousness. Next sloka. Patram pushpam palam toyam yo me bhaktya prayachati tadaham bhakyuha yubhagrutam asnami prayadatmanaha. Patram pushpam palam toyam yo ma bhakti prayachati tadaham bhakyubhagrutam asnami prayadatmanaha. Patram pushpam palam toyam yo me bhaktya prayachati. If one offers me with love and devotion a leaf, a flower, fruit or water, I'll accept it. He says, the existence, the divine is so alive, even simple thing, I respond to it. Please be very clear. It doesn't say, I accept only big things. He says, even simple things I accept. Patram pushpam palam toyam yo me bhaktya prayachati tadaham bhakti vagridam masnami prayadatmanaha. If one offers me with love and devotion a leaf, a flower, fruit or water, I will accept it. This is the greatness of divine. The greatness of the Lord is simple. Simplicity is the greatness of Lord. Please be very clear. Simplicity is the real greatness. To be big, you don't need intelligence. Any fool can show himself as big. To be big, only fools can. Being big, only fools will do. One small beautiful saying in Zen. One Zen disciple was behaving very humbly, respecting everybody. Master says, don't be too humble. You are not that great. Don't be so humble. You are not that great. To be humble, you need to be great. Simplicity is the great quality of divine. He says, Patram pushpam phalam toyam. Just a leaf, a flower, a fruit, a little water, simple things are enough. I accept it. I am pleased. I respond to it. It shows, see, in the first sloka, he expresses the greatness. I am all pervaded. He says here in the fourth sloka, Maya tadavidam sarvam jagadavyakta murtina. I am all pervading, great, ultimate divine. One big problem, even if you know that somebody is big or great, you can't relate unless he is able to relate with you, unless he comes down to your level. Your real greatness is not just being great. He must be able to relate with everybody. He must be able to relate with everybody. Otherwise, what we will do? What can we do? If he is great, what can be done? There are many people in India, they know some great masters are there, but they again and again tell me, yes, I know they are great masters, Swamiji, but how can I relate with them? I have no use by them. I can't do anything. I can't even relate with them. They are somewhere, they are great, no doubt, but I have no way to relate with them. Here Krishna creates way even for ordinary people to relate with him. One side he shows his greatness, he declares his authority. Other side he shows you the way to relate with him. He says, Patram, Pushpam, Phalam, Toyam. Even if you offer a leaf, flower or a fruit or little water, with love I accept it, I relate with it. That is why from time immemorial, all enlightened masters are requested to live by begging. In India, sannyasis are supposed to live by begging. Even Buddha lived by begging. You see, Buddha doesn't come for begging because he wants food. He can sit in his place and kings will bring food for him. He comes down to beg so that you can start relating with him. You will feel he is a human being. When you give food, you will start talking to him. You will start relating with him. You will feel he is also like you. You can relate with him. Just to make you feel comfortable. In modern day psychology, there is a beautiful word, zeroing down the distance. Zeroing down the distance. To zero down the distance, Buddha comes down begging. Here Krishna zeroes down the distance completely. The distance between you and the divine is zeroed down by this sloka. Patram pushpam phalam toyam yome bhaktya prayachati tadaham bhakti bhagradam asnami prayadatmanaha. If you give with love, even a simple flower or a fruit, I accept it. The distance between you and the divine is zeroed down. That is the next important secret Krishna reveals. First thing, Krishna proves the whole cosmic energy, the whole universe is intelligence. Next, the moment you understand it is intelligence, you relax from all the tension, worry, fear, insecurity. You see, as long as you think world is material, matter, you will feel like protecting yourself from that. You are a part and that is the whole. You will be fighting with the whole. That is why you feel deeply uprooted. You don't feel connected. You don't feel like relaxing. You don't feel homely because you are fighting with the whole. The moment you understand you are part of the whole and the whole is an intelligence which responds to your thoughts, which responds to your deeds, which responds to your consciousness, you relax into enlightenment. Into enlightenment. I always tell people, this sloka is lazy man's guide to enlightenment. If you are lazy, if you want enlightenment, this sloka is the first right way. The only way. Understand, the universe is intelligence which responds to your thoughts, deeds and consciousness. Immediately you will relax and rest. Enter into the divine consciousness, eternal consciousness. Next he says, when you drop yourself into the eternal consciousness, I take care of your yoga and kshema. I take care of whatever you lack. I supply what you lack and I preserve what you have. Next he says, even a simple leaf, water or a fruit or a flower, when you offer it with love and devotion, I accept it. Please be very clear. He is not asking because you don't have. When you bring a biscuit packet to child, when you give it to that kid, when it opens, you tell, give one for mommy. It's not that you don't have. If a child opens that packet and picks up one biscuit and gives it to you, how happy you feel. It is not that you don't have. It is you who brought. But when child gives it back, you feel so beautiful. You feel connected. and you know he wants to connect to you. He wants to relate with you. Same way, when you offer something to divine, don't think he is not having. It is he who gave everything. When you offer, you show to the divine, I want to connect with you. You show to the master, oh Prabhu, I want to connect with you. And he feels, yes, when you want to connect with me, let me connect with you. You show a green signal for divine to enter into your space. He is standing always. Please be very clear. Bible says, knock and the door shall be opened. I tell you, God is knocking, just open. You don't have to knock, He is knocking. Just open. Naturally, you will be in. So when you offer something to the divine, I always tell people, don't go to temple empty hand. At least 2-3 fruits. Whatever you have, at least few dollars. Whatever you have, always offer something to God. Always offer something to the divine. See, never think the divine doesn't have. He's not asking because he doesn't have. By you giving that to divine, you show a positive sign. You express a willing attitude to relate with him. When you offer it to the divine, he accepts it and he relates with the divine. Avajanandi mam mooda manushim danumasritam param bhavam ajananto mama bhuta maheshwaram. Fools deride me when I descend on the human form. They do not know my ultimate nature, eternal nature as the Supreme Lord, all that be. Here Krishna uses a very strong word, fools. Mudaha. Enlightened masters don't edit. They don't edit. They just speak the truth as it is. Usually, normal people edit because they are afraid of others' opinions. See, normally, in all your minds, 3 processes happens. One is words created, then edited, then presenting. Creating, editing, presenting. With masters, 3 processes doesn't happen. Straight away it is presented. Somebody asked me, Swamiji, continuously hours together you are speaking. Hours together you are speaking. One professor, American university professor, he attended many of our lectures. He asked me, continuously hours together you are speaking. Of course, if you see our website, you can see every day somewhere or other in the world I am speaking. Last 2.5 years, not even a single day went without any program. Not even a single day. Always somewhere or other some program. Some lecture, some program, something is going on. Some meditation camp. He asked me, how you are able to continuously speak without any notes? Please be very clear, here also only slokas are there. Only the slokas are here. There is no other notes. How you are able to speak continuously without any notes? I keep the sloka so that the original pronunciation is not lost and the originality should be maintained. I do not want to miss any word, and we respect the sutras. We don't alter the sutras. I can say Vedas are the books unadulterated scripture. No alteration is done. Even tune can't be changed. Even the tune in which they chant can't be changed. The chandas cannot be changed. Same tune, it will be preserved. It is not by hearted, by reading. It is heard, Shruti. heard, by hearing, they by heart. That is why even the tune cannot be changed. Words cannot be changed, it is different. Even tune cannot be changed. Just to preserve the purity, I keep the sloka. No notes. He asked, how you are able to continuously speak without notes, Swamiji? And this is the first lecture where I keep something in front of me. If you attended earlier lectures or any program, whether it is 4-day program or 5-day program, never I keep any notes. This is the first time I am keeping something in front of me. Because first time I am commenting on a Sanskrit literature. He asked me, how you are continuously able to speak, Swami? I told him, because the process is very easy in me. I don't edit. I don't have the 3 mechanism. Creating the words, editing and presenting. For all of our usual people, 3 mechanism has to happen. Then he put me one more question. Swamiji, speaking hours together is different. For me, even for 1 hour lecture, I have to prepare 3 hours. If I have to speak 1 hour, the ideas or the concepts which I am supposed to present, I have to prepare for 3 hours. For sure I know you don't have time for preparation for so many hours of your discourses. Because in our meditation camps, 18 hours program will be there. Per day 18 hours. In our NSP, meditation camps, 18 hours people attend. He said, how can you prepare for such a long discourses? How do you speak without preparation? I tell him, we prepare because it has not become our experience. I asked him, if somebody asks your name, do you prepare? Do you see your notes and tell? Your name has become your experience, your being. Immediately you respond. Same way, whatever I am speaking is from my experience. So I don't have to prepare. I don't have to do rehearsal. Because it is my experience, I can spontaneously express it. There is nothing needs to be prepared. Preparation is not necessary. One more thing. Why people are afraid of public lecture? Why they again and again prepare and come with a rehearsal? They are afraid they may speak what they are thinking. They do not want to express what is going on inside. They wanted to express only a polished words, decent words, a clear words. They are afraid by mistake they may express what is going on inside. They may utter the words what they are thinking. That is why they again and again prepare. Only a person whose inner chattering itself has become pure, not only his words, whose very thinking has become pure, can talk in a relaxed way for hours together in public. To speak in public, that also in a very relaxed, casual way, you need your very inner being in a pure way. Only then you can sit and talk whatever comes. You can be in such a relaxed mood. Otherwise, continuously you have to edit. One more thing. If you edit and speak within half an hour, 1 hour, you will be tired. You will feel drained. You will feel drained. You will not radiate the same energy. Persons who edit and speak, speaking is a big work for them. They cannot be so relaxed. They cannot be so joyful. Masters don't edit. They just express whatever they think. Because their thinking itself has become so pure, they don't need to edit. They don't need to edit. Even if they use sharp words, they are to awaken you. Here Krishna uses the word mudaha. Fools deride me. means he is giving a jolt for ego. He is giving a jolt. When I descend, fools deride me when I descend in the human form. They do not know my eternal nature as the Supreme Lord of all that be. He says, when I land in the world, in the human form, as a master, people, fools, deride me. They don't understand. He again and again tells this to Arjuna. Don't think just because I am in the body, I am your friend. Don't think the person who was sitting in the Vrindavan, who is your own friend, don't think I am that person. I am the energy which takes care of the whole world. I have come down in this form to liberate all of you. So only fools deride me, fools miss me. Don't miss Arjuna. Understand the ultimate nature of me and liberate yourself. Again and again, Krishna, out of his compassion, reveals the truth to Arjuna. Finally, he says a beautiful sloka, Shipram bhavadi dharmatma sasvasantim nigacchati kaundeya pradijanihi namevatta pranashyati. He quickly becomes eternal and attains the eternal consciousness. O Kaundeya, son of Kundi, declare it boldly that my devotee never perishes. He says, not only I am declaring to you, you declare this to the whole world boldly. Kaundeya pradijanihi name bhakta pranashyati. My devotee never perishes. Please understand, the whole universe, whole cosmos is intelligence, and it responds to your thoughts, and it responds to your deeds, it responds to your consciousness, to your very being. The moment you understand, you relax into the eternal bliss. The moment you relax into the eternal bliss, Divine takes care of your yoga and shema. Whatever you lack is brought to you, and whatever you have is preserved for you. Naturally, you will experience the inner space and outer space. This is the ultimate secret which Krishna reveals to Arjuna. Let us pray to the Parabrahma Krishna, the divine consciousness, cosmic intelligence, to make us all understand this secret and experience the outer space and inner space with eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you.